Chapter 94. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo killing Nie Dong with their own hands was equivalent to showing their loyalty to Yixing. The two of them didn't dare to reveal the truth. Otherwise, Yixing would naturally be punished. However, the two of them were the ones who killed Nie Dong, so their punishment would be even heavier than Yixing's. Their lives might even be in danger. The only way was to agree with Yixing's statement and say that Nie Dong was possessed by a demon and went berserk in the dormitory. He ambushed them, and they retaliated by mistake. Only then would they be punished lightly by the academy. Yixing unsealed their mute acupoints and said, "What did Xiong Qixing tell you? Tell me everything." Xiong Qixing wasn't just a student of the advanced genius class, he was also an 8-star heavenly mandate genius and the vice principal's disciple. Even now, the two of them were still afraid of Xiong Qixing and didn't dare to betray him. Yixing said, "Your lives are still in my hands. Do you think you can live if you don't make things clear?" Wu Yuan and Ma Bo glanced at each other. They both knew that Yixing wasn't someone easy to deal with. Now that their lives were in Yixing's hands, if they didn't make things clear and let him feel at ease, Yixing wouldn't let them off. "Xiong wants us to kill you in the dormitory and say that you were expelled from the gifted class and went berserk. You ambushed the three of us in the dormitory. The three of us fought back together and killed you by mistake. This way, we'll only receive a lighter punishment from the academy. After this, Senior Xiong promised to transfer us back to the gifted class as soon as possible." Senior Brother Yi, you know Senior Xiong's connections in the academy. We betrayed him and he will definitely take revenge. We're willing to follow Senior Brother Ye's lead and ask for your protection. Since they had decided not to listen to Xiong Qixing, they naturally had to stand with Yixing. Moreover, the two of them had witnessed Yixing's terrifying strength and were truly shocked in their hearts. It could be said that they were sincerely convinced of Yixing's strength. They were also very optimistic about Yixing's future. Perhaps in the future, Yixing would really achieve great things and they would be able to benefit from it. Yixing had little influence in the Purple Mountain Institute. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were in the same dormitory as him. If he could use them, it would be for the best. Yixing nodded and said, "Since you are on my side, I will naturally not let you be harmed by Xiong Qixing. However, if you want me to trust you, this is not enough. You have to write down what Xiong Qixing said to you, sign it and give it to me. If you listen to me, this proof of loyalty will never be seen by anyone. Otherwise, you know what will happen." "Yes, we will listen to Senior Brother Yi." Although they were still somewhat unwilling in their hearts, since they had made a decision, they naturally could not be half-hearted. They could only write down a true proof of loyalty. The matter of Nie Dong going crazy in the dormitory and sneaking up on Yixing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo, only to be mistakenly killed by the three of them, quickly spread throughout the Purple Mountain Institute. A fight between new students, no matter how fierce it was a small matter. However, once a life was lost, it was a big matter. The entire institute was alarmed. Although there were students who died every year in the Purple Mountain Institute, some of them died in fights. This was the first time someone had died on the first day of school. "Are you sure what you said is the truth? Nie Dong really went crazy in the dormitory? Sneak attacked you? If there is any falsehood, not only will you be punished for murder, but you will also be punished for bullying your superiors." The teacher in charge of Ordinary Class 10, Cui Haoran, looked sternly at Yixing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo as he interrogated them. On the side, there were many other teachers who were eyeing Yixing and the other two like tigers watching their prey. Moreover, there were many students nearby who were watching. Even students from the genius class had rushed over after hearing the news. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were nervous, but Yixing's expression was calm as he said, "Nie Dong was still brooding over being eliminated from the genius class and harbored a grudge against me. As soon as we entered the dormitory, he launched a sneak attack on me. Fortunately, this student dodged quickly and only received a dagger wound on my shoulder. Otherwise, this student would already be a dead man if he slit my throat." Yixing's words were false but true. Thus, he spoke with great confidence and conviction. After that, it was thanks to Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's help that I managed to escape from Nie Dong's hands. However, Nie Dong was too strong. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo couldn't bear to fight to the death at first and were also heavily injured by Nie Dong. In the end, we could only fight with our lives on the line. Nie Dong couldn't withstand the combined forces of the three of us and was accidentally killed by us in a battle of life and death, resulting in a tragedy. Wu Yuan also nodded and said, this student was heavily injured by Nie Dong and was almost stabbed in the heart by his dagger. Fortunately, senior brother Yi injured Nie Dong with his pulse-severing palm and I managed to snatch the dagger back. At that time, I panicked and stabbed forward. At that time, I didn't intend to stab Nie Dong's heart, so this student stopped halfway because, Ma Bo continued, because when Nie Dong was injured by senior brother Ye's pulse-severing palm, his body paused for a moment and he was hit by a few punches from me. His body hit the wall and bounced back. Unfortunately, he hit the dagger in Wu Yuan's hand, right at his heart. He died instantly. We wanted to save him, but it was already too late. Naturally, Yi Xing and the other two had already planned out their excuses. Their words were watertight and he finally concluded. Nie Dong was our roommate, but he was accidentally killed by the three of us. Although he was the one who injured us first, the three of us still blame ourselves and are willing to accept the Academy's punishment. The wounds on Nie Dong's body and the dagger that pierced his heart were reasonable and without any flaws. Almost everyone believed the three of them. However, there was one person who didn't believe them. Xiong Qixing said loudly, liar, they're lying. Nie Dong was deliberately killed by them. Nie Dong and the other two were under Xiong Qixing's orders. When he heard that Nie Dong was dead, he naturally rushed here. Because Nie Dong and the other two were under his orders, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Yi Xing and the other two were lying. In the face of Xiong Qixing's yelling, Yi Xing sneered in his heart and said, Teacher Cui, I'm telling the truth. However, I'm curious as to why Nie Dong would suddenly go berserk. Could it be that he was under someone's orders to kill the three of us, so he pretended to go berserk so that he could kill us on purpose? Yi Xing's words immediately shut Xiong Qixing up. If the Academy found out that a senior genius class student had ordered a new student to kill someone on purpose, it would definitely be a big deal. Even if Xiong Qixing's master was the vice dean, it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. However, this alone wouldn't be enough to kill Xiong Qixing. Moreover, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were Yi Xing's people now. Yi Xing naturally wouldn't reveal this matter. It was enough to just warn Xiong Qixing. Nie Dong's actions were indeed strange, but Cui Haoran didn't want to look into it. Even if Yi Xing was telling the truth, the person who could order Nie Dong to do this was no ordinary person. It wouldn't be good for anyone if this matter was blown out of proportion. Cui Haoran said, the Academy will investigate this matter. However, no matter what, you will not be able to escape punishment for accidentally killing a fellow student. Yi Xing, Wu Yuan, Ma Bo, you will be punished to clean the library for a month. Are you willing to comply? Clean the library? Yi Xing was instantly overjoyed. The library of the Zishan Academy should contain martial arts manuals, right? Student obeys. Yi Xing said. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo naturally didn't dare to object. Cui Haoran said, well, the library has been cleaned today. From tomorrow onwards, it will be handed over to the three of you for a month. The Academy is clear about rewards and punishments. Students of the ordinary class can receive one upper grade accumulating star pill every month. The other students have already received it. Only the few of you from the gifted class haven't received it yet. Now, each of you can receive one. While speaking, Cui Haoran had already taken out 5 upper grade accumulating star pills. Not only Yi Xing and the other two, but also the 2 students of dormitory 174 who were eliminated from the gifted class had not received it yet. The 2 students walked out of the crowd and received a upper grade accumulating star pill from Cui Haoran along with Yi Xing and the other 2. Yi Xing was overjoyed. Originally, he was about to step into the 6th stage of the martial Dao. With this upper grade accumulating star pill, he would be able to break through immediately. Yi Xing, my brother died because of you. I want to fight with you on the duel stage. As soon as Yixing received the upper-grade accumulating star pill, someone in the crowd called out his name and shouted. Yixing looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man of about 18 years old coming out of the crowd. The freshmen of the Purple Mountain Academy were generally 15 or 16 years old. There were not many 17 years old. An 18-year-old youth was even rarer. Generally, the students of the advanced class who had been in the academy for 3 years were at this age. For example, Xiong Qixing was now in his early 18 years old. 3 years ago, he entered the Purple Mountain Academy at the age of 15. This person and Nie Dong did not look alike at all. Yixing did not realize that he and Nie Dong were brothers. He asked, "Who are you?" "Zhou Jianhong." He is at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial Dao. He is almost the strongest among all the freshmen of the ordinary class. Zhou Jianhong is a member of the Zhou family of the county city. The Zhou family is a martial arts family with a 9th stage Grand Master. How can he be Nie Dong's brother? The crowd immediately exclaimed. Nie Dong came from an ordinary city, while Zhou Jianhong was a descendant of the Zhou family of the county city. It was difficult to connect the two. Although the Purple Mountain Academy had many spots in the county city, there were many martial arts families in the county city. Many of them were Grand Master or Martial Grandmaster level martial arts families. Their descendants were outstanding, so the competition was fierce. 3 years ago, Zhou Jianhong was only at the 5th stage of the martial Dao and did not get a spot. Now, he was at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial Dao. He could be considered one of the strongest students in this cohort. However, he was already 18 years old, so he was too old to enter the gifted class. In the ordinary class, Zhou Jianhong was a tyrant. In just a little over a day, he had already taught 5 students from ordinary cities a lesson. He was famous for his prowess. Zhou Jianhong strode towards Yixing and said, "My mother is a member of the Nie family of Jinshui City. Nie Dong is my cousin. Although he was mistakenly killed by you, I will still seek justice for him." Yixing did not know whether Nie Dong was Zhou Jianhong's biological cousin or a distant cousin. In any case, he was not afraid of a fight. Moreover, he was alone in the academy, so he needed a name to intimidate the small fry. Zhou Jianhong's cultivation was very high, so he could use him to make a name for himself. Yixing nodded. "I will fight you." Chapter 95. In the academy, there were 2 types of arenas. One was the duel arena and the other was the life and death arena. The duel arena determined victory and defeat, while the life and death arena determined life and death. Most of the students fought in the duel arena. Only very few people fought in the life and death arena. Only those with great hatred would fight in the life and death arena. Seeing Yixing agree, Zhou Jianhong laughed. He didn't look sad or angry because of Nie Dong's death. Zhou Jianhong said, "Yixing, since you want to fight in the duel arena, you should have some prizes. Otherwise, it will be a waste of effort." Yixing couldn't help but find it funny. Just now, he said that because of his cousin Nie Dong's death, he wanted to fight with Yixing on the duel arena. Now, it turned out to be a waste of effort. So what he said just now was just an excuse. His real intention was to make a bet with Yixing. Moreover, Yixing also understood why Zhou Jianhong chose to challenge him when Nie Dong's death was related to Wu Yuan and Ma Bo. It should be because Zhou Jianhong saw that he was only at the 5th layer of the martial path, the lowest among the 3. Yixing smiled and said, "What do you want to bet on?" Zhou Jianhong's eyes flashed and said, "Star accumulating pill. Whoever loses will give the other party a star accumulating pill." The academy ignored all gambling between students. The world of martial arts was full of danger. The academy was only responsible for teaching and some necessary discipline. It didn't restrict students from fighting in the arena. On the contrary, in order to improve the combat skills of the students, the academy also encouraged the students to duel in the ring and gamble on accumulating star pills. The academy had already distributed them to the students, and whether the students ate them or lost them to others, it didn't matter. Some students sighed. Zhou Jianhong is going to win another student star accumulating pill. When Yixing heard these words, he immediately reacted. Zhou Jianhong should have more than one accumulating celestial pill on him and spoke up. It's not easy to enter the battle ring. How can one accumulating celestial pill be enough? I have 3 here, do you dare to bet together? Yixing only had one accumulating celestial pill. However, if he used Wu Yuan and Ma Bo's accumulating celestial pills as his gambling capital, it wouldn't be a problem. He only had a cultivation at the 5th heavenly layer, so a high-rank accumulating star pill would be of great use to him. So, why wouldn't he be happy to earn 2 more accumulating star pills? How could Zhou Jianhong put Yixing, a level 5 martial artist, in his eyes? Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Originally, he wanted to challenge Wu Yuan and Ma Bo after defeating Yixing. Of course, the reason was that his cousin Niedong had died because of them, and he wanted to seek justice. Now that Yixing was willing to bet 3 pills with him, it was exactly what Zhou Jianhong wanted. It would save him the trouble of having to fight 3 times in a row. Not only would it be tiring, but it would also be troublesome. Zhou Jianhong cracked a smile, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. Alright, I'll bet you 3. After saying that, he took out 3 accumulating star pills to prove that he had them. The dueling platform was not far away, so the 2 quickly went up to the battle ring. Because of Niedong's death, the audience for this duel was not only large but also very comprehensive. A large number of students gathered here, as well as many deacons and teachers of the academy. On the battle ring, Zhou Jianhong slowly drew his sword and said with a smile, "Country bumpkin from the county city, remember this young master's name, Zhou Jianhong. Your 3 high-rank accumulating star pills belong to me, Zhou Jianhong." Haha. Zhou Jianhong's smile was very bright, but Yixing also had a smile on his face. Although he didn't smile as brightly as Zhou Jianhong, he was also in a very good mood. Yixing said, "I can't wait to get the 3 high-rank accumulating star pills in your hands, huh? You also remember this young master's name, Yixing. No more nonsense, let's get started." Among the students present, except for a few who came from Azure Sky City, no one knew about Yixing's deeds. Seeing him, a 5th-layer martial artist, say the same words as Zhou Jianhong, they all unconsciously pursed their lips. He really doesn't know life from death. Many students secretly said in their hearts. On the battle ring, Zhou Jianhong's smile disappeared. A country bumpkin from an ordinary city dared to be so arrogant in front of him, which really made him angry. The other party was eliminated from the gifted class, so his potential and strength were obviously very ordinary. Zhou Jianhong shouted, "Country bumpkin, I'll let you broaden your horizons. I'll defeat you with 1 sword." As soon as his voice fell, a sword light, like a beam of moonlight, broke through the air in an instant and stabbed in front of Yixing. It had to be said that Zhou Jianhong's swordsmanship was very high. Although this sword did not stab at Yixing's vital points and was not ruthless, it was fast and accurate. The reason why it was not ruthless was because it was not a battle to the death. Zhou Jianhong's goal was to injure Yixing, not to assassinate him. However, just as the sword light was about to stab Yixing's body, Yixing suddenly stepped on the Big Dipper and his body was like a string of afterimages as he retreated backward. The tip of the sword seemed to have stabbed, but it also seemed like it did not. It stabbed at the edge of the afterimage. When Yixing's figure had completely retreated to the side, the crowd realized that the sword did not stab at all. Not only was Yixing not injured, but even his clothes were not torn. This made the faces of the students change. Yixing was only a 5th-layer martial artist, but he actually had such a brilliant movement technique. Zhou Jianhong's expression was very ugly. He said that he would defeat Yixing with 1 sword, but in the end, his sword did not even touch the corner of Yixing's clothes. Swish, cold light flashed and linked together. Zhou Jianhong continued to attack Yixing with his sword, each strike faster than the last. Yixing stepped on the Big Dipper and dodged the attacks by a hair's breadth. He kept counting, 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Soon, he counted to 10 strikes, but his opponent's strikes still missed. Zhou Jianhong did not pursue speed, and each strike was faster than the last. However, because of the anxiety in his heart, the energy in each strike was multiplied. When Yixing counted to 20 strikes, Zhou Jianhong was already panting. Suddenly, he realized that he had been tricked by Yixing. If he blindly attacked, he would die of exhaustion before Yixing could counterattack. Zhou Jianhong immediately withdrew his sword and retreated. He took a defensive stance and shouted, "You only know how to dodge with your movement technique. What kind of hero are you? Try attacking if you have the guts." Seeing that his opponent was no longer tricked, Yixing could only take the initiative to attack. In any case, his opponent had been attacking wildly before and was not in a good state. Furious Steel Fist. Yixing wore a metal glove and punched out. The fist momentum was monstrous and the power was terrifying. The furious steel fist of the perfection of martial arts. Everyone raised their eyebrows at him. Even the older generation of 6th-level martial artists found it extremely difficult to cultivate the low-grade martial arts to the perfection of martial arts. Yixing was so young, but he had cultivated the furious steel fist to the perfection of martial arts. Yixing performed the furious steel fist and punched several times in a row. Zhou Jianhong was shocked by his momentum and was attacked by his fist force. He retreated again and again. Yixing did not want to fight for a long time. After 3 punches, he immediately changed his martial arts technique. His fist turned into 1,000 shadows. Zhou Jianhong only felt a blur in front of his eyes. The sword in his hand was hit to the side. Then, there was a pain in his chest. He was hit by a punch and his whole person was suddenly blasted out of the ring. Yixing came to the edge of the ring and waved to Zhou Jianhong, "You let me win." Student Zhou Jianhong, 3 upper-grade accumulating star pills, "Give it to me." Zhou Jianhong's face was red. He, a martial artist at the peak of 6th level, was defeated by a 5th-level martial artist from an ordinary city? Not to mention Zhou Jianhong, most of the students around were stunned and shocked. Obviously, they did not expect this result. Many teachers and school deacons were also surprised and nodded repeatedly. They expressed surprise and appreciation for Yixing's strength. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Zhou Jianhong naturally could not act shamelessly. He threw 3 upper-grade accumulating star pills to Yixing and immediately left. He did not want to make a fool of himself here. Yixing got 3 upper-grade accumulating star pills and also returned to the dormitory with Wu Yuan and Ma Bo. He would clean the library tomorrow. He had nothing to do today, so he could go back and use the accumulating star pills to break through the 6th level of martial arts. Looking at Yixing's back, the students were shocked. Most of them had no grievances with Yixing, nor did they have any interest in him. They were all shocked by Yixing's powerful strength. In the hearts of the students in the ordinary class, Yixing was already one of the strongest among the freshmen. Many people even worshipped him. The strong naturally had admirers, and Yixing was one of the strongest among the freshmen. However, Xiong Qixing looked at Yixing's back with hidden malice in his eyes. Although he forced Yixing to the ordinary class, he was completely defeated in the first confrontation with Yixing. Not only was Yixing not killed by Niedong and the other 2, but Niedong died. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo even turned to Yixing's subordinates. Yixing and the other 2 received a very light punishment. They only had to clean the library for a month. Moreover, Yixing could be said to be doing very well in the common class. Not only did he earn a few more high-grade medicinal star pills, which were beneficial to the improvement of his cultivation, but he also became very famous. Among the students of the common class, he became a popular figure, admired by others, and had boundless glory. All of this made Xiong Qixing feel very uncomfortable. "Yixing, I'll let you be glorious this time. Next time, I'll definitely make you die without a burial place." Xiong Qixing thought fiercely. Dormitory 175. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo stood in front of Yixing. Neither of them took the star accumulating pill that Yixing brought back. A star accumulating pill won't improve our cultivation by much, but it's very beneficial to Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi, please take it. Yixing easily defeated Zhou Jianhong, which made the two feel that Yixing's future was extraordinary. Following Yixing would definitely benefit them in the future. Now, they naturally wanted to show their loyalty. Yixing nodded and said, "All right, I'll accept your star accumulating pill. In the future, you will definitely benefit from it. You can go out first. I'm going to go into seclusion to break through to the 6th stage of the martial Dao." While he was in seclusion, Yixing was still worried. The two of them were also in the dormitory. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo left the dormitory. Yixing immediately took a star accumulating pill to refine and absorb it. The medicinal efficacy of the upper grade star accumulating pill was many times stronger than that of the middle grade star accumulating pill. Yixing immediately felt an incomparably surging star force when he swallowed it. Yixing immediately operated Qingyuan art to quickly absorb and refine it. As time passed, the 5th star ring in Yixing's dantian became brighter and brighter. The 6th star ring was faintly discernible. About an hour later, the 6th star ring was finally completely revealed. Yixing's cultivation had broken through and officially stepped into the 6th stage of the martial Dao. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the restriction on the internal strength in the body instantly disappeared. The internal strength was no longer restricted to the flesh and began to spread to the skin. There was a lot of room for improvement. Chapter 96. When Yixing and Zhou Jianhong fought, Wei Qingxian was not at the Zishan Academy, but at the Zishan Marquis residence. Her talent was shocking, and the academy was not sure if her destiny was 9 stars or higher. According to the usual practice, students with a 9-star destiny would have to go to the Zishan Marquis residence for another test. This was because only Zishan Marquis had a higher grade blood fate stone. Wei Qingxian went to the Zishan Marquis residence to see the legendary martial saint, Zishan Marquis. The Marquis residence was vast, and Wei Qingxian was in the residence. Other than her, there was only Grandmaster Mu Feng. After the deacon sent her to the Marquis residence, it was Grandmaster Mu Feng who received her and brought her here. Yixing did not want to rely on others, so he did not go to the Marquis residence to ask Mu Feng for help even after he was eliminated from the gifted class. But Wei Qingxian saw Mu Feng and naturally reported everything. Hearing this, Mu Feng smiled faintly. "Other than the Marquis, no one can interfere with the matters of the academy. I am also powerless, but I feel that it is not a bad thing for Yixing to go to the ordinary class. His strength is shocking, and there may be people in the gifted class who can suppress him, but in the ordinary class, he will definitely stand out." The achievements of the ordinary class's top students are not lower than those of the gifted class. Wei Qingxian still wanted to say something, but Mu Feng had already stood up. "The Marquis is here." At this time, an 18 or 19-year-old young man pushed a wheelchair out from the back room of the residence. A middle-aged man sat in the wheelchair. The young man's aura was vigorous, as deep as the sea. Compared to the gifted class's teacher Emo Tsanghai, his aura was even stronger, causing Wei Qingxian to be secretly shocked. As for the middle-aged man, his hair was slightly gray, and he did not seem young. But looking at his face, he did not seem to be 40 years old. His appearance was dignified and very heroic, but there was a trace of sadness in his expression. There was no aura of an expert, and he seemed more like an ordinary person. However, Wei Qingxian was able to determine that the ordinary person on the wheelchair who looked valiant but did not have the aura of an expert was Zishan Ho. Although the young man pushing the wheelchair had an imposing aura and was extremely powerful, it was impossible for Zishan Ho to push the wheelchair for someone else. "Marquis." Mu Feng bowed to the front. The middle-aged man in the wheelchair gently nodded. He was indeed Zishan Ho. "Student Wei Qingxian greets Zishan Ho." Wei Qingxian immediately stood up and saluted. Although the fact that Zishan Ho was sitting in a wheelchair surprised her, she was still excited to see this martial saint whom she had heard of many times. "Feng, go take the test." Zishan Ho nodded towards Wei Qingxian, then instructed the young man behind him. Wang Feng, the absolute genius of the Wang family of the prefecture capital, Martial Saint Tianming, had not entered the Purple Mountain Institute. At a young age, he had been accepted by Purple Mountain Ho as a personal disciple, and later adopted as his son. Now, Wang Feng was only 18 years old, about the same age as the students of the Purple Mountain Institute's Advanced Genius class, but his cultivation was already at the peak of the 9th rank. Compared to Xiong Qisheng, it was like comparing the light of a firefly to the light of the moon. Even the most talented student in the Advanced Genius class was not worth mentioning in front of Wang Feng. There was no comparison at all. Wang Feng was only respectful towards Zishan Ho, but ignored Mu Feng and Wei Qingxian. His expression was indifferent, but his heart was arrogant. He walked to Wei Qingxuan's side, waved his hand, and a blood destiny stone appeared on the table next to Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian was surprised. Only now did she notice that Wang Feng was wearing a ring with a star engraved on it. It should be the legendary star ring that had its own space inside. Ignorant. Wang Feng secretly said to himself at the surprise in Wei Qingxuan's eyes. Wang Feng retracted his hand and placed it behind his back. He then said, "Let's begin. Let's see if you have the warrior sage destiny." Wei Qingxian looked at the blood destiny stone on the table, which seemed to be no different from the blood destiny stones that were tested in the past. She reached out and pressed her hand on the blood destiny stone. All of a sudden, a strong red light shone and the star slots lit up one after another. The intensity of the red light and the speed at which the star slots lit up made Zishan Ho's eyes move a little, and he became more alert. In just 3 blinks of an eye, all 9 star slots lit up, and the red light became more and more intense until it was blinding. Immediately afterwards, there were new changes. In the blink of an eye, the light in the first star slot turned from red to orange. At this moment, Wang Feng, who had been indifferent, finally had a change of expression. Only the warrior sage destiny could attract his interest. He took another look at Wei Qingxian. Mu Feng nodded secretly with a smile on his face. He had long guessed that Wei Qingxian had more than 9 stars, and now, it was confirmed. After the first star slot turned orange, the changes did not stop. Soon, the light in the second and third star slots turned orange one after another. When the 4th star slot turned orange, Wang Feng's expression changed again and he seemed to be moved. Ordinary destiny stars were divided into 9 stars, just like the warrior sage destiny stars. The first 3 stars were the beginner warrior sage destiny stars, the middle 3 stars were the intermediate warrior sage destiny stars, and the last 3 stars were the advanced warrior sage destiny stars. Wang Feng was extremely arrogant and regarded the geniuses of Zishan County as nothing. Even when Wei Qingxian had the warrior sage destiny stars, he was only a little interested because he had a 5-star destiny star, which belonged to the intermediate warrior sage destiny stars. Wei Qingxuan's destiny star had also reached the intermediate warrior sage destiny stars and could compete with Wang Feng. Hence, he was naturally moved. However, Wei Qingxuan's destiny star was still not fully displayed, and the red light in the star slots continued to turn orange. In the blink of an eye, there was a change. When the red light in the 7th star slot turned orange, Wang Feng's face was already full of shock. The 7-star warrior sage destiny stars were already considered advanced. Not only were they 2 stars higher than Wang Feng's destiny stars, but they were also of a higher level. Seeing that Wei Qingxuan's destiny stars were so high, Mu Feng was both shocked and surprised. At this moment, even Zishan Ho was moved. Zishan Ho's destiny stars were the advanced warrior sage destiny stars. The red light on the blood life stone was unstoppable. Soon, the 8th and 9th star slots turned orange too. At this point, the red light on the blood life stone had completely disappeared and was replaced by an orange light. The orange light was so intense that it was not inferior to the previous red light at all. A look of surprise flashed in Zishan Ho's eyes as his heart trembled. This meant that Wei Qingxuan's destiny stars could be even higher. At this moment, Zishan Ho's eyes glowed with excitement. On the other hand, Mu Feng stared at the blood life stone with a slight pain in his eyes, but he was also extremely surprised. Although he had guessed that Wei Qingxuan's destiny stars were very high, he never expected it to be at such a level. A 9-star orange destiny star was the peak of the warrior sage destiny stars, which was only higher than Zishan Ho's. Wang Feng also never expected that Wei Qingxuan's destiny stars were not only higher than his, but also much higher than his. His heart was filled with excitement, and when he looked at Wei Qingxian again, he found her to be extremely pleasing to the eye. He was no longer as indifferent as before. Seeing that the blood life stone maintained its 9-star orange light and did not change, Wei Qingxian retracted her hand. The blood life stone immediately dimmed, but Wei Qingxuan's light did not dim. The other three all had a whole new level of respect for her. Zishan Ho said, "Very good, Wei Qingxian, your destiny stars are higher than I expected. From today onwards, you can directly enter the advanced genius class and enjoy special treatment. Furthermore, I will give you a good fortune in the future." Wei Qingxian gracefully bowed, "Many thanks, Zishan Ho." Wang Feng, who had already put away the blood life stone, was surprised. With Wei Qingxuan's talent, Zishan Ho actually did not accept her as a disciple. If Wei Qingxian was accepted as a disciple by Zishan Ho, then the two of them would be intimate and improve their relationship. However, Zishan Ho would not allow Wei Qingxian to remain as a student at Zishan Academy, because it would destroy the confidence of the other geniuses. Thinking that there would not be many opportunities to meet in the future, Wang Feng did not want to miss out on a girl with such high talent. He immediately asked Zishan Ho for instructions. "Godfather, I have a presumptuous request, and I hope Godfather can fulfill it." Zishan Ho valued Wang Feng very much, otherwise he would not have accepted him as a personal disciple and then adopted him as a son. Wang Feng rarely asked him for requests, but as long as he did, Zishan Ho would always agree. He nodded and said, "Speak." Wang Feng said, "I fell in love with junior sister Wei at first sight, and I cannot control my feelings. I wish to make her my life partner, and I hope Godfather can fulfill it." Wang Feng was indeed moved by Wei Qingxian. The main reason was that he had always been high and mighty, and none of the so-called geniuses of the younger generation in the county city could enter his eyes, so he was arrogant in his heart. Suddenly, there was a girl whose destiny stars were higher than his. Immediately, the arrogance in his heart disappeared, and he was filled with admiration. Especially since this girl was a young girl, and he was only an 18-year-old youth. Naturally, he was moved. However, Wang Feng's attitude caused Wei Qingxian to feel disgust. Her face was covered with a veil, and Wang Feng could not even see her face, so how could he fall in love with her at first sight? Moreover, Wei Qingxian was very clear about Wang Feng's indifference towards her before. Now he said that it was love at first sight, and that he could not control his feelings. Who was he trying to fool? He only saw that her destiny stars were very high, and her talent was monstrous. She would have great achievements in the future, so he changed his mind. Displeasure appeared on Zishan Ho's face, and he said, "Feng, if you want a girl to accompany you for life, how can you rely on the restrictions of your elders? You can only use your own sincerity to move others, and only then will they be willing to be with you. Do not mention this matter again." This was the first time he was rejected by Zishan Ho, and it was in front of Wei Qingxian. This caused Wang Feng's face to burn, and he said with slight disappointment, "I understand. Lord Ho, this student also has a request." At this time, Wei Qingxian also asked Zishan Ho for instructions. Zishan Ho said with interest, "Speak." Wei Qingxian was still thinking about Yixing's elimination from the gifted class, so she naturally repeated it. Yixing? Zishan Ho repeated this name. This was already the second time he had heard about Yixing. The first time was when Mu Feng had returned to the Marquis estate, and he had specially reported about Yixing and Wei Qingxian to Zishan Ho. Zishan Ho's point of view on this matter was similar to Mu Feng's. He said, "Low-level heavenly fate cultivators need to put in a lot of effort to become talented, and they also need a strong will. His hindrance is not necessarily a bad thing. I will pay attention to him, but I will not interfere with the matters of the academy. If he is gold, then the academy will not bury him." Chapter 97. Zishan Academy, Library. This was the place where Zishan Academy stored their martial arts manuals. In the first month that Yixing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo entered Zishan Academy, they didn't attend classes or cultivate. Instead, they were punished to clean the library. The Zishan Academy's library contained a vast amount of martial arts manuals. It was divided into 4 floors, from low-grade martial arts to supreme-grade martial arts. The library's 4th floor contained supreme-grade martial arts manuals. Most of them were incomplete, but there were also complete supreme-grade martial arts manuals. This floor was a forbidden area, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Yixing and the other 2 only had to clean the first 3 floors containing low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade martial arts manuals. The martial arts manuals in the library could be read, but were not allowed to be copied. Every once in a while, the academy's deacons would patrol the library, and when they left, they would be inspected. If someone copied the martial arts manuals in the library, it was a very serious crime, and they would be crippled of their martial arts and expelled from the academy. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were naturally in charge of cleaning the library. Yixing was in charge of reading books in the library, and only when the deacons patrolled the library did he pretend to clean. To Yixing, the library was a huge treasure. Whether it was the Ya family's martial arts pavilion or the Xiong family's martial arts pavilion, they were like small study rooms in front of the library, not worth mentioning. The martial arts manuals in the Ya family's and Xiong family's martial arts pavilions, excluding the duplicates, did not even amount to 100. But in Zishan Academy's library, there were more than 2,000 martial arts manuals, which was 10 times more than the 2 martial arts pavilions combined. Yixing had the super brain, but what he lacked was martial arts knowledge. The more martial arts manuals he read, the higher his understanding of martial arts theory would be, and the easier it would be for him to cultivate martial arts to a higher level. A martial arts manual could be as short as a few hundred words and as long as a few thousand words. Moreover, it involved the human body's meridians, blood, flesh, tendons, bones, skin, as well as the aura of the mountains and rivers, the changes of the sun, moon, and stars, the energy of the earth, water, wind, and fire, and so on. It was difficult to understand. Inferior grade martial arts and medial grade martial arts were still fine. The content involved was relatively simple. Normally, cultivators with some comprehension ability could learn by themselves through secret manuals. However, for superior grade martial arts and above, if there was no one to teach them, it would be like a heavenly book. For other martial artists, even if they were to seclude themselves in the library and read for a year, they wouldn't be able to remember many martial arts secret manuals. Furthermore, as time passed, their memories would gradually fade away. As for the martial arts secret manuals that could be understood, there were even fewer of them. But that was not the case for Yixing. Every time he flipped through a book, all of its contents would be scanned into his superbrain and stored there forever. Moreover, through the superbrain's powerful analysis function, it could verify and deduce different martial arts. This allowed Yixing to learn all kinds of martial arts secret manuals by himself, provided that his martial arts knowledge could keep up. For example, Yixing's martial arts knowledge was better than that of a martial Dao master. Therefore, it was very difficult for a martial Dao master to cultivate a superior grade martial arts to the mastery realm, but Yixing could. A person's ultimate martial arts attainment was related to their level of martial arts knowledge to a certain extent. It was hard to imagine what level Yixing's martial arts knowledge would reach if he read all the martial arts secret manuals in the library and comprehended them thoroughly. It was certain that he would have no problem cultivating a superior grade martial arts to the mastery realm. Yixing's reading speed was too fast. Even though he spent at least 2 hours a day pretending to clean, he could still read hundreds of martial arts secret manuals in a day. Yixing did not care whether he comprehended them or not. He just scanned them and copied them into his superbrain. He would think about the rest later. At night, Yixing cultivated Qingyuan art to improve his cultivation. He had already read the complete Qingyuan art manual in the library. He had already memorized the cultivation chants for the last 3 stages. With his talent in martial arts, it would not take long for him to make progress in Qingyuan art. In just 5 days, Yixing went through more than 2,000 martial arts secret manuals on the first 3 floors of the library. He did not read them carefully and did not understand their meanings, but the contents were all scanned into his superbrain. It was easy to scan them into his superbrain, but it was much more difficult to master them. Although it was only a matter of time for him to master them with the superbrain's powerful functions, it still required a lot of time. This was because the amount of knowledge was too large. Once Yi Xing mastered them, even a martial arts grandmaster would not be able to compare with him in terms of martial arts knowledge. Mastering martial arts was not something that could be done in haste. Yi Xing was not in a hurry. Every day, he focused on cultivating martial arts. In the process of cultivation, all kinds of martial arts would naturally be slowly mastered. Time passed slowly, day after day. Yi Xing's martial arts knowledge level improved by leaps and bounds. His actual martial arts attainment also increased every day. One after another, Yi Xing successfully cultivated the inferior grade martial arts to the perfection realm. As Yi Xing's knowledge of martial arts increased, the super brain deduced and improved the Qingyuan art again. It improved the Qingyuan art to the level of a supreme grade cultivation method, allowing him to open up 15 meridians for cultivation. With the help of the 4 high-grade star accumulation pills, Yi Xing's cultivation base also increased rapidly. When Wei Qingxian learned that Yi Xing was punished, she came to visit Yi Xing several times after cleaning the library. She saw that Yi Xing did not look like he was punished at all. Instead, he was high-spirited and in a good mood. Wei Qingxian was completely relieved. On the 10th day, Yi Xing's Qingyuan art made progress and broke through to the 4th level. The first 3 levels of Qingyuan art opened up the meridians, and the last 3 levels strengthened the internal strength. The 4th level of internal strength made Yi Xing stronger than martial artists of the same level. He was only at the early stage of LV6, but in terms of internal strength, he was stronger than those in the middle stage of LV6. On the 15th day, Yi Xing's cultivation level finally improved and reached the middle stage of LV6. Even a genius would need several months to improve the cultivation level of LV6. Yi Xing's cultivation level improved by a small level in just half a month. It could be seen that the superior grade Qingyuan art was really effective. Of course, the 4 superior grade star accumulating pills also contributed a lot. Without the help of star accumulating pills, his cultivation would be slower. Yi Xing only used half a month to go from the early stage of LV6 to the middle stage of LV6. However, even if another month and a half passed, Yi Xing might not be able to cultivate from the middle stage of LV6 to the late stage of LV6. Yi Xing and the other 2 went to the library every day and stayed in dormitory 175 at night. They did not have much interaction with the other students. The other students also did not have time to pay attention to Yi Xing and the other 2. The month before entering the academy was the busiest month, because after the first month, the academy would conduct an assessment for all the new disciples. The top-ranked students would be given generous rewards to encourage the students to compete for the top spots. Therefore, in the first month, if the new students were not listening to the teacher's lessons, they would be cultivating by themselves. Almost no one paid attention to Yi Xing and the other 2. Not only were the new students busy, but the advanced class students were also very busy. Their assessment was in 3 months and the level of rewards was much higher than the new students' assessment. Naturally, they were also busy cultivating. However, even so, Xiong Qixing did not cause trouble for Yi Xing during this period of time, which surprised him. Although he was surprised, Yi Xing was happy in his heart. It was best if there was no trouble. As time passed, when Yi Xing cultivated more than 100 low-grade martial skills to the perfection stage, he had already taken a small step towards mastering the various martial skills stored in his super brain. The level of his martial skills had increased by a large margin. Yi Xing had a feeling that his middle-grade martial skills seemed to have touched the edge of the perfection stage. Therefore, in addition to cultivating low-grade martial skills, Yi Xing also began to cultivate middle-grade martial skills every day. On the 25th day of his punishment, Yi Xing's martial skills reached another milestone. The middle-grade martial skill, Tiger Stallion Fist, was cultivated to the perfection stage. This was the first time that Yi Xing had cultivated a middle-grade martial skill to the perfection stage. Previously, his 7-star steps and flying swan technique were only at the perfection stage. It was because he had fused a trace of wind force that he was able to stand at the perfection stage. When a middle-grade martial skill reached the perfection stage, it was even easier to cultivate the other middle-grade martial skills. In the next few days, almost every day, there would be 1 or 2 middle-grade martial skills that reached the perfection stage. Yi Xing's martial arts attainment had already reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster. Only a true martial arts grandmaster could easily cultivate a middle-grade martial arts technique to the martial arts grandmaster level. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the last day of his punishment. In the past month, Yi Xing's knowledge of martial arts and his attainments in martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. He had undergone a tremendous change. As his martial arts attainments increased, Yi Xing's temperament changed as well. His every move was natural and natural. He looked like a martial Dao master of a generation. At night, in dormitory 175, Yi Xing was sitting cross-legged, cultivating Qingyuan technique. A month had passed, and tomorrow was the day of the assessment. According to the news brought by Wei Qingxian, the progress of the students in the gifted class had been very fast. Many 8-star Destiny Realm students were originally at the peak of the 6th level. However, with the help of the high-grade star accumulating pill and the guidance of the 9th level martial Dao master, at least 10 of them had broken through to the 7th level and became martial Dao masters. Not only that, under the guidance of the 9th level martial Dao master, the martial skills of the gifted class had also increased rapidly. It was inevitable for them to cultivate their high-grade martial skills to the entry stage. Those with outstanding talent had already cultivated their high-grade martial skills to the lesser success stage, or even beyond that. The assessment was the time for Yi Xing to prove himself. The academy had eliminated him to the ordinary class, so he used this fact to tell everyone who was the real genius. Therefore, regardless of whether it was for the reward of first place or to prove his strength, Yi Xing was determined to obtain first place in this new student assessment. He wanted to defeat all the freshmen in the gifted class. This was his response to the academy eliminating him to the ordinary class. Yi Xing's cultivation was still far from the late stage of the 6th level. He only had 1 night left, so the reason why he was diligently cultivating Qingyuan technique was naturally not to increase his cultivation. It was because his Qingyuan technique was only a step away from the 5th level. If he could break through, his internal energy would be strengthened. This was even better than raising his cultivation to the late stage of the 6th level. Hard work paid off. Yi Xing's Qingyuan technique had broken through to the 5th level. Chapter 98. On the day of the assessment, the Zishan Academy was extremely lively. This was the most important day for the freshmen, and all the freshmen would participate in it. The venue of the assessment was the Academy Square, which had been divided into 20 areas. The competition was divided into 20 groups. The group stage adopted a point system. The first and second place in each group could enter the second stage of the competition for the knockout round. There were 3 rounds in the knockout round to determine the top 20, top 10, and top 5. The top 5 would participate in the points competition, and the 1st to 5th would be ranked according to the winning percentage. As long as the 769 freshmen could rush out of the first stage of the points competition as the top 2 in the group, they would enter the top 40 and receive the Academy's rewards. Of course, the rewards would be different depending on the ranking. The top 40 would be rewarded with 1 upper-grade star accumulation pill, the top 20 would be rewarded with 2 upper-grade star accumulation pills, and the top 10 would be rewarded with 3 upper-grade star accumulation pills. The top 5 would be rewarded even more, divided into 5 ranks. Not only would they be rewarded with upper-grade star accumulation pills, but they would also be rewarded with upper-grade medicinal herbs that could replenish vitality. The 5th would be rewarded with 4 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 1 upper-grade medicinal herb. The 4th would be rewarded with 6 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 1 upper-grade medicinal herb. The 3rd would be rewarded with 8 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 2 upper-grade medicinal herbs. The 2nd would be rewarded with 10 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 2 upper-grade medicinal herbs. The 1st would be rewarded with 12 upper-grade star accumulation pills and 3 upper-grade medicinal herbs. The Academy's rewards were not small, but it was not easy for the students to get the rewards. There were nearly 800 students, but only the top 40 would be rewarded, which was about 20 to 1. Yi Xing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo were assigned to the 20th group. In order to prevent the strong from meeting each other in advance, the academy had assigned the strongest 20 students to different groups. Therefore, in each group, there was a seeded student. Among them, 15 were level 7 martial Dao masters, and 5 were peak level 6 martial artists. Although Yixing was in the limelight in the ordinary class, he hadn't attended classes for a month. He had been cleaning the library and had been keeping a low profile. The fame he had gained on the first day of school had naturally faded, and he wasn't among the 20 seeded students. The seed student in the 20th group was Feng Yuanming, a student of the gifted class. It was unknown whether Yixing's luck was good or bad. His first match in Group 20 was against Feng Yuanming. Or rather, it should be said that Feng Yuanming's luck was bad. As a seeded student, he was afraid that his face would be swollen in the first battle. Go, Yixing. When Yixing went on stage, he heard Wei Qingxuan's voice. There were too many people just now, so Yixing did not notice that Wei Qingxian had also come. Yixing winked at Wei Qingxian and smiled confidently. Then, he looked around. Wei Qingxian had already been promoted to the advanced genius class. Since she was here, there should be other advanced class students as well. Yixing felt that Xiong Qixing should also be here. As Yixing expected, he quickly discovered Xiong Qixing's figure. The latter was like a poisonous snake, coldly staring at him from afar. Seeing Yixing's gaze, Xiong Qixing's eyes revealed a cruel smile. Intuition told Yixing that the other party did not have good intentions. Perhaps, in this assessment, he would meet an opponent specially ordered by Xiong Qixing. Yixing secretly paid attention. Humph. A cold snort came from the front. Feng Yuanming went on stage. Seeing that Yixing did not even look at him, his heart was filled with anger. Feng Yuanming's voice was filled with disdain. I didn't expect to meet a 2-star trash like you in the first round. If you know what's good for you, admit defeat. Otherwise, this daddy will slap you to death. Yixing had just gone to look for Xiong Qixing. He did not deliberately look down on the other party, but the other party's words had angered Yixing. Yixing smiled. One slap? Feng Yuanming's face carried an arrogant smile. One slap. Yixing nodded. Okay, one slap. Yixing's tone made Feng Yuanming feel a little strange. It sounded like Yixing wanted to slap him. Feng Yuanming still did not understand, but the deacon presiding over the battle had already said, "You can begin. Don't be long-winded." As soon as the deacon's voice fell, Yixing's figure flashed and disappeared. An afterimage flashed past and Yixing appeared in front of Feng Yuanming. Yixing's current 7-star steps had truly been cultivated to perfection. With the addition of a trace of wind force, it was unbelievably fast. Feng Yuanming only felt a blur in front of his eyes. He just understood that Yixing's tone just now was indeed about to slap him. Yixing had already arrived in front of him and raised his arm to slap him. Slap! Feng Yuanming had clearly pushed his speed to the limit and wanted to dodge backwards. However, with a crisp sound, he felt a sharp pain on his face and his mind instantly went blank. Blood splattered everywhere and broken teeth flew everywhere. As Feng Yuanming spat out blood and broken teeth, he was slapped out of the arena by Yixing. Yixing had easily defeated Zhou Jianhong, who was at the peak of 6th stage, when his cultivation was at the peak of 5th stage. Now that Yixing's cultivation was at the mid-stage of 6th stage, his martial arts attainments had increased by a large margin. Even though Feng Yuanming's strength was higher than Zhou Jianhong's, in the hands of Yixing, he was just a character who was sent flying with a slap. The surrounding martial artists who were watching were basically students who had been assigned to 20 groups for the competition. They all gasped and looked at Yixing with incomparable fear and reverence. The deacon presiding over the battle also looked at Yixing in surprise. A month ago, he had watched Yixing and Zhou Jinhong's duel. Now, it seemed that Yixing's strength had increased by a lot. In this month, Yixing had not attended classes and had been punished to clean the library. However, his strength had increased so quickly. It was really strange. The deacon of Group 20 restrained the surprise in his heart and said, Yixing wins. Next match, Yixing against Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was a student of the ordinary class, and his cultivation was at the mid-stage of 6th stage. He immediately admitted defeat. Even the seated students of Group 20 had been sent flying with a slap by Yixing. Zhao Feng did not dare to make a move. Of course, he admitted defeat to avoid being sent flying with a slap by Yixing. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. After that, Yixing's opponents all chose to admit defeat in every battle, no matter if it was a student of the ordinary class or a student of the genius class. In the group stages, other than the first match against Feng Yuanming, Yixing also made a move. After that, his opponents all admitted defeat. He easily obtained first place in Group 20 and advanced to the second elimination round. As for the second place in Group 20, it was taken by Feng Yuanming. Since the academy had chosen him as a seated student of Group 20, his strength was indeed not weak. Even if there was a student in Group 20 who was also at the peak of 6th stage, he was still defeated by Feng Yuanming. It was a pity that Feng Yuanming met Yixing, this abnormal battle strength that defied the heavens. Moreover, he had a foul mouth and angered Yixing otherwise. He should have been very impressive in the group stages. However, because he had been slapped by Yixing in the first battle, even if Feng Yuanming won all his subsequent battles, he could not feel happy in his heart. Others looked at him as if they were looking at a joke and did not have the slightest bit of respect. Feng Yuanming hated Yixing so much in his heart that his teeth itched, but he did not dare to show it on the surface. Yixing's slap was not light, and it caused his heart to tremble even now. Because there were 20 groups competing at the same time, the group stages did not last for too long. The first and second place of each group had all come out. Those 15 7th stage masters had all advanced as the first place of their group. The other 4 first places of the group were all at the peak of 6th stage. Only Yixing's cultivation was at the middle of 6th stage. Not only was his cultivation the lowest in the group first place, even the second place of the other 20 groups had the lowest cultivation at the peak of 6th stage, much higher than him. After the first stage of the competition ended, there was a break for a while. The previous division of the square into 20 areas was no longer suitable for the elimination rounds. During the break, the academy redivided the square into 5 areas. There would be 5 elimination rounds at the same time. There would be 20 battles for the advancement of 40 to 20, and there would be a total of 4 rounds. There would be 10 battles for the advancement of 20 to 10, and there would be a total of 2 rounds. During the break, Yixing was naturally together with Wei Qingxian. Yixing, your strength has increased by a lot. The gap between us seems to have widened. Wei Qingxian exclaimed. Hee hee. Your destiny is so high. If I don't work harder, I'll be left behind by you very soon. Yixing smiled faintly. Yixing's super brain had already scanned Wei Qingxuan's cultivation. She was only a hair's breadth away from the late stage of 6th stage. It was likely that she would break through in the next few days. Wei Qingxian was specially groomed by the Purple Mountain Academy and enjoyed special treatment. Coupled with her high fate, her cultivation would definitely increase like a rocket. Even though Yixing felt that his cultivation was increasing very quickly, compared to Wei Qingxian, it was still slightly inferior. Wei Qingxian smiled embarrassedly. Her fate had surpassed 9 stars. She did not want to hide it from Yixing, but Zishan Ho had warned her not to reveal her fate to anyone, so she endured it and did not say anything. Therefore, although Wei Qingxian was amazed by Yixing's progress, she was also very happy. She and Yixing had an unspoken agreement to become stronger together. If Yixing fell behind, she would become a peak martial saint in the future. If the gap between them was too big, it would be difficult for them to get along as well as they were now. The break time quickly passed and the square was divided into 5 sections by the academy. When Yixing went up to draw the lots, Wei Qingxian waved her delicate fist and said, Yixing, I believe in you. You will definitely get first place. Yixing nodded slightly with a confident smile. A trash of the 6th stage wants to get first place, TSK. At this time, a student of the 7th stage of the martial path heard it and said with disdain, and a trash of a 2-star fate. Hee hee, if he meets me, Jiang Wenlong, I will beat the shit out of him. Yixing narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. He had already noticed Jiang Wenlong. He was with Xiong Qixing just now. Moreover, other than Jiang Wenlong, there were 4 other students of the 7th stage of the genius class. Xiong Qixing had already looked for them. Chapter 99. Among the 15 freshmen in the 7th stage of the martial Dao, at least 5 of them were in the same group as Xiong Qixing or had an agreement with him. They were all targets that Yixing was wary of. Hanging out with Xiong Qixing was definitely not a good thing for him. At present, Jiang Wenlong's attitude proved this point. Yixing's cold eyes swept over Jiang Wenlong and said, "Jiang Wenlong, right? If we meet later, whoever admits defeat will be a bastard. Let's see who will beat the shit out of who." Jiang Wenlong's eyes flashed a sharp aura and he laughed. "Well, whoever admits defeat will be a bastard. Hee hee. Trash, you wait, I will beat you until you piss your pants, hee hee." The nearby students saw Yixing and Jiang Wenlong fighting. Some looked amazed, some sneered. Although they all thought that Yixing's strength was very strong, they didn't think that Yixing could compete with a martial Dao master. The gap between the 7th stage of the martial Dao and the 6th stage of the martial Dao was not just a little bit, but a gap that was difficult to cross. In the first round of the knockout, Yixing and Jiang Wenlong couldn't meet because the rule of drawing lots was that the first in the group would be the second in the group. Yixing and Jiang Wenlong were the first in the group to advance, so they couldn't meet in this round. The names of the second in the group were placed in a wooden box and the first in the group to advance were drawn by the first in the group. When Yixing caught a paper ball and opened it, a strange smile appeared on his face. The name on the paper was Feng Yuanming. It seemed that he and Feng Yuanming had some ill-fated relationship. Not only were they both in the 20th group, but he also had a 1 in 20 chance of being picked by Yixing. When Feng Yuanming found out that his first opponent was Yixing, his face immediately turned bitter. His right cheek was still a little swollen, and now he felt a burning pain. He didn't dare to fight with Yixing again. At this time, Feng Yuanming was in awe of Yixing. Before Yixing could open his mouth, he quickly admitted defeat. Yixing also advanced to the top 20 without making a move. As for the first place in the other groups, none of the 15 7th-tier grandmasters could shake them. As for the other 4 peak 6th-tier grandmasters, one of them was defeated by a 6th-tier grandmaster who had advanced to the second place in the other groups and was eliminated. The top 20 were determined. 15 7th-tier grandmasters, 3 peak 6th-tier grandmasters, 1 peak 6th-tier grandmasters, and 1 intermediate 6th-tier grandmasters. The reward for the 21st to the 40th place was the same, an upper-grade accumulating star pill, so the eliminated students didn't have to compete anymore and directly started the next round. All the eliminated students were excited. They were eliminated and naturally became spectators. The second round of the knockout was the competition between the top 20 and the top 10. In this round, there would be a showdown between martial Dao masters, and some martial Dao masters would be eliminated. The intensity of the battle was much more wonderful and intense than before. Naturally, it was exciting. Yixing, do you dare to be in the same group with me in this round? The academy hadn't arranged the list yet, and the drawing of lots hadn't started yet. Jiang Wenlong shouted and directly called out Yixing. Yixing just planned to deal with Jiang Wenlong when he met him. He didn't expect that the other party was even more anxious than him and pointed out that he wanted to fight with him in this round. However, Yixing didn't have the slightest fear and said, "Why not?" Jiang Wenlong smiled and said to the deacon who presided over the competition, "Deacon, since we are both willing, let's arrange a showdown for this round." Since both parties were willing, the deacon naturally wouldn't interfere and nodded, "Okay." Hee hee. Jiang Wenlong's face revealed a ferocious smile as he stared at Yixing fiercely, like a hound staring at its prey. "Jiang Wenlong, don't be careless and lose the face of us martial Dao masters. You were defeated by a 2-star Heaven's Mandate trash." Beside Jiang Wenlong, a 16-year-old freshman coldly snorted. He was also a martial Dao master. Moreover, he was also the one who was looked for by Xiong Qixing. "How can I be defeated by this trash? At most 3 moves and I'll beat him until he pisses his pants." Bian Chusheng, this trash doesn't need you to teach him a lesson. Jiang Wenlong's face was filled with arrogance as he disdainfully glanced at Yixing and said, "That's for the best, but, hee." Bian Chuxing sneered and said, "Jiang Wenlong, if you lose, I'll take revenge for you." Pay. Impossible. The other 18 people's names were quickly determined. The 9 students who broke through to the 7th stage of the martial Dao first would draw lots for the other 9. There would be 5 pairs of 7 Dao masters. This was the highlight of this round. The second round of the elimination round had a total of 10 battles. There were only 5 arenas, so it would be divided into 2 rounds. Yixing and Jiang Wenlong's battle would take place in the easternmost arena of the first round. Among the 5 battles, 3 of them were between martial Dao masters, which attracted most of the audience's attention. Not many people were watching the battle between Yixing and Jiang Wenlong. "Come on, see how I'll beat you until you piss your pants, hee." Jiang Wenlong sneered. His weapon was a long spear. The tip of the spear was shining with a cold light. It was a high-grade weapon. As the saying goes, a month with a stick and a year with a saber, a lifetime with a spear. Spear techniques were the most difficult to master, but once mastered, the power was amazing. "Let's begin." The deacon on the side said. "Die." When the deacon said, "Begin," Jiang Wenlong's temperament changed instantly. His eyes widened, and his momentum was amazing. He shouted loudly. Whoosh! The long spear pierced forward. The spear was dazzling, and it was like a straight white chain bursting out. Whoosh! There was no wind and waves in the air. The air within a radius of 10 feet was stirred up by Jiang Wenlong's piercing, which almost caused the wind. It seemed that Jiang Wenlong had worked hard on his spear. His spear technique was very good. Ordinary level 6 martial artists, even if their cultivation was at the peak of level 6, couldn't block his spear. However, this spear was not a big threat to Yixing. Yixing had already comprehended a trace of wind. Now that Jiang Wenlong's piercing caused the wind to move, Yixing felt the wind. It was as if there were eyes in all directions. How could he be pierced by the latter? Yixing stepped on the Big Dipper, and his body moved with the wind. In an instant, he floated up. Whether it was Jiang Wenlong or the surrounding audience, they all felt dazzled. When they looked again, Yixing was already in midair and stepped on the spearhead. How fast was Jiang Wenlong's spear? Yixing was actually able to accurately step on the spearhead at this critical moment. This caused everyone's expressions to change in shock. If he had stepped a little faster and stepped on the front of the spearhead, then this spear would have pierced a big hole in his foot. Unfortunately, in Yixing's dictionary, there were no ifs. Since he dared to step on it, it was naturally foolproof. Yixing's body looked light, but when he stepped on the spearhead, it was extremely heavy. Immediately, the spearhead sank down and fell to the ground. Too slow. Yixing's voice sounded like a slap to Jiang Wenlong's face. While speaking, Yixing moved his feet and walked quickly along the spear shaft toward Jiang Wenlong. Jiang Wenlong's expression was shocked, and his body quickly retreated. He instantly withdrew his spear and swept it across his waist, total annihilation. The spear swept across like a crescent moon, and in an instant, it shot forward with a terrifying momentum. The air seemed to be cut in half by the spear. Yixing was in the air, and fell to the ground like 1,000 jin. His body leaned back, and the spear cut above his stomach, but it missed again. Too slow. Yixing still gave the same evaluation. You're courting death. Feeling the sarcasm in Yixing's words, Jiang Wenlong was furious, and angrily said, "Strength breaking 1,000 mountains." Jiang Wenlong's body jumped up, and with both hands holding the spear, it was as if he was holding a dragon, and fiercely smashed it to the ground. The spearhead drew a sharp spear light and shot out, cutting everything in front of it in half, and slashing toward Yixing. This spear had an indomitable momentum, and when the spearhead slashed down, it was enough to cut through everything. Unfortunately, the spear's attack was strong, but its transformation was slow. When the spear fell to the ground, Yixing had already disappeared. The spear had split a large piece of the solid floor, but it did not touch the corner of Yixing's clothes. Too slow. Yixing's voice rang out, and the content was the same. However, when Jiang Wenlong heard it this time, he did not feel the slightest bit of anger. He only felt his hair stand on end, and his heart was greatly shocked. Yixing's voice came from behind him, so close that it sounded like it was ringing in his ear. Jiang Wenlong's move, strength breaking 1,000 mountains, was too fierce, and at this moment, he was unable to withdraw his spear and counterattack. Without waiting for Jiang Wenlong to dodge, he felt a pain in the back of his head, and Yixing's fist had already landed. With a heavy blow to the head, Jiang Wenlong was suddenly stunned. He only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and his body fell forward. After all, Jiang Wenlong was a LV7 martial Dao master, and his internal strength protected his body, so he was not really stunned by Yixing's attack. He rushed forward a few steps, felt the wind behind his head, and immediately turned his body. The spear was like a dragon, sweeping in an instant. Still too slow. Yixing's voice rang out again, and Jiang Wenlong's hair stood on end. The voice was right in front of him. However, Jiang Wenlong did not see Yixing's body, but only saw a sky full of fist shadows. High-grade martial arts technique, 1,000 shadow fist. Bang bang bang. Not only was Jiang Wenlong punched in the chest, the arm holding the spear was also hit hard, and the long spear in his hand was knocked out of his hand. Even the weapon was knocked out of his hand. Jiang Wenlong was really frightened at this moment, and he used his body movement to the limit to retreat. However, Yixing's speed was faster than him. As soon as the 1,000 shadow fist came out, there were many fist shadows, and Jiang Wenlong's nose and face were swollen. Even if Jiang Wenlong was a LV7 martial Dao master, he could not withstand several blows and was directly knocked to the ground by Yixing. His back hit the ground heavily, and the shock made Jiang Wenlong's qi and blood surged. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Stage of martial arts, wind-chasing kick. Yixing's leg was like the wind, and as fast as lightning. His body turned over, and his leg smashed down like an iron spear. Bang! Jiang Wenlong was hit by Yixing's leg, and his stomach was hit hard. Not only did he suffer serious internal injuries, but he was also beaten to incontinence in an instant, and feces and urine came out. Exclamations were heard everywhere, and the students who watched the battle were shocked. They never expected that Jiang Wenlong, a martial Dao master, would be beaten so miserably by Yixing. Chapter 100. Jiang Wenlong suffered such a heavy blow that he almost fainted from the pain. If it was a battle of life and death, Yixing could easily take Jiang Wenlong's life. Since it was an assessment, Yixing naturally wouldn't be so ruthless. After severely injuring Jiang Wenlong, he retreated. Did I win? Yixing asked the shocked administrator. A 6th-stage martial artist had severely injured a 7th-stage grandmaster. The administrator was shocked and lost in thought. He only reacted when Yixing asked. In an assessment, one side didn't necessarily lose if they were injured. This was because opponents of similar strength could be injured. The one who was injured first might not necessarily lose in the end. Therefore, only by admitting defeat would one be considered to have lost. If one didn't admit defeat, the battle could continue. The current Jiang Wenlong was obviously unable to admit defeat on his own. However, since he was already injured to this extent, Yixing could not continue to attack him. Naturally, he had to let the steward make the decision. When the administrator came back to his senses, he looked at Yixing in shock. He nodded and said, "I won." "Of course I won." Yixing smiled faintly and left the arena. Jiang Wenlong was naturally carried away. At this moment, the students in the other arenas were in an uproar. When they heard the exclamations, they looked over and realized that Jiang Wenlong, who was in the 7th stage of the martial path, had actually been defeated by Yixing and was severely injured. The gap between a 6th-stage martial artist and a 7th-stage grandmaster was huge. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. When they heard the news, they were all shocked. all the students regretted not watching the battle between Yixing and Jiang Wenlong. They had missed the opportunity to watch a 6th-stage martial artist defeat a 7th-stage grandmaster. Such an opportunity was hard to come by in a lifetime. Luckily, they were still in the middle of the competition. Yixing's next opponent would definitely be a 7th-level grandmaster. All the students had already decided in their hearts that they absolutely couldn't miss out on Yixing's next battle. The students who had already been eliminated, as spectators, were naturally here to watch the show. As for the students who hadn't been eliminated, especially those who were at the 7th level of the adept level, their expressions were solemn. They treated Yixing as a powerful opponent. Not long after, the other 4 battles also ended one after another. The victors were all 7th-level grandmasters. In particular, the winners in the middle, south, and north arenas were Jing Feitian, Yu Xixue, and Li Yanzhao. All 3 of them had defeated martial Dao masters of the same realm and were equally famous, becoming the hot topic of discussion. As the only girl among the 3, Yu Xixue won the admiration of countless male students and became the most popular student. As for the winner in the West Arena, Ling Fengjue, his opponent was only at the peak of the 6th stage. This was a natural result and was ignored by most of the students. The last 5 matches of the second round of the elimination round soon began. In this round, there were 2 pairs of martial Dao masters, which attracted the attention of the audience. After a fierce battle, the victors of the 2 martial Dao masters were finally decided. One was Bian Chusheng, and the other was Zhao Xingyang. As for the other 3 battles, the opponents of the martial Dao masters were all 6th-level martial artists. These 6th-level martial artists were quite outstanding in the same realm, but they were far inferior in front of the 7th-level masters. Naturally, the 3 martial Dao masters won. At the end of the second round, the top 10 freshman assessment were decided. They were Jing Feitian, Yu Xixue, Li Yanzhao, Bian Chusheng, Zhao Xingyang, Ling Fengjue, Nan Xinro, Yu Hua, Yang Ping, and Yixing. Among the top 10, there were 9 martial Dao masters, and only Yixing was a 6th-level martial artist. However, no one had any objection to this. Yixing entered the top 10 because of his strength. At least half of the martial Dao masters in the top 10 were very afraid of Yixing. However, Yixing was not the most popular among the top 10. Jing Feitian, Yu Xixue, Li Yanzhao, Bian Chusheng, and Zhao Xingyang, the 5 7th-level masters who had defeated masters of the same realm, were the real heroes and the most popular candidates for the top 5. After all, Yixing's cultivation was his weakness in front of the 7th-level masters. Naturally, the strength of the 5 7th-level masters, including Jing Feitian, was more convincing, and Yixing was just more surprising. The assessment entered the 3rd round of the elimination round, and 5 out of 10 would advance. In this round, the 5 people who had defeated masters of the same realm would draw lots. Their targets were Ling Fengjue, Nan Xinro, Yu Hua, Yang Ping, and Yixing. Li Yanzhao, Bian Chusheng, Ling Fengjue, and Yu Hua had all come into contact with Xiong Qisheng, and their gazes towards Yixing were very unfriendly. However, in this round, they did not directly challenge Yixing like Jiang Wenlong did. Yixing was only a 6th-level martial Dao master. A 7th-level master challenging a 6th-level martial artist was a disgrace. It would be good if he won, but if he lost, it would be really embarrassing. Jiang Wenlong had now become a joke. With this lesson in mind, the other 4 naturally would not take the initiative to challenge Yixing. In any case, as long as Yixing advanced, there would always be a chance to deal with Yixing. After the drawing of lots, the names of the 3rd round were confirmed. Jing Feitian against Ling Fengjue, Yu Xixue against Nan Xinro, Li Yanzhao against Yu Hua, Bian Chusheng against Yang Ping, and Zhao Xingyang against Yixing. When the battle venues were confirmed, most of the students ran to the east and west. Very few went to the other 3 venues. The eastern venue was Yu Xixue against Nan Xinro. Among the top 10, only the 2 of them were women. Moreover, they were both beautiful and had high popularity. Zhao Xingyang and Yixing were on the west side of the arena. There was no doubt that compared to the duel between martial Dao masters, Yixing, a LV6 martial artist, was the most interesting duel among the students. If it weren't for the two beauties, Yu Sishue and Nan Shinro, who had attracted a lot of spectators, more than 80% of the students would have run to the Western venue. Western venue. Yi Xing and Zhao Xingyang faced off. I'm not that trash, Jiang Wenlong. Zhao Xingyang glared at Yi Xing. As an 8-star Destiny Realm genius, Zhao Xingyang was naturally one of the people who mocked Yi Xing. At that time, he never expected that a 2-star Destiny Realm that he regarded as trash would become his opponent in the assessment. Although Yi Xing defeated Jiang Wenlong, Zhao Xingyang was still confident. In the previous round, he also defeated a 7th-level martial Dao master. He didn't think that he was weaker than Yi Xing naturally. Zhao Xingyang didn't dare to look down on Yi Xing like before. He already regarded Yi Xing as an opponent on the same level. Yi Xing's figure was like a mountain. He faintly smiled. There's no difference between the two of you. Zhao Xingyang was furious. Don't think that you can look down on other martial Dao masters just because you defeated Jiang Wenlong. I will let you understand how terrifying a martial Dao master is. Yi Xing's smile didn't change. I'll be waiting. Around the venue, the students were also discussing. Student A, who do you think will win? Student B, I think it should be Zhao Xingyang. He also defeated a 7th-level martial Dao master in the previous round. Student C, Yi Xing is already very heaven-defying to be able to rush into the top 10. This is also because of his good luck. Jiang Wenlong seems to be the last to break through to the 7th level. If he met another 7th-level martial Dao master in the previous round, he might not have won. Student D, I think we should ask how long Yi Xing can last against Zhao Xingyang. Zhao Xingyang was one of the popular candidates for the top 5. The students were very confident in him. On the contrary, they had very little confidence in Yi Xing. Most of them thought that Yi Xing would lose this battle. It was just a matter of how long he could last against Zhao Xingyang. The surrounding discussions made Zhao Xingyang extremely proud, and he smiled mischievously. On the other hand, Yi Xing's figure was still tall and straight, and he was like a mountain that stood firmly in the abyss. The words of the others didn't affect him in the slightest. He wouldn't refute these words. He would only use facts to prove it. Let's start. The deacon on the side ordered. Zhao Xingyang chuckled, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. His 2 palms turned crimson red, as if they were about to burn. Red flame palm. It was a high-grade martial art technique with fire attribute internal force. Its power was amazing. Aren't you fast? Hee hee. Let's see which is faster, your speed or my palm print. Zhao Xingyang sneered. He channeled his internal force and the red color of his palms became more obvious. He slammed his palm toward Yi Xing. The wind from the palm whistled and the heat wave was like a tide. A red palm print was instantly launched. The palm print wasn't as sharp as the sword chi, but its power was definitely stronger. It was very powerful. Yi Xing stepped on the Big Dipper and his body was like a phantom. He dodged the palm print attack in an instant. However, before Yi Xing could counterattack, Zhao Xingyang shouted again, 5 chain seals. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xingyang launched 5 consecutive palm prints. 5 palm prints were launched at the same time. It was difficult to tell which one was first as they attacked Yi Xing. The 5 palm prints blocked all of Yi Xing's escape routes. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. His opponent's palm technique restrained his movement technique. However, Yi Xing's expression was as usual. The corner of his mouth curled up. He relied on more than just his movement technique. Boom! Yi Xing punched out. In an instant, the roar of a tiger could be heard. An explosive aura instantly surged in all directions like a tide. Unleashing the tiger roar, Yi Xing advanced courageously like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, rushing towards Zhao Xingyang. Bang! The red flame palm print was smashed by Yi Xing's punch. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Zhao Xingyang. Seeing that Yi Xing wanted to fight him head-on, Zhao Xingyang was not surprised. His opponent was only at the 6th level of cultivation. In terms of internal force, he was far superior. In a head-on fight, he could heavily injure his opponent in less than 3 moves. Red Flame Palm. Roaring Tiger Fist. In an instant, the 2 fists and palms collided. With a loud boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The surrounding spectators all widened their eyes in shock. They stared intently at the 2 people in the battle, afraid that they would miss a single moment. After the explosion, Zhao Xingyang's body shook. He immediately took a step back and his expression changed. Take another punch. Yi Xing was invincible. His black hair flew in the wind. He was as powerful as a tiger. He took a step forward and punched out again. The roar of a tiger could be heard in the forest. This is impossible. At this moment, many students exclaimed in shock. In the head-on collision between Yi Xing and Zhao Xingyang, it was Zhao Xingyang who was repelled. This was unbelievable. Chapter 101. The fist and palm collided for the second time. Zhao Xingyang's expression changed again. He took 3 steps back and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Compared to the shock in Zhao Xingyang's eyes, Yi Xing's eyes were full of confidence and high spirits. Compared to defeating his opponent with mysterious movements, he preferred the most direct way to crush his opponent. In a head-on collision, every punch would land on flesh and blood would be spilled. This was the only way to stimulate Yi Xing's boiling blood. This was the only way to release the energy in his body. This was the only way to create the most comfortable feeling and elevate his spirit. Yi Xing's roaring tiger fist had already reached the transcendent state and had reached the acme of perfection. What did it mean to reach perfection? It was only when one used that spirit that it could be considered to have reached perfection. There were different levels in the level of perfection. Yi Xing's roaring tiger fist could only be considered to have just reached the level of perfection. It was at the edge of the level of perfection. True perfection was even more mysterious and unfathomable. It was the highest level of the transformative stage. At this moment, Yi Xing's blood was boiling and his spirit was elevated. In a flash, his roaring tiger fist was even more profound and unpredictable. It had reached the most mysterious level. His aura was almost connected to the heaven and earth. Yi Xing only felt that he had touched a forbidden level. His body was one with the heaven and earth. The power in his body was endless. Take another punch. Yi Xing shouted. His voice was like a tiger's roar. It was so powerful that it shook the surroundings. The students' hearts sank when they heard it. It was as if they were being suppressed by an invisible force. Zhao Xingyang's eyes were suddenly filled with fear. At this moment, Yi Xing's figure was no longer in his eyes. Instead, he saw an incomparably huge tiger, roaring at him and pouncing on him. What was spirit? Spirit was the aura, the suppression of the mind. Because Yi Xing's punch was only aimed at Zhao Xingyang, only Zhao Xingyang could feel the spirit of Yi Xing's punch. As for the other students, they felt that Yi Xing's punch was not much different from the previous 2. God was a form of mental suppression. Therefore, the tiger in Zhao Xingyang's eyes was infinitely huge, almost as tall as the sky, occupying the whole world. Seeing such a huge tiger pouncing over, Zhao Xingyang was so scared that he almost peed his pants. There was only fear left in his heart, and he even forgot to use the scarlet flame palm. He just instinctively raised his hands to block. Bang! With a deep sound, Zhao Xingyang's body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying by Yi Xing's punch. He was blasted dozens of feet away and was directly blasted out of the battlefield. The spectating students quickly dodged, and Zhao Xingyang fell to the ground. His arms were dripping with blood, and he spat out blood. He was seriously injured. Previously, when Zhao Xingyang was at a disadvantage, the students were already shocked and exclaimed, "Impossible." However, just as they exclaimed, "Impossible," Yi Xing gave them an even greater shock. He actually sent Zhao Xingyang flying with a punch. This simply made all the students dumbfounded. Except for the students who dodged Zhao Xingyang's body, the rest were all dumbfounded. They could not believe the scene just now. After Yi Xing sent Zhao Xingyang flying, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. All the sounds around him quieted down, and his heart was as still as water. Yi Xing had coincidentally reached the realm of spirit and transformation with that punch just now. He had a sudden epiphany in his heart. In the process of epiphany, one could accidentally feel a profound understanding and quickly turn it into something one truly understood. For martial artists, epiphany was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. The majority of martial artists would not have the chance to experience it even once in their lifetime. After a full breath, the deacon on the side recovered from his shock and announced the result. Yi Xing wins and advances to the top 5. The deacon's words caused all the martial artists to recover from their dumbfounded state. In an instant, there was an endless stream of surprised discussions. See, Yi Xing actually defeated Zhao Xingyang? Why didn't Zhao Xingyang resist just now? He only knew how to raise his hand to block. Otherwise, how could he be defeated so miserably by Yi Xing's punch? A student of the ordinary class, and a 2-star heavens mandate, with a cultivation of the 6th stage of the martial path, actually defeated 2 7th-stage grandmasters in a row and advanced to the top 5. Who can tell me, am I dreaming right now? Or am I hallucinating? Top 5, TSK. Even if the worst gets 5th place, there will be 4 upper-grade star accumulating pills and 1 upper-grade medicinal herb as a reward. It's really enviable. Sigh. The other 4 battles are not over yet, and he has already defeated Zhao Xingyang so quickly. I'm afraid his strength is considered to be in the top 5. His final ranking is probably not just 5th. Do you think he will take 1st place? 1st place? See. Isn't this too exaggerated? What if he takes 1st place? That's too ridiculous. There are 15 martial Dao masters in the genius class. It's already a great shame for him to enter the top 5. If he takes 1st place, the genius class will not be called the genius class, it will be called the trash class. That's right. The academy specially divided 1 genius class and 10 ordinary classes. Isn't it to highlight the genius class and focus on cultivating geniuses? If the 1st place is taken by the ordinary class, then it's really blind. Why is Yi Xing sitting there all the time? The battle between him and Zhao Xingyang was not long, so he shouldn't have consumed too much energy. How could he have adjusted his internal breath? Yes, it's really strange. Is he cultivating? It won't be long before the top 5 assessment. What's the use of this time to cultivate? Oh. Why are you shouting? Do you feel that there's a strange aura on Yi Xing? It feels very mysterious and profound. Is there? It seems that there really is. Why do I feel like I'm looking at a martial Dao grandmaster instead of a LV6 martial artist when I look at him? I understand. He is having an epiphany. The students discussed in surprise and finally discovered Yi Xing's abnormality. Moreover, some students thought of an epiphany and almost screamed out in surprise. Epiphany was simply a legend to the majority of martial artists. It was difficult to encounter one in their lifetime. However, any martial artist knew that epiphany was extremely beneficial to martial artists. If they could encounter it, it would be a great opportunity. How is this possible? He's only a LV6 martial artist. How can he reach the state of epiphany? Some students exclaimed in disbelief. Epiphany, since it had the word enlightenment, naturally had something to do with the martial artist's comprehension. Generally speaking, the higher a martial artist's attainment in martial arts, the easier it was for them to have an epiphany. The higher their attainment in martial arts, the higher their cultivation, and it was directly proportional. Therefore, when there were records of epiphany, the person was either a martial sage or a LV9 martial artist. Even LV8 martial artists were rare. Yi Xing was only a LV6 martial artist. Although his current state was very similar to the legendary epiphany, some students still found it hard to believe. When some students voiced their doubts, many others chimed in, expressing that it was impossible. However, the deacon in charge of the venue said with certainty, he has indeed entered the state of epiphany. This deacon was a LV8 martial artist. He was a LV8 martial artist. His vision was much higher than these new students, so his words were naturally credible. He's really in the state of epiphany. I heard that entering the state of epiphany will bring great benefits. Whether it's cultivation or strength, it will increase rapidly. He's already defeated Zhao Xingyang. If his strength increases again in the state of epiphany, won't he be first in this assessment? The students cried out in surprise once again. Yi Xing. At this moment, a sudden roar shook the sky. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xing. A surging aura erupted, suppressing Yi Xing puff. Yi Xing was interrupted in the process of epiphany, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. If it had been a normal discussion, no matter how loud it was, Yi Xing would have calmed himself down and ignored it in the state of epiphany. However, this roar was like a clap of thunder. Moreover, it was called his name, and it carried a shocking aura that suppressed him. Naturally, it forcibly pulled him out of the state of epiphany. How difficult was it to enter the state of epiphany? Interrupting one's epiphany was equivalent to cutting off one's opportunity. This could lead to a life and death battle. Flames of anger burned in Yi Xing's eyes. Just a little bit more, and he would have completely comprehended. Not only the roaring tiger fist, but many other martial arts techniques would have reached the true state of spirit. However, such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was interrupted at the last moment. This caused his inner breath to go berserk, his qi and blood to flow backward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it were not for his super brain's powerful ability that allowed him to remain clear-headed at such a critical moment and instantly control the berserk inner breath and reverse qi and blood in his body, the moment his epiphany was interrupted, he would have almost gone mad and been severely injured. The students who were discussing in shock immediately quieted down. They looked at Xiong Qixing in front of Yi Xing in shock. They wondered, what kind of undying hatred is there between the two of them? Otherwise, why would Xiong Qixing do such a terrible thing to Yi Xing? Xiong, Qi, Sheng. You are seeking death. Yi Xing stood up. His eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent as he stared at Xiong Qixing and said word by word. Xiong Qixing sneered and said, Yi Xing, you should know the rules in front of your seniors. He. I'm here to inform you that you will be the first to fight against Bian Chuxing for the top 5. Yi Xing said coldly, the arrangement will be decided by the school's deacons. It's not up to a student like you to interfere. You're clearly trying to interrupt my epiphany. Xiong Qixing said in shock, so you're in the middle of an epiphany? He. Don't joke around. How can you enter the state of epiphany? I'm just here to inform you. I saw that you seemed to be sleeping with your eyes closed, so I spoke a little louder. He. I'm so sorry. Yi Xing snorted and said, go ahead and pretend. I'll make you pay for it very soon. As he spoke, Yi Xing's aura suddenly exploded. He released his cultivation and it was already at the late stage of LV6. Chapter 102. Although Yi Xing's epiphany had been interrupted by Xiong Qixing, the super brain's quick reaction had stopped the chaos in his body and blood, so he wasn't affected too much. In fact, Yi Xing had benefited greatly from the epiphany. Not only had his martial arts skills improved a lot, but his cultivation had also skyrocketed and reached the late stage of the 6th rank. The only pity was that his martial arts had almost reached the final juncture in the epiphany. If he had completed it, not only would his cultivation be promoted to a higher realm, but he could also enter the state where he could blow Zhao Xingyang away with one punch at any time. Yi Xing's spirit was so powerful that it seemed to occupy the entire world in Zhao Xingyang's eyes. Zhao Xingyang was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to fight back. He only cupped his fists and blocked the attack. If every punch could be so powerful, any martial Dao master would be nothing in front of Yi Xing. They would be like ants. Therefore, even though Yi Xing had benefited greatly from the epiphany, he was still very angry. Seeing that Yi Xing's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6th rank, Xiong Qixing's face darkened. It seemed that he had been too slow in interrupting Yi Xing's epiphany. Yi Xing had already benefited greatly from the epiphany. You'll make me pay the price soon. How soon? Now? Xiong Qixing's eyes were sharp and his aura was sharp as he said coldly. Seeing that Yi Xing's cultivation had increased so quickly, Xiong Qixing wasn't confident about the battle anymore. Yi Xing had reached the late stage of the 6th rank from the peak of the 5th rank in just 1 month. What would happen in 2 months? Even though Xiong Qixing was confident that he could reach the 8th rank in 2 months, Yi Xing's cultivation and strength had increased too much. Naturally, he wasn't confident. Yi Xing was only a 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator. Logically speaking, this kind of trash would be at the bottom of the list even in the small towns under Azure Sky City. However, Xiong Qixing was aware of Yi Xing's experience. Before the age of 16, he was a nobody, but after that, he had soared into the sky in just a few months. Not only did he have a great reputation in the celestial Azure City, surpassing one genius after another, he even showed signs of rising rapidly in the Purple Mountain Institute, where geniuses gathered. This made Xiong Qixing fearful of Yi Xing's future. He felt that the more time passed, the more mature Yi Xing would become. Therefore, Xiong Qixing couldn't wait for the battle between him and Yi Xing to start 2 months later. Xiong Qixing had interrupted Yi Xing's epiphany. This was simply touching Yi Xing's reverse scale. Ever since he was eliminated to the ordinary class, Yi Xing's heart had been burning with rage. Now, this rage was even more intense. Yi Xing also didn't want to wait another 2 months to deal with Xiong Qixing. He also wanted to do it as soon as possible. The earlier he dealt with Xiong Qixing, the better Yi Xing would feel. I'll deal with you after the test. Yi Xing's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Xiong Qixing. If he hadn't experienced the epiphany, Yi Xing wouldn't have challenged Xiong Qixing so quickly. However, the increase in his strength during the epiphany gave him confidence. Xiong Qixing's eyes lit up. His primary purpose for interrupting Yi Xing's epiphany was to destroy Yi Xing's opportunity. However, he also thought about provoking Yi Xing so that Yi Xing wouldn't be able to hold back his anger and fight with him ahead of time. If Yi Xing wanted to fight with him now, it would be exactly what Xiong Qixing wanted. Xiong Qixing revealed a cruel smile. Hee, very good. I'll wait for you. No way. Yi Xing actually wants to fight with Xiong Qixing after the test? This is too reckless. Xiong Qixing is a student of the advanced genius class. His cultivation is already at the peak of the 7th level. Arrogant, too arrogant. I don't even know if he can get first place in the test. Even if he gets first place in the test, he can only defeat a few martial Dao masters in the early 7th level. What right does he have to fight with Xiong Qixing? He may have seen that he defeated a martial Dao master twice in a row and is a little overconfident. He thinks that he can defeat all the martial Dao masters. This is indeed arrogant. He must have been blinded by anger. It's indeed hateful that he was interrupted in the state of epiphany. However, he should know his limits. How can he be Xiong Qixing's opponent? Isn't he asking for trouble? Yi Xing was actually going to compete with Xiong Qixing, which made all the students extremely shocked, and once again they started to talk about it. At this time, the other 4 battles had already ended. Ling Fengjue defeated Jing Feitian, Yu Sixue defeated Nan Xinro, Li Yanzhao defeated Yu Hua, and Bian Chuxing defeated Yang Ping. Ling Fengjue, Yu Sixue, Li Yanzhao, Bian Chuxing, and Yi Xing were the top 5. Except for Yi Xing, the other 4 were naturally very strong. Xiong Qixing felt happy and sneered in his heart. When the deacons in charge of the test gathered to decide the order of appearance of the top 5, he walked over. Deacon He, Deacon Luo, Xiong Qixing greeted them and then said in an extremely low voice, "The first battle of the top 5 will be between Yi Xing and Bian Chuxing. Then it will be between Yi Xing and Yu Sixue, Yi Xing and Li Yanzhao, and Yi Xing and Ling Fengjue consecutively." Deacon He was the deacon who had presided over the battle between Yi Xing and Zhao Xingyang. When he heard this, he said unhappily, "How can you let someone fight 4 battles consecutively? Isn't this a tag team battle? It's very unfair to Yi Xing." When Deacon He saw Xiong Qixing interrupting Yi Xing's epiphany, He knew that there was a huge enmity between the two of them. However, he didn't expect that in order to deal with Yixing, Xiong Qixing would even interfere with the test. His expression was unhappy. However, Xiong Qixing was the vice principal's disciple. Even though Deacon he was unhappy, he didn't chase Xiong Qixing away. Furthermore, in order to protect Xiong Qixing's face, he also lowered his voice. Xiong Qixing chuckled, and continued in a low voice, "Deacons, this is not my idea, but the idea of my teacher, Vice Principal Wang Haiqing. If Yixing, this trash from the ordinary class, were to take the first place, not only would it be a disgrace to the students of the gifted class, but it would also bring shame to the academy. Therefore, it is natural that we must prevent Yixing from taking the first place." When they heard Xiong Qixing say that this was Vice Principal Wang Haiqing's idea, the expressions of the deacons changed. Naturally, they didn't have any objections. The school also placed great importance on this new student assessment. Vice Principal Wang Haiqing was watching from the VIP building at the side. They guessed that Xiong Qixing wouldn't dare to pass on his master's idea. The first match of the top 5 ranking battle, Bian Chuxing vs Yixing, very quickly, a deacon announced the name list for the first match. The top 5 ranking battle would only take place in the middle of the arena. Match after match, all the spectators gathered around the middle of the arena. Yixing and Bian Chuxing walked towards the arena. The students took the initiative to make way for them. Yixing went up in the first match, and his target was Bian Chuxing. This was exactly as Xiong Qixing had said before. In addition, before the deacon announced the name list, Xiong Qixing had contacted several deacons. This made Yixing understand that Xiong Qixing must have played some tricks in the following battle. However, Yixing was not afraid at all. In the face of absolute strength, any method was useless. If Yixing couldn't even deal with Bian Chuxing and the other 3 martial Dao masters in the early stage of level 7, then he would be courting death if he still wanted to settle his grudge with Xiong Qixing after the assessment. This was obviously impossible. Hee. Bian Chuxing had a cold smile on his face. "Yixing, you are really unexpected. Not only was Jiang Wenlong defeated by you, even Zhao Xingyang was mysteriously defeated by you. However, you are not so lucky to have met me." Lucky? Bian Chuxing thought that he was lucky to have advanced to the top 5. Yixing showed a smile on his face. It was good to be confident, but it was stupid to blindly think highly of oneself and look down on others. "What are you laughing at?" Bian Chuxing felt the sarcasm in Yixing's smile and said angrily. "I am laughing at you for being an idiot," Yixing said lightly. Although Bian Chuxing had never heard of the word idiot, he roughly understood the meaning. There were 2 words in the word idiot. Wasn't it used to describe a fool? Bian Chuxing's face was full of anger. He glared fiercely at Yixing and then said to Deacon Luo, "Can we start?" "Let's start." Deacon Luo nodded. "I will let you know who is the real idiot," Bian Chuxing said coldly. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped. Bian Chuxing's palm was covered with a layer of white frost. No wonder Bian Chuxing was so confident. It turned out that he was the same as Zhao Xingyang. He had also cultivated his internal strength into an attribute. Moreover, his ice internal strength was more vigorous than Zhao Xingyang's raging flame internal strength. Internal strength with an attribute was cultivated in a special place. For example, raging flame internal strength could only be cultivated in a place with abundant fire energy. On the other hand, ice internal strength could only be cultivated in a place with ice and snow or in a cold place like a cold pond. Internal strength with an attribute had an additional destructive effect compared to ordinary internal strength. It was more powerful under the same strength. As soon as Bian Chuxing finished speaking, his whole body was like a flying eagle pouncing on a rabbit. He jumped 10 feet and pounced on Yixing with a punch. Upper grade martial skill, Frost Fist. The Frost Fist performed with ice internal strength was very powerful. Moreover, wherever the wind from the palm passed, it would be bone-chilling and weaken the opponent's state. No wonder Bian Chuxing was able to defeat 2 martial Dao masters of the same realm and break into the top 5. Xiong Qixing arranged for Bian Chuxing to fight in the first round. Obviously, he was very sure of Bian Chuxing's strength and wanted to defeat Yixing in the first round. However, in the face of Bian Chuxing's terrifying palm, Yixing's expression did not change at all. He just casually threw out a palm. Are you kidding me? Lower grade martial skill, great monument hand? The audience present were all people who had cultivated upper grade martial skills. How could they not see that Yixing had used the lower grade martial skill, great monument hand? They were extremely shocked. In the eyes of the spectators, Yixing's palm strike was very casual. However, in Bian Chuxing's eyes, this palm strike covered the heavens and earth. Bian Chuxing's expression changed drastically, and his heart trembled. The momentum of the frigid frost palm dissipated instantly. In the shocked eyes of the audience, Bian Chuxing's frost fist was defeated and was slapped away by Yixing's palm. However, Yixing's palm continued to move forward and imprinted on Bian Chuxing's chest. Bang! Bian Chuxing was sent flying by Yixing's palm. He was like a kite with a broken string floating in the distance. Chapter 103. Whether it was the students or the deacons, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the teachers in the VIP building and the higher-ups of the academy had a change in expression. Their faces were filled with obvious shock. A master in the 7th stage of the martial path was defeated by Yixing, who was in the 6th stage of the martial path. This was unbelievable. Bian Chuxing flew more than 10 feet away and fell to the ground. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and couldn't get up for a while. His face was ashen. Not only was his body severely injured, but his mind was also severely damaged. Bian Chuxing finally understood why Yixing called him an idiot. It was because he was an idiot. He couldn't even block Yixing's palm, but he thought that he was infallible in front of Yixing. It was ridiculous. Bian Chuxing's defeat made Yu Cixue, Li Yanzhao, and Ling Fengjue look serious. Yixing's strength was far beyond their expectations. The first round, Yixing wins. Bian Chuxing loses. Deacon Luo was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and announced the results of the first round. Then, he announced the names of the participants for the second round. The second round, Yu Cixue versus Yixing. Many students found it strange that Yixing would be in the second round. Logically speaking, since Yixing had participated in the first round, he wouldn't participate in the second round. It should be a fight between 2 of the remaining 3 people. The third round would be between the last person and Yixing, who had won the first round. The same person was arranged for 2 consecutive rounds. This was suspected to be a tag team battle. However, the students knew that Yixing defeated Bian Chuxing with a single palm. He didn't consume much energy. Even if he fought consecutively, his opponent in the second round wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. Yu Cixue walked in front of Yixing. Her expression was charming as she said softly to Yixing, "Senior brother Yi, please show mercy." As the goddess of the genius class, Yu Cixue's expression almost stole the souls of many male students. Many male students wished they could replace Yixing and imagined that Yu Cixue would be so charming to them. Yixing's expression didn't change at all as he nodded slightly. Although Yu Cixue was beautiful, Yixing had seen the true face of Wei Qingxian, who was 10 times more beautiful than her. Now, Yixing's standards of beauty were no longer that of a country bumpkin. He compared everything to Wei Qingxian. In the face of Yu Cixue's charm, his heart was as calm as still water. "Let's begin," Deacon Luo ordered. He would be the judge of the top 5 ranking battles. Whoosh! As soon as Deacon Luo's voice fell, Yu Cixue's figure disappeared in a flash. Upper grade movement technique, wind shadow steps. The wind shadow steps was extremely fast. When it was used, one could only hear the sound of the wind and not see the body. Because of the extreme speed, the body faded into a faint shadow. In terms of strength, Yu Cixue wasn't stronger than other early stage 7th stage masters. Her strength was in her movement technique. With the wind shadow steps, which had surpassed the initial stage, she appeared and disappeared like a ghost and attacked her opponent suddenly. Whoosh! Yixing stepped on the Big Dipper and his body also turned illusory, leaving behind afterimages. Competing with him in movement technique? This was Yixing's strength. In the next moment, Yu Sishue's body appeared behind Yixing. Her fist was like a dragon emerging from the sea. It was powerful and overbearing. She used the upper-grade martial skill, Tyrant Dragon Fist. However, at this moment, Yixing's body had already disappeared. His afterimage flashed beside Yu Sishue. Yu Sishue's fist missed. Yixing appeared a few feet away from Yu Sishue, playing with a jade hairpin in his hand. Yu Sishue originally wanted to continue fighting with her opponent using the wind shadow steps. However, when she saw the jade hairpin in Yixing's hand, her expression changed. It was the hairpin on her head. She touched her head and sure enough, the hairpin had disappeared. A piercing chill appeared in Yu Sishue's heart. Yixing took the hairpin from her head and she didn't even notice. Didn't that mean that if Yixing wanted her life, she would already be dead? Thank you, Senior Brother Yi, for showing mercy. Sishue has lost. Yu Sishue bowed respectfully to Yixing with a face full of reverence. Yixing returned the hairpin to his opponent. In the second round, he won with one move again. At this time, the shock on the faces of the students was no longer as intense. The shock that Yixing had caused them had already reached the limit and they were beginning to become numb. After Yixing's enlightenment, his strength has increased by a lot. Bian Chusheng and Yu Sishue were both defeated by him in one move. It seems that first place in the exam will really be taken by him. Some students sighed. Yixing, as a student of the common class, had won first place in the exam. If such a thing really happened, it was likely that many years later, it would still be spread throughout the Purple Mountain Academy. This was because Yixing was originally in the gifted class. It was the academy that eliminated him to the common class. In the process of spreading this news, the academy would undoubtedly be the one that was slapped in the face. It seems that eliminating him to the common class was indeed the academy's mistake. He will definitely take first place in this exam. Li Yanzhao and Ling Fengjue's strength shouldn't be much different from Bian Chusheng and Yu Sishue's. I wonder if they can withstand one move from Yixing, some students said so. These words received the approval of the majority of the students. After all, based on the strength that Yixing had displayed, the results could basically be determined. The only difference was whether Li Yanzhao and Ling Fengjue could withstand one move from Yixing or even longer. At the highest floor of the VIP building, Vice Principal Wang Haiqing's face was gloomy. Yixing's elimination from the gifted class was something that Wang Haiqing had told him. Now, the more outstanding Yixing's performance was, the more Wang Haiqing's face would be slapped. Vice Principal Wang, such a genius, was actually eliminated to the common class. Hee, this is your people's negligence. An old man in his 60s stroked his long beard as he looked at Wang Haiqing. The corners of his eyes carried a faintly discernible smile. There were a total of 3 vice principals in the Indigo Mountain Institute. This old man was called Wu Yunshan, and he was also a vice principal. However, because the Wang clan's descendant, Wang Feng, was Zishan Ho's adopted son, Wang Haiqing's position in the Indigo Mountain Institute also rose along with the tide. It was faintly surpassing the other 2 vice principals. Most of the time, Wang Haiqing had the right to speak. Wang Haiqing was only in his 50s, and he was the youngest among the 3 vice principals. However, he was able to suppress the other 2 vice principals, which naturally caused the other 2 vice principals to be dissatisfied. Among the 3 vice principals, Mo Xiaozang only listened to Wang Haiqing. Now that Wang Haiqing's people had made a mistake, Wu Yunshan naturally took the opportunity to attack. Wang Haiqing coldly snorted and took a sip of tea. His expression slowly returned to normal as he said, "The competition is not over yet, and it's still too early to make a conclusion. Moreover, Yixing is only a 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator. How can he have any future prospects? Even if he's strong for now, it doesn't mean anything." Wu Yunshan didn't let go of this opportunity and said, "A 2-star Heavenly Fate Realm cultivator is naturally weak, but it doesn't mean that he can't become a talent. No talent can stop luck, and luck is accumulated by standing at the peak time after time. If Yixing can obtain first place in this competition, it can be seen that his luck isn't small. There's still hope for him to become a talent in the future. Hee, then Mo Xiaozong has really eliminated a genius, and he should be punished. At the very least, he should be stripped of his qualifications to lead the genius class, and a more steady and meticulous teacher should be sent to lead the new students. The other vice principal, Li Xiaoran, also nodded, that's right. If Yixing obtains first place, then Mo Xiaozong's qualifications to lead the genius class will be stripped. In the Violet Mountain Academy, there were several 9th stage martial path teachers, but there were only 2 in the genius class. Not all 9th stage martial masters were qualified to lead the genius class. And once they lead the genius class, they would have a teacher-student relationship with the other geniuses in the genius class. In the future, when these geniuses graduate and return to their respective families, they would either become elders or patriarchs. Therefore, being a teacher in the genius class was a good job. The 3 vice principals each had their own factions, and naturally, they would want their own people to be the teachers of the genius class. Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran, the 2 vice principals, had joined hands, and with Mo Xiaozong's weakness, it was completely possible to remove Mo Xiaozong from his position. Even Wang Haiqing would not be able to keep his position. After all, Wang Haiqing's words were only slightly more powerful, but not to the extent of being the king of the academy. At this time, Wu Yunshan's old face lit up with joy. He laughed, haha. Yixing defeated Li Yanzhao with one move again. It seems like Ling Fengjue is about the same under Yixing. The first place of the examination is Yixing's for sure. Li Xiaoran's expression was also filled with joy. As long as Mo Xiaozong's position was removed, then his people would have a 50% chance of succeeding. On the square, Li Yanzhao's situation was similar to Bian Chusheng's. He was also sent flying by Yixing's palm. Towards someone who had an agreement with Xiong Qisheng, Yixing would not show mercy. The third match, Yixing wins, Li Yanzhao loses. The fourth match, Ling Fengjue versus Yixing. Deacon Luo first announced the result of the third match, then immediately announced the name list for the fourth match. For the 4 consecutive matches, Yixing was present in all of them. He fought against 4 people in a row. Anyone could see that there was something fishy about the arrangement of the matches. It was obvious that they wanted to take turns to deal with Yixing. They did not want Yixing to obtain the first place of the examination. However, even if they took turns to fight, it did not have any effect. Looking at Yixing's expression, he did not look like he had consumed too much inner strength. In the 3 consecutive matches, Yixing defeated his opponents with one move, so he did not consume much inner strength. Therefore, in the 4th match against Ling Fengjue, Yixing was still in peak condition. At this time, even the most biased students were certain of the result. The first place of the examination would definitely belong to Yixing. Even if they did not want to see this result, Yixing's strength was too terrifying. Bian Chusheng, Yu Sixue, and Li Yanzhao were all defeated with one move. Ling Fengjue could not possibly be Yixing's opponent. Ling Fengjue walked into the arena and faced Yixing. Yixing was like a mountain standing tall and deep in the abyss. His temperament was otherworldly, while Ling Fengjue frowned slightly. His expression was melancholy. The difference in their auras was instantly determined. There was almost no suspense about the result of this match. However, at this time, a voice drilled into Yixing's ears. Yixing, I am the Vice Dean, Wang Haiqing. You have lost this match. After this, I will recall you back to the gifted class. The voice had been in a high position for a long time and was filled with a commanding tone. There will be another chapter tonight. The monthly votes are very sad. I beg for a monthly vote in tears. Chapter 104. Wang Haiqing. Jiang Haiqing was Xiong Qisheng's master. Although it was Xiong Qisheng who stepped in to eliminate him from the gifted class, Wang Haiqing's shadow was definitely behind it. Yixing was enraged. Wang Haiqing's words had caused him to fly into a rage. He wanted him to lose this battle. Furthermore, he was using a commanding tone. Yixing sneered in his heart. Who did he think he was? Perhaps because he saw the dissatisfaction on Yixing's face, Wang Haiqing's voice once again sounded in Yixing's ears. If you lose this battle, I can recall you back to the gifted class. If you dare to win, in this Purple Mountain Academy, there will be me, Wang Haiqing, and there will be no Yixing, a threat. It was a blatant threat. Facing the threat of a vice principal, how many students would not be afraid? Coincidentally, Yixing was one of them. I, Yixing, do things according to my heart. Who dares to force me? Yixing could not use his inner strength to transmit his voice to the other party. He could only snort coldly in his heart. At this moment, Ling Fengjue, who was opposite Yixing, also received Wang Haiqing's inner strength transmission. I am Wang Haiqing. Yixing has received my warning. You can attack as you wish. He won't dare to resist. Wang Haiqing had too much confidence in his own prestige. He thought that with his threat, he would definitely be able to make Yixing, a junior from an ordinary city, submit to him. Wang Haiqing? Vice Principal Wang? Ling Fengjue's eyes lit up. Yixing's goal was to become a martial saint. He did not place too much importance on Wang Haiqing, the vice principal. However, in Ling Fengjue's eyes, Wang Haiqing was an unreachable figure. After receiving Vice Principal Wang's transmission, how could Ling Fengjue not be happy? He did not doubt Wang Haiqing's words. He believed that Yixing would definitely listen to Wang Haiqing's warning and not dare to attack. No matter how strong Yixing was, if he did not dare to make a move, what was there to be afraid of? The fear in Ling Fengjue's heart immediately receded, and he became high-spirited. Hee. Yixing, if I defeat you, my name will definitely spread far and wide, and I will even take first place in the examination. Ling Fengjue thought to himself, and he was incomparably happy. When Deacon Luo said, "Begin," Ling Fengjue immediately unsheathed his sword and turned it into a cold light, thrusting towards Yixing high-grade martial skill, 9 Gale swords. The sword was like a gust of wind, and the sword light was like lightning. It was extremely fast. Ling Fengjue believed Wang Haiqing's words and believed that Yixing would not fight back. Therefore, this sword attack was completely offensive. It was fast, but in Yixing's eyes, it was full of openings. His gaze turned cold and he instantly attacked. Low-grade martial skill, flower-piercing hands. Yixing's hands were like butterflies piercing through flowers, passing through the sword light. In Ling Fengjue's eyes, Yixing's hands also turned into 2 butterflies, fluttering in the wind. His sword light was like blooming flowers. No matter how fast the butterflies flew, or how dense the flowers were, the butterflies did not come into contact with any of the flowers. In an instant, Yixing's hands pierced through the sword light. One of his hands slapped on Ling Fengjue's wrist, and the other on the sword hilt. Whoosh! In an instant, the treasured sword shot out from Ling Fengjue's hands, and was directly sent flying by Yixing. Ling Fengjue was surprised that Yixing dared to ignore Vice Dean Wang's warning, and actually dared to fight back. He felt a pain in his chest as he suffered a heavy blow. Peng 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 peng, Yixing punched out, and his fists turned into 1,000 shadows, overlapping each other. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 punches landed on Ling Fengjue's chest. He could only blame Ling Fengjue's bad luck. At this moment, Yixing's heart was burning with anger, so his attacks were much heavier than those of Bian Chusheng and Li Yanzhao. After receiving more than 10 punches from Yixing, Ling Fengjue's internal organs were damaged, and he was severely injured. His body was immediately sent flying, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood in the air. Ling Fengjue's defeat was not out of the expectations of the students. However, Yixing used 2 moves to beat him up so miserably, which shocked the students. They naturally did not know that before the battle, Yixing was threatened by Wang Haiqing, and his heart was burning with anger. Therefore, Ling Fengjue was in the same group as Xiong Qisheng, so his attacks were heavier. Of course, if the students knew that Yixing was threatened by Wang Haiqing, they would be even more shocked. In the Purple Mountain Academy, even the Vice Dean's threat was ignored. This was even more shocking than seriously injuring Ling Fengjue. Impudent. On the highest floor of the VIP building, Wang Haiqing was furious as he roared. A mere 6th-level martial artist from an ordinary city, a mere 2-star martial artist with trash aptitude, dared to treat Wang Haiqing's words as wind past one's ears and directly ignore them? This was simply preposterous. Wang Haiqing had been in a high position for a long time. Among the 3 vice deans of the Purple Mountain Academy, he was the one with the most authority. Even a 9th-level master would have to be respectful in front of him. However, he was unable to suppress a new student of the ordinary class even after transmitting his voice twice. How could he not be angry in his heart? This roar came from the highest floor of the VIP building, and all the students in the square heard it clearly. Even though the students could not tell that it was Vice Dean Wang Haiqing's voice, the roar that came from the highest floor of the VIP building caused the students to be incomparably shocked, and their hearts shook. Some students even guessed that the owner of the voice was Vice Dean Wang Haiqing, and were even more shocked. Just how terrifying was a Vice Dean's anger? Who could withstand it? Yixing was not as scared as the other students towards Wang Haiqing's roar. Even though he acted ostentatiously, in reality, he was bold and meticulous, and knew what was going on. If the person who was threatening him was Zishan Ho, telling him to lose this battle, then Yixing would not say another word, and would definitely tuck his tail between his legs and behave obediently, and not offend Zishan Ho. First, because Zishan Ho was a martial saint, the strongest peerless expert that Yixing knew. Yixing's goal was to cultivate into a martial saint. In other words, since he had achieved his goal, he would only be on par with Zishan Ho, and might not even have Zishan Ho's strength. Offending him would be unwise. Second, because Zishan Ho was the person with the highest authority in Zishan County, he was the Duke of Zishan County. In Zishan County, no one could control him. Therefore, if he wanted to kill someone, even if he had no reason, no one could stop him. But Wang Haiqing was different. Wang Haiqing did not have either of these 2 reasons. First, Wang Haiqing was not a martial saint, and second, he was not the person with the highest authority in Zishan County. He was still restricted by people with higher authority, such as Zishan Ho. Therefore, it was destined that Wang Haiqing could not act recklessly. No matter how great his authority was, he still had to act according to the rules. Otherwise, if he did something he should not do, he would be punished by people with higher authority. The most important point was that Mu Feng had once told Yixing that a cultivator's dignity could not be sullied. If he had to resist, he should resist. Mu Feng, as a member of the Marquis household, being able to say these words was obviously not a casual remark, but rather a proof of one thing. That was, Zishan Ho was a person who managed things, and would not allow the upper echelons of the academy to oppress the students. Only in this way would Mu Feng's words be meaningful, and not empty words. Because of all these reasons, Yixing did not take Wang Haiqing's threats seriously. A cultivator's dignity could not be sullied. Only in a situation where there was no other choice would they be oppressed. As long as there was a chance, they would live with dignity and fight back against anyone who oppressed them. Yixing's fist was still unable to land on Wang Haiqing's body. Therefore, he could only let Ling Fengjue suffer. Who asked him to collude with Xiong Qisheng, and Xiong Qisheng was Wang Haiqing's disciple. On the highest floor of the VIP building. Compared to Wang Haiqing's anger, Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran, the 2 vice deans, were full of smiles. They were in a good mood. Yixing defeating Ling Fengjue and obtaining first place in the assessment was exactly what the 2 vice deans wanted. Wu Yunshan chuckled and said, "Vice Dean Wang, why are you so excited? The battle for first place is the most intense." Yixing, in order to prevent himself from being defeated in the last round, used a bit more strength. This is very normal. In order to eliminate the impact of Wang Haiqing's angry shout, Wu Yunshan deliberately used his inner strength when speaking. His voice spread out so that everyone could hear him. "Ha! Yixing, don't be afraid. You were able to obtain first place in the assessment, you are the pillar of our Zishan Academy. No one can make things difficult for you. As for that Ling Fengjue, he suffered heavy injuries. This is not a problem. I, Wu Yunshan, will heal him." Wu Yunshan said a lot before realizing that Yixing might not know who he was from his voice, so he deliberately mentioned his name. This made Yixing smile in his heart. There was no need for Zishan Ho to come out and control Wang Haiqing. Zishan Academy had 3 vice deans. Wang Haiqing obviously could not cover the sky with one hand. This vice dean Wu Yunshan could go against him. For Yixing, this was naturally a good thing. As for the other students, when they heard that the speaker was Vice Dean Wu Yunshan, they were surprised. Vice deans were too high up for students. It was very difficult for students to come in contact with them. Because of this, Xiong Qixing did not have the best aptitude in the advanced genius class, nor did he have the highest cultivation. However, he was Wang Haiqing's personal disciple, which made him limitless in the advanced genius class. Yixing had only been in the Zishan Academy for a month, but he had already angered one of the vice deans and made another vice dean speak up for him. This made the other students surprised. However, Vice Principal Wu Yunshan was not the only one who spoke up for Yixing. Vice Principal Li Xiaoran also spoke up. Vice Principal Wu is right. Yixing is one of the pillars of our Purple Mountain Academy. He is the #1 genius amongst the new students. He should be rewarded. How could he be so presumptuous? Moreover, such a genius was actually eliminated to the ordinary class. They really had eyes but failed to see. They missed out on such a talent. Some people should be punished. Some people should wake up. Li Xiaoran did not need to point out his identity. Others could guess who the speaker was. Interrupting Wang Haiqing and Wu Yunshan when the 2 vice deans were speaking, and even criticizing the genius class teacher Mo Xiaocang, of course, it was the other vice dean, Li Xiaoran. This made the other students even more surprised. Both Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran praised Yixing. Wang Haiqing snorted and no longer said anything. At this time, Yixing had won the first place in the new student assessment and had the support of 2 vice deans. Even Wang Haiqing could not touch a single hair on Yixing's head. Under the affirmation of the 2 vice deans, Yixing's first place result naturally had no objections. It was confirmed that he received 12 high-grade star accumulating pills and 3 high-grade herbs as a generous reward. Chapter 105. Not long after, the 2nd to 5th places were also decided. Because Bian Chusheng, Li Yanzhao, and Ling Fengjue had all suffered heavy injuries from Yixing, the 2nd place was taken by the uninjured Yu Xixue. Ling Fengjue's injuries were the heaviest. Even if he received treatment, he wouldn't be able to recover much of his strength in a short period of time. Naturally, he was ranked last among the 5. Bian Chusheng and Li Yanzhao had another fierce battle. In the end, Bian Chusheng won by half a move and took 3rd place. Li Yanzhao took 4th place. After the top 5 places were decided, the rewards for the 2nd to 5th places were also given out. However, although several people received generous rewards, other than Yu Xixue, Bian Chusheng, Li Yanzhao, and Ling Fengjue didn't have the slightest bit of joy. Each of them was frowning. After the top 5 rewards were given out, the top 10, top 20, and top 40 rewards were also given out. Many students received rewards, and most of them were very happy in their hearts. As for the students who didn't enter the top 40, they could only look at others with envious eyes. The new student assessment ended in a situation where a small number of people were happy and a large number of people were envious. However, many students knew that today's big event wasn't over yet. Perhaps, the real big event had not yet begun, and was about to begin. Compared to the battle between Yixing and Xiong Qixing, the new student assessment was simply a child's play, not worth mentioning. Sure enough, when Deacon Luo announced the end of the new student assessment, Yixing shouted loudly, "Xiong Qixing, it's your turn." The previous conversation between Yixing and Xiong Qixing was not known to all students. A large number of students were unaware. Hearing that Yixing actually called out Xiong Qixing's name, they couldn't help but be shocked. Xiong Qixing was not only an outstanding genius in the advanced genius class, he was also the personal disciple of Vice Principal Wang Haiqing. Who in the Purple Mountain Institute did not know of him? As for Yixing, although he had obtained first place in the freshman assessment, in the hearts of the students, he still couldn't be compared to the elites of the advanced genius class. Yixing challenging Xiong Qixing was naturally shocking. Has his head been kicked by a donkey? He's already gotten first place in the new student exam. How glorious is that? Yet he insists on challenging a student from the advanced genius class. Isn't he just asking for trouble and looking for a beating? Someone thought in his heart. As for the students who had overheard the conversation between Yixing and Xiong Qisheng, they were somewhat moved and could not help but sigh. Yixing was really fearless. However, they were also not optimistic about the outcome of Yixing challenging Xiong Qisheng. Not to mention the students, even the deacons, teachers, and the 3 vice deans were shocked. Yixing's challenge to Xiong Qisheng was out of everyone's expectations. Even they were shocked. The one who had the strongest emotional reaction was none other than Wang Haiqing. Wang Haiqing's first reaction was anger. Yixing had ignored his warning and obtained first place in the assessment. This already made Wang Haiqing furious. Now, Yixing had challenged his disciple Xiong Qisheng in front of everyone's eyes. This provoked his nerves even more. However, the anger only existed for a moment. Wang Haiqing's heart was filled with joy. Xiong Qisheng was a master at the peak of 7th stage, while Yixing had only defeated a few masters at the early stage of 7th stage. Although he had won cleanly, the difference in strength between the early stage of 7th stage and the peak of 7th stage was not small. Wang Haiqing did not think that Yixing would be a match for Xiong Qisheng. Wang Haiqing was worried about how to deal with Yixing. Now that he had borrowed Xiong Qisheng's hand to deal with him, it was not a bad idea. Wang Haiqing immediately transmitted his voice to Xiong Qisheng using internal energy. Sheng, don't have any scruples. Just beat him to death. If he admits defeat and begs for mercy, humiliate him. If he doesn't, then beat him until he's crippled. Hearing this, the corners of Xiong Qisheng's mouth curled up. His eyes revealed a trace of pride. He thought to himself, Yixing, this time I'll make you beg for death. Xiong Qisheng quickly walked into the center of the square. His eyes were cold and fierce, like a poisonous snake staring at Yixing. Yixing, don't say that I, Xiong Qisheng, am bullying you. You're digging your own grave. Xiong Qisheng was delighted, but he pretended to be arrogant and cold. He said coldly, come, I'd like to see how strong you, the number 1 freshman, are. You dare to challenge me, Xiong Qisheng, humph. Xiong Qisheng, don't ruin the reputation of our advanced class. Deal with him hard. Teach this kid a lesson. Let him know the difference between a freshman and an advanced class student. Teach him a hard lesson as a warning to others. Let the freshmen know the consequences of disrespecting their seniors. Because of their standpoint, the majority of the advanced class students naturally stood on Xiong Qisheng's side. Many of them shouted loudly. Only Wei Qingxian clenched her fists and silently cheered Yixing on. Yixing, you must win. Do your best. Do your best. Although the battle between Yixing and Xiong Qisheng could be seen as a battle between a freshman and a senior, the advanced class students supported Xiong Qisheng because of this. However, not many of the freshmen supported Yixing. They didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in Yixing. In fact, many of the advanced class students felt that Yixing had taken first place in the exam and even took the opportunity to ridicule Yixing. As for the elders of the academy, even Wu Yunshan and Li Shaoran, who had just publicly praised Yixing, couldn't help but furrow their brows at this moment. They felt that Yixing was too arrogant. Between Yixing and Xiong Qisheng, they naturally favored Xiong Qisheng more. The entire Zishan Academy, from top to bottom, was almost one-sided. They felt that Yixing was asking for trouble by challenging Xiong Qisheng. He was too arrogant. Those who had confidence in Yixing were few and far between. The discussions that came from all around were all in favor of Xiong Qisheng. This made Xiong Qisheng feel very proud. He had a lofty and arrogant smile on his face. However, his eyes didn't soften because of the smile on his face. Instead, they became even more fierce, vicious, and filled with danger. Yixing's posture was like a mountain, unmoving like a mountain. The unfavorable discussions around him didn't affect him in the slightest. His eyes were clear and full of confidence, as if he could see through everything. A faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth, which made him look harmless. However, what he said was shocking. Xiong Qisheng, the grudge between us can't be solved with a normal fight. Do you dare to fight in the life and death arena? Fight on the life and death arena? Whether it was the new students, the old students, or the elders of the academy, everyone's face changed in an instant. There was no victory or defeat on the life and death arena, only life and death. Yixing's words meant that he wanted to fight to the death with Xiong Qisheng. It was either him or Xiong Qisheng. Where did his confidence come from? This shocked everyone and made them incomparably surprised. Even Wei Qingxian, who could be said to be the person who had the most confidence in Yixing, couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. How much courage did it take to fight to the death with a peak stage 7 martial path stage 6? How much courage did it take? Ha 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 ha. He's a big idiot. A big idiot. A senior laughed out loud. His laughter was insolent. Following his laughter, Ling Ling and Luo Luo also laughed. However, most of the people didn't laugh. Yixing's posture was like a mountain, and his temperament was otherworldly. He looked like a martial Dao master who had merged with heaven and earth. How could he be a big idiot? Definitely not. Those who laughed at Yixing for being a big idiot were definitely the ones who were the big idiot. Most of the people weren't idiots, so they didn't laugh. Instead, they were surprised and confused. They were surprised by Yixing's courage and didn't understand where Yixing's confidence came from. He dared to fight to the death with Xiong Qisheng. What was he relying on? One by one, the martial Dao masters, grandmasters, and martial grandmasters narrowed their eyes and carefully sized up Yixing. They wanted to see through him, but unfortunately, they could only see Yixing's otherworldly temperament. They couldn't see through Yixing's true background. Xiong Qisheng was also sizing up Yixing, but he also couldn't see through Yixing's background. He was also a meticulous person. Even though what he wanted to do the most before was to fight to the death with Yixing, he hesitated when Yixing challenged him to a life and death battle in front of the entire academy. He hesitated because he didn't understand. He didn't understand because he couldn't see where Yixing's confidence came from. What was he relying on? This led to his lack of confidence. Yixing chuckled when he saw that the other party wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he kept looking at him. You don't dare? Ha ha. The senior of the advanced genius class is actually a coward. Although Yixing's words were meant to provoke him, they were very effective. Not only did Xiong Qisheng's eyes burn with anger, but even the other advanced genius class students felt as if explosives had been ignited in their hearts. They were all furious. As for the new students, most of them revealed smiles at this moment. At this moment, they finally found a sense of belonging from Yixing and recognized Yixing as the representative of the new students. Xiong Qisheng's expression was a little ugly. His eyes were cold as he stared at Yixing and said, "Do you really think that you can fight me with your current strength?" Yixing continued to chuckle. So long-winded. Sheng, you're usually very courageous. Why are you so hesitant in the face of death? The path of martial arts has always been one where the courageous advance can achieve great success. Your mentality really disappoints me. Wang Haiqing's internal energy transmitted sound rang in Xiong Qisheng's ears. Moreover, even if the sky falls, Master will be there to support you. What do you have to think about? Wang Haiqing's words enlightened Xiong Qisheng and cleared up the hesitation in his heart. Yes. With Master here, how could he leave me in the lurch? Why should I hesitate because of that little risk and lose face for nothing? Xiong Qisheng thought to himself and blamed himself for his hesitation. With this thought, Xiong Qisheng's expression turned for the better. He recovered his confident expression and said, "Okay, Yixing, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Since you and I are both willing to fight to the death, then there's no need to go to the life and death arena. Let's sign the life and death contract here. Let's fight to the death and let everyone see how you'll walk down the path of death under my hands." Okay. Xiong Qisheng, I support you. Xiong Qisheng, fight for your dignity and destroy that arrogant kid. Spread the name of our advanced genius class. Xiong Qixing's acceptance of the challenge immediately made the advanced genius class students' blood boil. They all shouted loudly and their voices shook the sky. There was nothing more exciting than a life and death battle. After it was posted, I rarely spoke in the V chapter. But today, I had to say something. I'm very thankful for today. When I woke up, I was pleasantly surprised. My monthly votes broke 100 and there were many brothers who tipped me. I'm very thankful. Let's talk about Arrow God's update. Everyone knows about Chocolate's situation. Writing Arrow God and Immeasurable at the same time is very busy every day. However, I'll maintain the daily updates. 2 chapters guaranteed. The monthly votes will be calculated separately. The update time is currently set to the first chapter from 12 to 1 o'clock. The second chapter from 19 to 20 o'clock. The additional updates will be after 8 o'clock at night. This time, I'd like to express my gratitude. I also hope that the brothers will continue to vote for us. We have the strength to take first place. Chapter 106. Yixing and Xiong Qixing had both signed a life and death contract. They would fight to the death in the Purple Mountain Plaza. All the students, deacons, teachers, and the 3 vice deans of the Purple Mountain Academy were witnesses to this life and death battle. Among them, the most excited ones were Xiong Qifeng and Xiong Qikai, the 2 juniors of the Xiong family from Firmament City. Yixing had killed the Xiong family's martial Dao master in front of everyone in Firmament City. He had trampled on the Xiong family's dignity. At this moment, Yixing and the most outstanding genius in the history of the Xiong family, Xiong Qifeng and Xiong Qikai, were in a life and death battle. As juniors of the Xiong family, Xiong Qifeng and Xiong Qikai were naturally excited. They were looking forward to the moment when Yixing would be killed by Xiong Qixing. Other than Wei Qingxian, Yixing was most worried about Yixing Yi Yunlong and Yi Yundai, the 2 juniors of the Firmament City's Ya family, were also extremely nervous for Yixing. As for Yi Qingyan and Yi Qingzhou, who were also from Firmament City, they were incomparably shocked. They had personally witnessed Yixing's rise in Firmament City. Regardless of the outcome of this life and death battle, Yixing was able to obtain first place in the freshman assessment within a month of entering the Purple Mountain Academy. Furthermore, he dared to challenge Xiong Qixing, who was at the peak of the 7th stage. This was already a miracle. Xiong Qixing. Xiong Qixing. Many seniors shouted in unison, cheering for Xiong Qixing. At this moment, even though Wei Qingxian, Yi Yunlong, and Yi Yundai were hoping for Yixing to win, they were too embarrassed to shout for Yixing. They could only silently cheer for Yixing in their hearts. In the square, Xiong Qixing had already unsheathed his saber. The blade of the saber was like the moon, glittering with cold light. It was an extremely sharp treasured saber. Xiong Qixing threw the scabbard to the side. Seeing that Yixing was only wearing a pair of gold-threaded gloves, Xiong Qixing sneered, "You don't need a bow?" In Xiong Qixing's letter to his family, he wrote about how Yixing had killed Xiong Badian with a bow and arrow. Therefore, even though Xiong Qixing had never seen Yixing's bow and arrow, he was very afraid of it. In his opinion, Yixing's greatest trump card should be his bow and arrow. Killing you is more than enough with my hands. I don't need a bow. Yixing said casually. Arrogant. Xiong Qixing shouted angrily, but in fact, he was actually relieved. In his opinion, if Yixing didn't use a bow and arrow, he definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Die. Xiong Qixing suddenly attacked. He waved the treasured saber in his hand, and the saber radiance swept out like a crescent moon. It was an upper-grade martial arts technique, Waning Moon Saber Technique. This was the complete upper-grade martial arts technique of the Xiong family. Zishan Academy also had it. Under Wang Haiqing's guidance, Xiong Qixing's Waning Moon Saber Technique had far surpassed the small success stage and was not far from the great success stage. With this level of attainment in the Waning Moon Saber Technique, Xiong Qixing's strength was definitely top-notch among martial arts masters of the same level. With the peak of the 7th level of internal force and a saber technique that was close to the great success stage, Xiong Qixing's saber slashed out. Even if it was just a saber radiance, the power was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the full blow of a 7th level martial arts master. With such a terrifying saber radiance, even if Yixing's bronze tactics had been perfected, if he was hit by it, his skin and flesh would be split open, and even his bones would be injured. Yixing did not dare to underestimate it. Yixing stepped on the Big Dipper and his body floated up. The saber radiance shot out from under his feet. Yixing's attainment in body movement was extremely high. Xiong Qixing had already expected that the first saber would be dodged. When Yixing's body rose up and before he landed, Xiong Qixing changed his saber technique and suddenly slashed down. Waning Moon Slash. The treasured saber slashed down vertically, and the saber radiance burst out, turning into a huge arc that instantly slashed towards Yixing. The speed of Xiong Qixing's saber was much faster than Ling Fengjue, Bian Chusheng, and the others. Almost as soon as the saber was slashed out, the crescent-like saber radiance had already arrived in front of Yixing. Even with Yixing's body movement speed, it was difficult for him to dodge it. Compared to the thick crescent-like saber radiance, Yixing's body seemed very small. Looking at Yixing under the saber radiance, many people gasped, and many people's eyes lit up with excitement. Faced with this terrifying saber radiance, Yixing stretched out his palm and pushed forward, using the inferior martial arts technique, Great Monument Hand. In the assessment battle, Yixing had used the Great Monument Hand to severely injure Bian Chusheng. Now, it was the same move. Another inferior martial arts technique? Does he think Xiong Qixing is Bian Chusheng? In an instant, someone cried out in surprise. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Yixing wanted to use the inferior martial arts technique, Great Monument Hand, to fight against Xiong Qixing's saber radiance. It was simply unbelievable. Yixing's attainments in martial arts techniques had increased greatly in the process of enlightenment. Although he did not upgrade his middle-grade martial arts techniques to the real, spirit, stage, his low-grade martial arts techniques had reached the spirit stage. Once a martial arts technique reached the spirit stage, even an inferior martial arts technique would have extremely terrifying power. Even a level 8 or level 9 grandmaster would find it difficult to cultivate an inferior martial arts technique to the spirit stage, and they would not be able to see the attainments in martial arts techniques at this stage. This was because the spirit of martial arts techniques could not be seen. It could only be sensed by the target of the attack. Xiong Qixing sensed the spirit in Yixing's palm. In his eyes, Yixing's palm rapidly grew and then collided with the dazzling saber radiance. Bang! With a loud bang, the crescent saber radiance that was more than 10 feet long was actually shattered by Yixing's palm. Yixing's body also floated back at this moment. With the help of the saber radiance's power, he flew back several feet and was safe and sound. Yixing frowned slightly. He could feel the pain from his palm. The opponent's saber radiance was indeed terrifying. If he had not worn the golden silk gloves and directly clashed with his palm, his skin would definitely have been broken and blood would have flowed out. Of course, Yixing's golden silk gloves were only a middle-grade weapon. If it were an upper-grade weapon, then Yixing could have shattered the saber radiance without any damage. Compared to Yixing's frown, Xiong Qixing was even more shocked. He was very clear about the power of this saber radiance. Although it was not a direct hit by the saber radiance, it could easily kill any level 6 martial artist. However, it was shattered by Yixing's palm. This was because it was extremely difficult to achieve the spirit in martial arts attainments. Even for martial artists above the master level, 99% of them could only cultivate martial arts to the edge of perfection, which was commonly known as the transformative realm. Therefore, even in the martial arts manuals, there were no records of the spirit entering the transformative realm. Almost all martial artists thought that the transformative realm was the limit of martial arts. Therefore, even though Xiong Qixing felt the spirit of Yixing's martial arts technique, he did not understand why. He only felt that Yixing's attack was too strange and too terrifying. It could actually create an illusion effect. Thinking of how Yi Xing's palms suddenly became bigger in his eyes, Xiong Qixing was extremely shocked. This was because he was far away from Yi Xing, so the spirit he felt was not strong. Therefore, he saw that Yi Xing's palm only became bigger to the size of the saber radiance. If the two of them were to fight in close combat, Yi Xing's palm would definitely be overwhelming in Xiong Qixing's eyes. It was almost infinite, and that kind of pressure would be 10 times stronger. The surrounding audience was naturally more surprised than Xiong Qixing. They did not feel the spirit of Yi Xing's martial arts. They only saw that Yi Xing used the low-grade martial arts technique, Great Monument Hand, and smashed Xiong Qixing's saber radiance. This was simply too incredible. Even though it happened right in front of their eyes, the students still felt that it was unbelievable. The elders of the academy were not much better, they were filled with shock and confusion. You being able to block my saber is out of my expectations, but I am sure that you will not feel good after blocking my saber. I would like to see how many sabers you can block. Xiong Qixing coldly snorted. He once again struck out with his saber. The saber radiance was like the moon, explosively chopping towards Yi Xing. The more shocked he was towards Yi Xing, the more intense his killing intent towards Yi Xing. This was because Yi Xing made him feel afraid. He had to eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Yi Xing became stronger, it was very likely that the Xiong clan would be the ones to be eliminated. In the face of Xiong Qixing's saber radiance, Yi Xing still used the Great Monument Hand. In his hands, the low-grade martial arts technique became magical. It had a magical power that could turn something rotten into something magical. It blocked Xiong Qixing's terrifying saber radiance. While using the Great Monument Hand to block, Yi Xing also used the 7-star steps to the limit. The 7-star steps of the transformative realm merged with the wind force. Its speed was almost as fast as lightning. Even though Xiong Qixing's saber radiance had reached an extremely terrifying level, it was still unable to hit Yi Xing out of the 2 sabers. At least one of them was dodged by Yi Xing using his movement technique. This caused Xiong Qixing to waste his energy. As for Yi Xing, he only blocked one of the 2 sabers. This greatly reduced the consumption of his inner strength. Yi Xing's martial arts attainment was much higher than Xiong Qixing's. The key was the thickness and strength of his inner strength. Naturally, he had to think of ways to save his inner strength and exhaust his opponent's inner strength. Waning moon filling the sky. Seeing this, Xiong Qixing shouted and changed his saber technique. Xiao 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 xiao, the saber in Xiong Qixing's hand danced, almost turning into a curtain of light. In an instant, countless waning moon saber radiance danced in the air, densely covering all directions. This waning moon filling the sky was indeed as its name suggested. Although it could not fill up the entire sky, Xiong Qixing's area of more than 10 feet was covered by the waning moon saber radiance. It was almost impossible to dodge. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. This waning moon filling the sky restrained his movement technique. It was impossible for him to dodge more than half of the attacks like before. Since he could not dodge, Yi Xing did not bother to dodge. He stood still like a mountain. Then, he formed palms with his hands and struck out continuously. It was so fast that there were no shadows. Low-grade martial arts technique, consecutive palms. In Xiong Qixing's eyes, a dense number of palms appeared in front of him and collided with the waning moon saber radiance. Bang 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 bang, a series of explosions sounded. One after another, the waning moon saber radiance was shattered by Yi Xing in the blink of an eye. The waning moon filling the sky had countless waning moon saber radiance. Although it covered a wide area, the power of each waning moon saber radiance was much weaker. The consecutive palms was the same as the Great Monument palm. The speed of the palms was faster and the number of attacks increased. The power was reduced. However, it was the best technique to deal with the waning moon filling the sky. Is this all you've got? It's time for me to make my move. The waning moon saber radiance disappeared. Yi Xing was safe and sound. He chuckled. Chapter 107. Xiong Qixing's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. His expression was solemn. From Yixing's words, it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength yet. This made Xiong Qixing very unhappy. He had almost used his full strength, but Yixing hadn't. Didn't that mean that Yixing's strength was above his? This was impossible. He couldn't believe it. At this moment, the spectating students had already quieted down. No one was cheering for Xiong Qixing anymore. From the exchange of blows just now, everyone could see that Yixing did indeed have the strength to fight Xiong Qixing. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock. Even the elders of the academy were shocked. Yixing's strength was beyond their expectations. Especially Wang Haiqing. Not only was he shocked, but his face was also gloomy. A ball of anger was burning in his heart. Yixing ignored his warning and took first place in the assessment. Not only did he go against his wishes, but he also caused Mo Xiaozang to lose his position as a teacher of the gifted class. This already made him hate Yixing to the bone. Now, his desire to see Xiong Qixing teach Yixing a lesson had failed. This made the anger in his heart even stronger. In the square, after Yixing finished speaking, he immediately launched a counterattack against Xiong Qixing. Yixing's figure was like lightning. He quickly pounced in front of Xiong Qixing. At this moment, Xiong Qixing just happened to slash down with his blade. Yixing's hands were like butterflies flitting through flowers as he slapped towards Xiong Qixing. Immediately, his hands passed through Xiong Qixing's blade light. Xiong Qixing was naturally much stronger than Ling Fengjue, especially his waning moon blade technique. It was profound and as fast as lightning. Even if Yixing's flower-piercing hand had reached perfection, it was still impossible for him to pass through all the blade lights and attack the hilt. As soon as Yixing's hands touched the blade, he was unable to go any further. If he went any further, he would be injured by the treasured blade. Bang! Bang! Yixing's hands avoided the sharp edge of the treasured saber and slapped on the saber's body. Immediately, the saber's body trembled and tilted to the side. Yixing scanned the saber with his super brain, and he knew all the openings and weaknesses in his opponent's moves. The spots where Yixing struck were the two nodes on the saber where the qi was transferred. With Yixing's strike, Xiong Qixing's internal qi transfer was immediately interrupted. The power of the saber was instantly reduced by half, and that was why Yixing was able to deflect the saber. Otherwise, Xiong Qixing's saber was extremely powerful. Even if he had hit it, it would have been difficult to change the trajectory of the attack in an instant. From this, it could be seen that the superbrain scan was very effective in a battle. Kill! Yixing shouted. Taking advantage of the opportunity when his opponent's treasured saber was deflected to the side, his body pushed forward like a mountain. A surging aura was produced from Yixing's body. Boom! Yixing's anger was completely released at this moment. He glared at Yixing like a Vajra and threw out a punch. Low-grade martial arts technique, Raging Steel Fist. Xiong Qixing was shocked. At this moment, Yixing suddenly became incomparably tall in his eyes. When he threw out a punch, his fist was like a mountain crashing toward him. In the instant he was shocked, Xiong Qixing's martial arts aura showed a flaw. Once there was a flaw, it quickly collapsed under the pressure of Yixing's terrifying aura. When an ordinary person was in the state of qi, he might be able to punch out half of his usual strength. However, when he was not in the state of qi, he might be able to punch out less than half of his usual strength. This was the difference between qi and qi. Yixing's aura was at its peak. It was extremely powerful, and his punch was like a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. On the other hand, Xiong Qixing's aura was suppressed and completely collapsed. It was difficult for him to fully display his strength. If Yixing's opponent was Ling Fengjue or Bian Chuxing, this punch would be enough to defeat them and severely injure them. However, Yixing's opponent was Xiong Qixing. He was much stronger than Ling Tongjue and Bian Chuxing. Even though his aura was suppressed, Xiong Qixing did not completely lose his fighting spirit. He shouted angrily and stopped his aura from collapsing. At the same time, he instantly withdrew his treasured saber. Clang! Yixing's punch did not hit Xiong Qixing's body. Instead, it was blocked by the saber, causing a shocking explosion. The raging steel fist was a ferocious fist with astonishing power. Yixing's mastery of the raging steel fist had reached the acme of perfection. It had the effect of turning something rotten into something magical, and the power it displayed was even more terrifying. At the moment of the explosion, Xiong Qixing felt the treasured saber in his hands shake violently. A terrifying force rushed out from the saber. Xiong Qixing felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His body suddenly retreated backward. His body also shook violently. The blood, qi, and internal breath in his body were also shaken. It was extremely uncomfortable. Whoosh! Xiong Qixing was blasted more than 10 meters away by Yixing's punch. After landing, he also retreated continuously. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold air was heard. All the students were shocked. They looked at Xiong Qixing, who was blasted away. They were all dumbfounded. Those seniors who were cheering for Xiong Qixing, as well as Xiong Qifeng and Xiong Qikai, all turned pale. They were shocked and could not believe what had happened. Wei Qingxian, Yi Yunlong, and Yi Yundai were shocked but also overjoyed. Yixing had really created a miracle. Boom! Yixing took advantage of the situation to attack. His figure shot forward like an arrow. He continued to use the furious steel fist. With absolute speed and absolute power, he fiercely attacked Xiong Qixing. Xiong Qixing retreated a total of 7 steps before he could stabilize his body. The blood in his body was still surging. At this time, Yixing's fist was already coming. There was no time for him to adjust his breathing. He could only wave his saber to block again. Clang! Another explosive sound was heard as the blade was bent by Yixing's punch, and then bounced back in an instant, forcing Xiong Qixing to retreat again. This time, the blood in his body shook violently and surged even more violently. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Previously, his frenzied attacks on Yixing had already caused the circulation of his blood and qi to quicken, leaving behind a hidden injury. Now that he had been struck twice in a row, the rapid flow of blood and qi in his body finally went out of control, and a portion of it went berserk. Xiong Qixing was sent flying for the second time. This time, he retreated even further and spat out a mouthful of blood. This caused the surrounding people to cry out in surprise. At this moment, everyone was shocked. On the highest floor of the VIP building, Wang Haiqing's face was extremely gloomy. He narrowed his eyes. Xiong Qixing's injury made the anger in his heart even more intense. Xiong Qixing was sent flying for the second time. This time, he did not resist the impact of the force in his body. Instead, he risked some internal injuries and retreated with the force. In an instant, he pulled away from Yixing Jia. When Yixing punched for the third time, Xiong Qixing roared. The saber in his hand turned into a cold glint and instantly shot out toward Yixing. This attack of throwing the saber surprised Yixing, but it was not a problem for Yixing. Yixing noticed the moment Xiong Qixing was about to throw the saber. The angle of Yixing's fist changed slightly, and the treasured saber that was thrown at him was hit by the saber's body, which immediately flew to the side. Fatal chain kick. Xiong Qixing's figure followed closely behind the saber. His legs broke through the air and in an instant, he launched countless kicks. Fatal chain kick, an upper-class martial arts technique. Xiong Qixing's attainment in the fatal chain kick was not below that of the waning moon saber technique. The combination of throwing the saber and kicking was flawless. He took advantage of the fact that the opponent was blocking the saber and had not reacted. It was indeed impossible to guard against. No wonder it was called the fatal chain kick. However, Yixing scanned Xiong Qixing's every move clearly. Even though Yixing's punch had blown away the saber and his fist momentum had been exhausted, Yixing was not unable to react. He had already prepared for it. Almost at the same time as Xiong Qixing's consecutive kicks, Yixing's body suddenly rose into the air. His 2 legs also kicked out as fast as lightning. It was so fast that there was no shadow. Low-class martial arts technique, shadowless kick. Shadowless kick versus fatal chain kick. One was a low-class martial arts technique, while the other was an upper-class martial arts technique. In terms of internal force, Xiong Qixing was obviously a level higher as a martial arts master at the peak of LV7. Logically speaking, Xiong Qixing should have won in this leg competition. But the result was the exact opposite. Before Xiong Qixing's kick landed on Yixing's body and he did not even see the shadow of Yixing's leg, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He was kicked by Yixing. The strength of Yixing's kick was not light. Xiong Qixing was hit so hard that he immediately spat out blood. After receiving such a heavy blow, the fatal chain kick naturally could not continue. The superb shadowless kick was not slower than the fatal chain kick at all. In fact, it was even more deadly than the fatal chain kick. After Xiong Qixing was hit by Yixing's first kick, he was consecutively kicked by Yixing more than 10 times in the blink of an eye. This time, not only did Xiong Qixing spit out blood, but his body was also severely injured. His internal force at the peak of LV7 was shattered by the continuous attack of more than 10 kicks. His internal organs were instantly damaged. Bang! Xiong Qixing was directly kicked to the ground by Yixing. Dense cracks appeared on the stone floor below. It could be seen how terrifying the attack was at that moment. Die! Yixing shouted loudly. His body leaped high and his foot stepped on Xiong Qixing's throat. He and Xiong Qixing were in a life-and-death battle. They had signed a life-and-death contract. If he lost, he would die without a doubt. If Xiong Qixing lost, Yixing would not show mercy. Xiong Qixing was the last hope of the Xiong family. If Xiong Qixing was killed, the Xiong family would not be able to cause any more trouble. First, Xiong Baotian was killed. Now, Xiong Qixing was also killed. From now on, the Xiong family would not be able to compete with the Ye family. However, just as Yixing was about to kill, a roar came from the highest floor of the VIP building. How dare you! Wang Haiqing roared. It caused the entire VIP building to tremble, and layers of sound waves were produced in the surrounding void. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, before Yixing's foot touched Xiong Qixing's body, a huge palm print suddenly appeared in front of Yixing. This palm print was about 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. It was as big as a door and was extremely frightening. None of the students and even some of the school deacons could see where this palm print came from. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air. However, Yixing's superbrain scanned the area and captured the trajectory of the palm print. It had shot out from the window of the highest floor of the VIP building just a moment ago. Chapter 108. The VIP building was more than 70 meters away from Yixing and Xiong Qixing. More than 70 meters was not a short distance. Not to mention a 7th-level master, even an 8th-level guru would find it difficult to use his internal strength to attack more than 70 meters away to kill the enemy. Wang Haiqing was able to send a palm print more than 70 meters away in the blink of an eye from such a long distance. This level of skill was simply appalling. Most importantly, this palm print was as big as a door. If this palm were to hit the target, it was very likely that the target would be smashed into meat paste like a fly swatter swatting a mosquito. Yixing did not continue to attack Xiong Qixing. At this moment, he felt an extremely terrifying life and death crisis. Soft bone palm. Yixing brushed his hands in an instant. All the bones in his body softened and his body became as soft as a snake. The moment Yixing came into contact with this huge palm print, he integrated the wind force into his lightness skill and performed the flying swan skill. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yixing was instantly sent flying by the huge palm print. However, his body was as light as a feather, like a piece of paper. He floated in the air for more than 30 meters before landing on the ground. When Yixing landed on the ground, a warrior in his 50s appeared next to Xiong Qixing. This man was wearing a black brocade robe, and had a tall stature. His whole body was releasing an aura that was as deep as the sea, which was very terrifying. This person was Wang Haiqing, one of the 3 deputy deans. In such a short time, he had appeared in the middle of the square from the highest floor of the VIP building. Wang Haiqing's speed was simply uncanny. All the students did not see how Wang Haiqing appeared. They only knew that in the blink of an eye, he was not beside Xiong Qisheng. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared beside Xiong Qisheng. Sheng. Wang Haiqing pushed Yixing back with one palm. After appearing beside Xiong Qisheng, he did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Xiong Qisheng with a haggard expression. Xiong Qisheng's mouth was bleeding. There were more than 10 footprints on his chest. A large part of his chest had caved in. Obviously, his bones were broken. He was seriously injured and had already fainted. Seeing that Xiong Qisheng was so badly injured, Wang Haiqing's eyes were burning with anger again. Yixing landed more than 100 feet away. He retreated nearly 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. His attainment in the soft bone palm was extremely high. It had reached the perfection realm. In addition, in a life-or-death situation, he was able to perform exceptionally well. It had almost reached the level of perfection. In addition, he had integrated the flying swan skill into the wind force. Yixing's body was as light as a feather. Therefore, although the power contained in the palm print was terrifying, it only sent him flying more than 100 feet away and did not hurt him. Of course, this was also because he was too far away from Wang Haiqing. They were more than 70 meters apart. Although Wang Haiqing's palm print was frightening, it also lost a lot of power. If they were closer, Yixing would definitely be seriously injured. Wang Haiqing grabbed Xiong Qisheng's shoulders and helped him up. Seeing that Xiong Qisheng's breathing was weak and unconscious, a terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. Little bastard. Wang Haiqing's gaze turned towards Yixing. His expression was frightening and almost crazy. Many students, seeing Wang Haiqing's expression, were shocked and subconsciously retreated. Yixing looked straight at Wang Haiqing's frightening gaze, but his expression did not change. He loudly said, "Xiong Qisheng and I have signed a life and death contract. In this decisive battle, life and death are determined by fate. No one is allowed to interfere. Vice Principal Wang, are you the king of the Zishan Academy? Can you trample on the rules and oppress students at will? In front of so many people, what do you think the teachers and students of the Zishan Academy are? What do you think Principal Zishan Ho is?" Yixing's words were stern and righteous. Hearing this, the majority of the students felt relieved. At this moment, they were all standing on Yixing's side. A battle of life and death was a matter of life and death. What kind of big deal was this? If someone could casually interfere in such a battle of life and death, which student would not feel suffocated? If there came a day when they were in a life and death situation with another person, and the result was that the other person could only kill them and they could not kill the other person, even if they had the upper hand, they would still be stopped. Any student would be furious at this thought. Of course, when they heard Yixing's words, not only did they feel relieved, but they also broke out in cold sweat for Yixing. They also admired Yixing's courage. Wang Haiqing was clearly furious at this moment. Especially from his expression, his heart was filled with killing intent. Yixing did not show any weakness in front of Wang Haiqing. Could it be that he was not afraid that Wang Haiqing would kill him in a fit of anger? All the students were shocked. However, Yixing could clearly see that even if Wang Haiqing had 10,000 times the courage, Wang Haiqing would not dare to touch him. This was because Wang Haiqing was only the vice principal of the Zishan Academy. Above him, there was still Principal Zishan Ho suppressing him. Wang Haiqing's interference in a life and death battle was already a violation of the rules. If he dared to kill him in front of everyone, that would be an even worse action. The consequences would definitely be severe. Zishan Ho would not allow such a thing to happen in the Zishan Academy. If the vice principal became enraged and killed someone in front of everyone, who would dare to come to such an academy? Which family would dare to let their most outstanding younger generation enter such an academy? In this way, if Wang Haiqing was not severely punished by Zishan Ho, the entire Zishan Academy would be crippled. Moreover, just now, the two vice principals Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran were singing a different tune from Wang Haiqing, publicly praising Yixing. But now, the two of them did not say a word. This was clearly a bit strange. Since the two vice principals Wu and Li Xiaoran were enemies with Wang Haiqing, it was impossible for them to not stop Wang Haiqing from breaking the rules. Since they did not stop him, there was only one possibility, and that was that Wang Haiqing did not break the rules enough. They were probably waiting for Wang Haiqing to make a move. If Wang Haiqing dared to kill Yixing, the two of them would be able to kill him in one fell swoop. Therefore, as long as Wang Haiqing had the slightest bit of brain, he would not make a move against Yixing. Therefore, Yixing was very calm when facing the angry Wang Haiqing. The truth was just as Yixing expected. Even though Wang Haiqing was extremely angry, and his killing intent towards Yixing was incomparably strong, he did not dare to do anything to Yixing. Wang Haiqing only snorted angrily, then carried Xiong Qixing in his arms. His figure was like lightning, quickly leaving the square, and soon disappeared from sight. The students all let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. When they looked at Yixing again, their gazes were resolutely different. Just as he entered the Purple Mountain Academy, he was eliminated from the gifted class and became a student of the common class. Moreover, in the first month of being a student of the common class, he was punished and did not attend a single day of class. In this short span of a month, Yixing became first place in the new student assessment. Moreover, he defeated the elite of the advanced gifted class, Xiong Qixing, and even confronted the vice principal Wang Haiqing without any change in expression. These events caused the majority of the students' view of Yixing to undergo a 180-degree change. From the initial contempt and disdain, to shock and jealousy, and finally to admiration and admiration. The matter ended when Xiong Qixing was taken away by Wang Haiqing. The students dispersed in shock and admiration. Yixing had become an influential figure among the students. There was no one who did not know of him. Wherever Yixing went, the majority of the students would respectfully address him as Senior Brother Yi. Even the advanced class students found it difficult to be arrogant when they saw Yixing. Even the students who had a problem with Yixing would take a detour when they saw Yixing. They were very afraid of Yixing. Senior Brother Yixing, if the family knew of your progress in the Purple Mountain Academy, I don't know how happy they would be. The entire Ye family is proud of you. Yi Yunlong and Yi Yundai did not leave with the students. Instead, they came to Yixing. Yi Yunlong's voice was filled with awe and admiration for Yixing. Wei Qingxian also did not leave. He came to Yixing, waved his fist and said, "Yixing, you have created another miracle. Let's make a bet and see who will become a martial Dao master first." Wu Yuan and Ma Bo also did not leave. However, they did not say anything. They only quietly followed behind Yixing, looking at Yixing's back. Their eyes were filled with admiration. The two of them were very glad that the person Yixing had decided to kill was Niedong and not one of them. They were also glad that they had made the right choice. The matter ended just like that. Wu Yunshan and Li Xiaoran, the two vice principals, had said that Yixing was a pillar of the academy and praised Yixing. However, in the end, the two of them did not ask for Yixing to return to the gifted class. After the glory, Yixing was still a student of the ordinary class. It was only when Yixing, Wei Qingxian, Yi Yunlong, and Yi Yundai parted ways and returned to dorm 175 that the ordinary class 10 teacher, Cui Haoran, came to talk to him about his return to the gifted class. Cui Haoran said, "Yixing, your performance today shocked the entire academy. Even if your heavenly fate realm is not high, your strength is great. The academy values you greatly. If you want to return to the gifted class, you can apply to the academy. Your wish will definitely be granted." "I have to apply to return to the gifted class for the academy to approve?" He. They really do value me. After a month, Yixing found that there was not much difference between being in the ordinary class and the gifted class. The difference was 1 star accumulating pill per month, which was only 12 pills per year. And he had won first place in the new student assessment. The reward he received was not only 12 star accumulating pills, but also 3 high-grade medicinal herbs. If the academy asked him to return to the gifted class, Yixing would naturally return, but if he applied himself, Yixing expressed his thoughts to Cui Haoran, "I think the ordinary class is good, so I won't apply." In the depths of the academy, in Wang Haiqing's mansion, on a big bed in a room. The blood on Xiong Qixing's mouth had been wiped away and ointment had been applied to his wounds. However, he still did not wake up. Beside the bed, Wang Haiqing clenched his fists and looked at Xiong Qixing with a terrifying flame in his eyes. Sheng. Hurry up and get better. Father will definitely avenge you. I will not forgive that little bastard, absolutely not. The people of the Purple Mountain Academy were very curious. Xiong Qixing was not the student with the best aptitude, the highest cultivation, and the greatest potential in the gifted class. Why did he win the favor of the vice principal Wang Haiqing and become Wang Haiqing's personal disciple? No one would have thought that Xiong Qixing was Wang Haiqing's illegitimate son. Even Xiong Qixing did not know. Today's plot setting took a lot of time, so the update was a bit slow. Sorry. But brothers, please rest assured. Today's update will definitely be updated 4 times. No matter how late it is. Today, the Arrow God has another alliance master. Brother destined for life, I am infinitely grateful. Begging for votes. Chapter 109. Senior Brother Yi, why don't you return to the gifted class? After Haran left, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo asked in confusion. The treatment of the gifted class was double that of the ordinary class. Which student did not want to be in the gifted class? The reason why Niedong, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo obeyed Xiong Qixing was because Xiong Qixing had promised them that he would get them back to the gifted class as soon as possible. From this, it could be seen that the temptation of the gifted class was indeed not low. Now that the academy had asked Yixing to apply to return to the gifted class, he could return. However, Yixing did not want to return, which really surprised Wu Yuan and Ma Bo. Yixing did not want to return because the academy did not directly ask him to return. Instead, he needed to apply himself. His pride was at stake, so he did not want to return. Of course, there was no need to explain this to Wu Yuan and Ma Bo. Yixing smiled faintly and said, I think that cultivating in the ordinary class is not bad. It will not be slower than the gifted class. The most important thing in cultivation is to rely on oneself. If you have ambition in your heart and persevere, you will be able to go far on the martial Tao. A firm heart is more important than superior resources. The first part of the sentence was casual, while the latter part was casual. It was Yixing's martial Tao comprehension. After a pause, Yixing continued, next, you should also cultivate diligently. I have decided to enter the Clear Sky Mountain Range to gain experience soon. I will take you with me. These 2-star accumulating pills are for you. While speaking, Yixing took out 2 high-grade star accumulating pills and gave one to each of them. This time, Yixing had won first place in the freshman assessment and received 12-star accumulating pills as a reward. Moreover, he also received 3 high-grade star accumulating pills, which were enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. It did not matter whether he received more or less high-grade star accumulating pills. Yixing did not return to the gifted class. It was not purely because of his pride. The most important reason was that his progress in the past month had made him understand that there was not much difference between the gifted class and the ordinary class. If he stayed in the Purple Mountain Academy for a few years, the difference in treatment between the gifted class and the ordinary class was still very big. However, Yixing felt that it was unlikely that he would stay in the Purple Mountain Academy for a few years. His goal was to become a martial saint within a year. Once he became a martial saint, he would be above the vice headmaster of the academy. Why should he care about the treatment of the academy? Furthermore, the Purple Mountain Academy did not even have a student in the 9th stage of the martial path. If Yixing became a martial saint in a year, who would be able to teach him? At that time, there was an 80 to 90% chance that he would not stay in Mount Indigo Academy. As such, he didn't care about the difference in treatment between the gifted class and the normal class. To Yixing, the superbrain was his best teacher. He should make full use of his strengths and train in Emerald Cloud Mountain Range. Only then could he grow faster. Therefore, Yixing had already made a decision. When he used up all the resources he had, he would go to the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range to train. The current him could enter the depths of the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range to hunt high-level vicious beasts and find high-grade medicinal ingredients. There was a huge gap between the 6th and 7th stages of the martial path. Yixing could not just stay in the academy and wait for the academy to give him resources. There were many students in the academy and the resources allocated were very little. If he wanted to quickly break through to the 7th stage of the martial path, it was inevitable that he would go to the Emerald Cloud Mountain Range to train. During the day, Yixing went to the ordinary class 10. During the class, Yixing divided his attention. While he cultivated the Qingyuan art, he also paid attention to the changes in the class. In the past, Yixing could carry water and cultivate at the same time. Now, it was naturally easier for him to cultivate at the same time. In class, Yixing was completely a top student. Whether it was theory or practice, Yixing could perfectly answer all the questions. At night, Yixing cultivated the upper-grade body refining technique, silver body technique. His bronze body technique had long been perfected. However, cultivating the body refining technique required medicinal ingredients. Yixing had not had time to collect medicinal ingredients, so he stopped cultivating the body refining technique for a period of time. Now that Yixing had obtained 3 upper-grade medicinal ingredients, he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate the body refining technique. If his silver body technique was cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, it would be much easier to defeat Xiong Qisheng. These 3 upper-grade medicinal ingredients were all sealwort fruit. The sealwort fruit was much larger than the blood dike. Therefore, although they were both upper-grade medicinal ingredients, one sealwort fruit was at least equivalent to the total medicinal strength of 10 blood dike. The medicinal strength of 3 sealwort fruits was no less than 30 blood dike. Moreover, Yixing had eaten too many blood dike, so continuing to eat would not have much effect. However, he had not eaten the sealwort fruit yet. It was very effective for his silver body technique cultivation. Time passed day by day, and soon, 10 days had passed. Originally, Yixing estimated that even if his cultivation method was of a higher grade, allowing him to refine the high-rank accumulating star pills faster than other cultivators, it would still take him at least a month to refine and absorb 10 high-rank accumulating star pills. However, to his surprise, in just 10 days, he had absorbed and refined all the medicinal strength of 10 upper-grade star accumulation pills. His cultivation had been promoted to the peak of LV6. Other martial artists would take at least 2 or 3 months to refine 10 upper-grade star accumulation pills. Is the effect of Qingyuan technique so incredible after being improved to the supreme level? Yixing felt strange and could not understand. He could only attribute the reason to his supreme level Qingyuan technique. Not only did Yixing refine and absorb the upper-grade star accumulation pills quickly, but so did the sealwort fruit. In 10 days, Yixing had absorbed more than 90% of the medicinal strength of the 3 sealwort fruits, and his silver body technique had broken through to the great accomplishment realm as he wished. Yixing had only used 3 yellow essence fruits to cultivate the silver body technique to the profound realm. It was not easy to cultivate an upper-grade body refining technique. In fact, other martial artists could not cultivate the silver body technique to the profound realm even if they had 10 yellow essence fruits. The reasons why Yixing could do so were, firstly, Yixing's bronze body technique had been cultivated to the perfection realm and was extremely consolidated. Secondly, Yixing's skeleton cultivation was complete. The further he progressed, the more important the complete skeleton cultivation was. Thirdly, Yixing had used the super brain to deduce and improve the silver body technique, so he had the best cultivation method. The resources of the body technique were naturally important, but the body's absorption of resources was also important. With the same resources, different martial artists' final attainments in the body technique were absolutely different. That was the difference in the body's absorption of resources. Because of these 3 reasons, it was very difficult for other martial artists to cultivate the upper-grade body technique to the great accomplishment realm. Even if Yixing put in 10 times the effort and 10 times the resources, he might not be able to achieve it. Firstly, it was difficult to cultivate the upper-grade body technique. Secondly, when a martial artist reached the 7th level of cultivation, the internal strength became very important. Martial artists began to focus on the internal strength and ignore the physical body. Therefore, almost no 7th-level martial artists could cultivate the upper-grade body technique to the great accomplishment realm. Even for 8th-level martial artists, there were not many who could cultivate the upper-grade body technique to the great accomplishment realm. The 3 sealwort fruits and 10 upper-grade star accumulation pills were all consumed. Without the cultivation resources, he did not know how long it would take for him to reach the 7th level of the martial Tao with the resources of 1 upper-grade star accumulation pill per month. It should be time for him to go to the Qingyan Mountains to gain experience. Yixing asked Chu Haoran for a leave of absence. Regardless of whether it was theory class or practical class, Yixing was able to answer all of Cui Haoran's questions with full marks. Sometimes, his answers were even more comprehensive and accurate than Cui Haoran. Cui Haoran felt that there was nothing he could teach Yixing. Yixing's request for leave was naturally approved. Even Yixing's leave of absence for Wu Yuan and Ma Bo was approved by Chu Haoran. If it were other freshmen, it was basically impossible for them to leave the academy for a long time. The 3 of them took 3 demonic horses from the academy and left the Purple Mountain Academy, heading towards the Emerald Cloud Mountains. Vice Principal, Yixing has left the academy. I heard that he asked for a leave of absence to train. He went to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Just as Yixing left the academy, Wang Haiqing's spy reported to him. Wang Haiqing's eyes lit up. Because the conflict between him and Yixing was known by all the teachers and students of the Zishan Academy, it was not easy for Wang Haiqing to deal with Yixing in the academy. He would be gossiped about. If Yixing had left the academy, it would be easy to deal with. Going out to gain experience had a certain degree of danger. It was normal for him to die outside. Wang Haiqing immediately went to the Beast Garden. As the vice principal, he had a flying mount, a high-grade vicious beast, Blue-Winged Eagle. The demon horses that Yixing and the other 2 rode were mid-grade vicious beasts. They were very fast. Without a flying mount, it would be difficult to catch up. Wang Haiqing had just arrived at the Beast Garden. Before he could release the Blue-Winged Eagle, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. The sound of something breaking through the air disappeared in an instant and was replaced by the sound of something sharp piercing wood. Wang Haiqing looked towards the direction of the sound. There was a black arrow stuck in the tree beside him. The tail of the arrow was slightly trembling. It was clear that the arrow's power was terrifying. If the target of this arrow was him, Wang Haiqing would not have been able to dodge in such a short period of time. He would have been killed by the arrow. This made Wang Haiqing's back break out in a layer of cold sweat. However, what really made his heart tremble was the owner of this arrow. In the Zishan County, there was only one person who could shoot an arrow to his side without him knowing where the person who shot the arrow was. A voice sounded in Wang Haiqing's ears. As the vice principal, you have been unfair and have failed in your duty. Since you are eager to protect your disciple, I will not argue with you. However, if you harm a student's life, I will not forgive you. There was no one around Wang Haiqing. The person who spoke was clearly using profound inner strength to transmit his voice from 1,000 miles away. Wang Haiqing's face was filled with shock as fear flashed across his eyes. He never expected that Yixing would attract the attention of such a person, even to the point of being protected. I will obey the Marquis order. Wang Haiqing was covered in cold sweat. He clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. The person who transmitted the voice was Zishan Ho. No wonder Wang Haiqing was so frightened. Zishan Ho basically did not interfere with the matters of the academy. Today, he had warned him for Yixing. This made Wang Haiqing even more shocked. However, Wang Haiqing was not the only one who was concerned about Yixing's whereabouts. 20 miles north of the county city, in a secret room in the mountains, a black-robed man also received the news that Yixing had left the Zishan Academy and was heading towards the Qingyan Mountains. My nephew Jing Leng died because of him. My Dark Knight lost a pillar of support. Today, I will personally take his life. After a short while, a high-level vicious beast, the Qingfeng Eagle, flew out from the mountains. More than 5 hours without a single monthly ticket, this is not normal. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 110. Third Watch. For little Adam 888 Alliance Master added Yi Xing was less than 15 kilometers away from the city when he felt an uncomfortable feeling, as if he was being watched. This caused Yi Xing to frown. This feeling was somewhat familiar. He instantly recalled that back then when he returned to Greenleaf Village from Azure Sky City, he also had this feeling. That time, he had been chased down by the masked assassin on the Blue-Winged Eagle. That feeling was precisely because of the Blue-Winged Eagle's gaze. He immediately looked towards the sky. Sure enough, in the distant sky, there was a black dot flying towards him. Yi Xing looked into the distance and saw that the Blue-Winged Eagle was larger than the one the masked assassin rode. High-level ferocious birds and ferocious beasts were equivalent to 7th, 8th, and 9th level martial artists. Similarly, the larger the size of the ferocious birds and ferocious beasts, the more powerful they were. This made Yi Xing frown. This blue-winged condor was most likely equivalent to a level 8 grandmaster, which was quite terrifying. The blue-winged condor's speed was extremely fast. It was more than 5 times faster than the demonic horse. It was almost like an arrow flying through the air. "Let's go back," Yi Xing shouted. He immediately turned around and went back. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo immediately followed. The blue-winged condor arrived very quickly and also discovered it. Although it couldn't see as clearly as Yi Xing, it still knew that it was a vicious bird. The 3 of them spurred their horses to gallop. They had only traveled about a mile when the sound of the blue-winged condor appeared in the sky behind them. It was very close. At this time, Yi Xing's body jumped from the horse's back. He stepped on the horse's back and looked behind him. He immediately took out his bow and arrow. The demonic horse galloped, rising and falling continuously, but Yi Xing stepped on the horse's back. His feet seemed to have taken root, rising and falling along with the horse's back. It was clear that his attainments in Qigong were very high. When Yi Xing's gaze penetrated and saw the cultivator on the blue-winged condor's back, he was slightly shocked. It was an 8th level martial artist, and the blue-winged condor he was riding was indeed equivalent to an 8th level martial artist. Yi Xing's archery skills had not been practiced since he came to Mount Indigo Academy. Although his archery skills could allow him to kill stronger enemies, he wasn't confident that he could kill an 8th level martial artist. But at this moment, he had to make a move even if he wasn't confident. The cultivator on the blue-winged condor was much older than the masked man was in his 50s, but he was also wearing tight black clothes and a black mask. He was obviously a group assassin. Yi Xing immediately knocked an arrow on his bow. Whoosh, however, before Yi Xing could draw his bow and shoot an arrow, the sound of something tearing through the air suddenly resounded. A sharp arrow shot over from the distant sky. Even with Yi Xing's super brain scanning, he could only capture a vague trajectory. In an instant, there was a wail and a scream in the sky at the same time. The blue-winged condor, which was equivalent to an 8th level martial artist, suddenly fell, blood spurting out from its heart. The 8th level martial artist on the condor's back clutched his throat, his eyes filled with disbelief as he died in an instant. After the arrow pierced through the blue-winged condor and the 8th level martial artist, its speed was still very fast. It made a turn in the air and shot into the distance, quickly disappearing. Yi Xing immediately looked into the distance, in the direction where the arrow disappeared. However, there was a small hill about 5 or 6 miles away that blocked his view. In other words, the person who shot the arrow was at least 5 or 6 miles away from the small hill. After shooting an arrow and instantly killing the blue-winged condor and the masked 8th level martial artist, the arrow still had the strength to turn around and shoot back 5 or 6 miles, where it was taken back by the person who shot the arrow. It was 5 or 6 miles away, so wouldn't it be more than 10 miles? This was calculated based on the shortest distance. If the person who shot the arrow was further behind the small hill, then the shooting range would be even further. Yi Xing was shocked. It was the first time he had seen such amazing archery. With such archery skills, not to mention an 8th level grandmaster, even a 9th level grandmaster would be killed in an instant. This made Yi Xing's heart palpitate. When would he have such powerful archery skills? Ever since he had perfected the revolving arrow technique, He could control the arrow in the air and not shoot directly. He could also skillfully use his inner strength to turn the arrow around. He thought that his archery was perfect. Now, it seemed that his archery was far from enough. The star continent was not like Earth. Everything here was more magical and terrifying. Yixing had no idea what the limit was. Bang! Bang! The corpses of the blue-winged condor and the martial artist fell to the ground, making two loud and small sounds. Yixing had already stopped his demonic horse. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo also stopped not far away. Looking at the blue-winged condor's corpse, they secretly gasped. The blue-winged condor's wings were more than 20 meters wide, almost as big as a house. Senior brother Yi, this was shot by you? Wu Yuan and Ma Bo urged their horses to Yixing's side and asked in disbelief. The two of them were spurring their horses forward just now, so they didn't see the scene of the arrow shooting from afar. In fact, even if the two of them looked back, they might not have been able to see the arrow's trajectory. It was simply too fast. Yixing shook his head and glanced in the direction where the arrow disappeared. He said, "I don't know who shot that arrow from afar and saved us. This person's archery is too terrifying. He killed the blue-winged condor with one arrow from a few miles away. And this 8th-level martial artist. I'm afraid that even a 9th-level martial artist would not be able to block this person's arrow." Wu Yuan sucked in a cold breath. Ma Bo exclaimed in shock, "A 9th-stage grandmaster can't even block an arrow? Could it be that the person who shot it was a martial saint?" A thought flashed through Yixing's mind. Just now, he had only noticed that the archer's archery skills were superb, but he did not pay attention to the archer's cultivation. If it was a martial sage who shot such a terrifying arrow, it would make more sense. Thinking of martial saints, Yixing naturally thought of Zishan Ho. In Qingye village in Tiansang City, Yixing had heard that there was only one martial saint in Zishan County, and that was Zishan Ho. Zishan Ho was the principal of Zishan Academy. When the students were in trouble, it was reasonable for him to save them. "Is it Zishan Ho?" Yixing asked in his heart. In the distance, in a valley, stood a black eagle with purple flame-shaped feathers on its forehead. On the back of the black eagle sat a middle-aged man who was not even 40 years old. It was Zishan Ho. "After 10 years of hiding my sharpness, it's time to unsheath it." Dark night, this malignant tumor, dared to reach into Zishan Academy. "Today, I will completely remove you." Zishan Ho softly muttered to himself, then patted the purple flame black eagle below him. Let's go, we will fight together." Yixing and the other two rode their demonic horses at a very fast speed, covering 1,000 li in a day. The next day, they arrived at the Savage Beast Ridge of the Green Cloud Mountain Range. The Savage Beast Ridge was not a mountain range, but a very large area in the Green Cloud Mountain Range. It stretched for thousands of li, and there were large numbers of mid- and high-level savage beasts active there. Moreover, the climate there was pleasant, and it was a place where high-level herbs were produced. It was a place where 7th-level grandmasters often went to train. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air, and in the blink of an eye, a huge savage beast fell to the ground. Under Yixing's arrow, no matter if it was a mid-level savage beast or a low-level savage beast, the result was almost instantaneous. Only a small number of savage beasts with extremely tenacious vitality required Yixing to shoot a second arrow. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo did not need to move at all, and the savage beasts had already fallen to the ground a few hundred steps away. This caused the two of them to be secretly shocked. They did not expect Yixing's archery to be so powerful, not at all weaker than their own strength. Moreover, killing savage beasts with archery was much easier than rushing up to fight. Killing with one arrow was clean and efficient. After Yixing entered the Savage Beast Ridge, he did not let go of any mid-level or high-level savage beasts that he saw. The various martial arts in his super brain were integrated day by day, and the level of his martial arts was getting higher and higher. His attainments in martial arts had also reached an extremely high level, but his archery attainments were still a little lacking. This time, he came to the Savage Beast Ridge to train, first, to find more high-level herbs, and second, to cultivate his archery skills to a higher level. There was no fastest or strongest, only faster and stronger. Yixing always believed that he could cultivate his archery skills to a higher level. Not only would it have more variations, but it would also have more power. The blue-winged eagle and the masked 8th level grandmaster were killed with one arrow, which made him very upset. As time passed, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were even more surprised. Not only was Yixing's archery skills unparalleled, but his ability to find herbs was also first class. Some herbs that were difficult for most martial artists to find could not escape Yixing's eyes. He found them one by one. There were mid-level herbs, and also high-level herbs. Yixing divided the high-level herbs into different categories. He kept those for healing, detoxification, or special effects, and ate those for increasing cultivation and strengthening qi and blood. He would cultivate the silver body technique for a period of time every day. In addition, he would trek and hunt in the mountains every day. The high-level herbs he ate every day were quickly refined and absorbed by him. Yixing was still a little puzzled about this. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were also very surprised. Yixing was like a medicine jar. No matter how much he ate, there seemed to be no adverse effects. Moreover, he could refine and absorb them all. As for other martial artists, they had to take the herbs step by step. After eating one, it would take a long time for the next one to appear. Otherwise, there might be side effects such as excessive qi and blood, inability to absorb, and immunity to medicinal effects. However, Yixing had no problems at all. Yixing consolidated his cultivation every day. His body was strengthened, and his archery skills were improved. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo also made progress. Yixing gave all the mid-level herbs to the two of them for them to consume. However, they did not dare to consume several herbs a day like Yixing. They could only consume one herb a day, and one stalk at a time, slowly refining and absorbing it. Sometimes, when they encountered a strong mid-level ominous beast, Yixing would deliberately not kill it and let the two of them fight it out. Firstly, it was to train their fighting skills. Secondly, it was to sharpen their bodies in battle, stimulating the potential in their bodies and speeding up the absorption process. Day after day passed. Soon, the three of them had stayed in Savage Beast Ridge for a month. During this month, Yixing did not know how many ominous beasts he had killed or how many high-level herbs he had eaten. He had made significant improvements in all aspects. As his archery skills were integrated with the martial arts in his super brain, as well as constant practice, Yixing had successfully hunted many high-level ominous beasts that were equivalent to LV8 grandmasters. His silver body technique had also been cultivated to perfection by a large number of herbs. His cultivation had also consolidated to the peak of LV6. Chapter 111. Senior Brother Yi, many martial Dao masters have come to the desolate ridge to train. We've met a few groups of martial artists in the past 2 days. They're all in the 7th level of the martial Dao, so they must be students from other academies. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo said in surprise. They had also gained a lot in the past month. They had reached the peak of the 6th level of the martial Dao body refining technique. In the distance, they saw another group of martial artists. They were around 18 or 19 years old, about the same age as the older students of Zishan Academy. They were all in the 7th level of the martial Dao, so they should be students from other academies. Zishan County was not the only county in the Starfall Kingdom. There were also academies in other counties that gathered the younger generation of the various counties. Yixing also noticed these students. Since the day before yesterday, they had met 2 or 3 groups every day. Some groups had 3 people, some had 4 people. This was already the 6th group. Moreover, the 6 groups they met were all heading in the same direction. In the past 2 days, Yixing and the other 2 had also been heading in this direction. They wanted to know why these martial artists were coming here. However, they were hunting fierce beasts and looking for herbs, so they were slower than the other groups. Let's look ahead. Yixing pointed at the mountain in front of them. Not long after, the 3 of them had already climbed the mountain. Yixing looked into the distance and saw the 5 groups he had seen 2 days ago in a valley about 10 miles away. The 6th group was also heading in the same direction. In the valley, what attracted Yixing's attention was a fruit tree with some shiny silver fruits that looked like twinkling stars. It's the silver star fruit. Yixing's eyes suddenly lit up. The silver star fruit was an upper-grade herb that could increase one's cultivation. It could be said to be the top upper-grade herb and was much more valuable than other upper-grade herbs. It was very useful for breaking through the 7th or 8th level of the martial Dao realm. It was also useful for breaking through the 9th level of the martial Dao realm, but the effect was very low. No wonder so many martial Dao masters rushed to this valley. It turned out that there was a silver star fruit tree with silver star fruits. Moreover, the silver star fruits were about to ripen. Yixing counted. There were a total of 18 silver star fruits on the silver star tree. I was just thinking about how to quickly break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. This silver star fruit is the best treasure for me. Since I've encountered it, I have to get 2. Yixing thought to himself. 1 silver star fruit might not be enough. 2 silver star fruits would definitely help him break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. In the valley, the martial artists were a little far from the silver star fruit tree, dozens of meters away. They didn't dare to approach. Below the silver star fruit tree, there was a giant ring-shaped snake as thick as an adult's waist. It was a high-level dire beast. This giant ringed snake was called the 100-ringed snake. An adult 100-ringed snake was equivalent to a LV8 peak supreme power realm. It was very terrifying. Obviously, this 100-ringed snake regarded this silver star tree as its treasure. It wanted to use the 18 silver star trees on the tree to raise its level to another level and become a top advanced dire beast. Although the silver star fruit didn't have much of an effect on breaking through from the 8th heaven to the 9th heaven, eating 18 of them in one go was still very effective. If this 100-ringed snake really ate them, there should be a 50% to 60% chance of breaking through again. However, the martial artists surrounding the valley obviously didn't want to see this result. However, the martial artists in the valley were also very wary of the 100-ringed snake. After all, this was a dire beast comparable to a LV8 peak supreme power realm. The martial artists present were all LV7 martial masters, and their cultivation ranged from early LV7 peak. If it was a one-on-one battle, any of the martial artists present would find it difficult to withstand the 100-ringed snake's attacks for more than 10 breaths. However, they had the numbers advantage, so they had the courage to fight with the 100-ringed snake for the silver star fruits. There were quite a few students from the academy who knew about this silver star fruit tree. They had calculated the time when it was about to ripen and rushed over. In the end, they didn't expect that the 100-ringed snake would take the lead and occupy the silver star fruit tree. Not long after, Yixing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo also arrived in the valley. The 6th team had arrived a moment before them. There were a total of 7 academy's students in the valley. Other than Yixing's team, the other 6 teams were all martial Dao masters. Yixing's arrival immediately made some people unhappy. A martial Dao master snorted coldly, "A LV6 martial artist dares to come here. Are you courting death?" Yixing was not angry. He smiled slightly and said, "We are students of the Zishan Academy. We are willing to help deal with the 100-ringed snake and seek an opportunity to break through to the LV7 martial Dao." Zishan Academy? That's the trashiest academy? There isn't even a LV9 student in the entire academy? There should be only one Zishan Academy in the Luoxing Kingdom. Even LV8 students are very rare. I heard that Zishan Ho is a cripple. The Zishan Academy is also the trashiest academy in the Luoxing Kingdom. The students are really weak. They are all LV6 martial Dao masters. The students of the other academies suddenly started discussing. There were many counties in the Luoxing Kingdom. It was reasonable to say that the students of the other academies should not know about Zishan Ho. However, these students came from the surrounding counties of the Zishan County. Therefore, they had heard about Zishan Ho. As for the fact that Zishan Ho was a cripple, it was impossible to spread within the Zishan County. Yixing and the others did not know whether Zishan Ho was a cripple or not. However, the three of them could not help but feel angry when their academy's principal was ridiculed. Yixing did not care about the ridicule of the students. Yixing said indifferently, "I want 3 silver star fruits on the tree." Originally, Yixing only wanted 2 silver star fruits. However, he changed his mind and wanted 3. Who asked these people to make him angry? Now that he was angry, there would definitely be consequences. There were a total of 18 silver star fruits. Including Yixing's group, there were a total of 7 silver star fruits. Even if they were to be divided equally, it was impossible for each team to get 3 silver star fruits. Furthermore, these martial Dao masters did not even include Yixing's group in the distribution of the silver star fruits. There were 6 teams, so 3 silver star fruits for each team was just right. You must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. You want 3 silver star fruits? Let me tell you, you don't even have one. Hurry up and get lost. With your cultivation, when the 100-ring snake starts fighting, it will eat you 1 bite at a time. The martial Dao master who spoke earlier said disdainfully. Although his words were unpleasant and he looked down on Yixing's group, he did not have any bad intentions. He did not pull Yixing's group into the fight and use them as cannon fodder to deal with the 100-ring snake. Yixing did not mind the martial Dao master's contempt. However, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were indignant. Wu Yuan shouted, "Looking at your age, you should be senior students in the academy. Let me tell you, senior brother Yixing is the first in our Purple Mountain Academy's freshman assessment. He can easily deal with any of you." Ma Bo also added, "That's right. You dare to look down on senior brother Yixing? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection? Once senior brother Yi makes a move, you won't be able to tell north from south." The martial Dao masters were furious. They looked down on Yixing's group of 3 who were in the 6th stage of the martial Dao. They felt that it was right and proper. Now that they were being looked down on by someone in the 6th stage of the martial Dao, they were all furious. First in the freshman assessment? So powerful. An early stage 7th stage martial Dao master walked out and said sarcastically, Come. I want to see how you, the first in the freshman of the Purple Mountain Academy, will beat me. If you can beat me, I'll give you a silver star fruit later." Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, Yixing's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. So fast. The early stage 7th stage martial Dao master was shocked and immediately unsheathed the sword in his hand. However, the sword was only halfway out when it was slapped back by Yixing. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The scabbard in his hand loosened and fell out of his hand. Then, with a dazzling cold light, the sword was out of the scabbard by 3 inches and pressed against the man's throat. At this moment, the martial Dao master only felt a sharp breath coming from his throat. It was as if Yixing could cut his throat with a slight movement. His eyes were filled with horror. He exclaimed, "What do you want?" The other 2 7th stage martial Dao masters in his team were also shocked. They shouted, "Stop!" Yixing smiled and put away the sword. He threw it to the other party and said, "Do I have the right to take 3 silver star fruits?" The early stage 7th stage martial Dao master was frightened and nodded repeatedly. However, even if he agreed, there were others who disagreed. A martial Dao master at the peak of 7th stage walked out and said, "You are indeed strong and can be given 1 silver star fruit. However, 3 silver star fruits are not enough. Unless you can take a blow from me, Chu Jingnan, and not retreat." This was a student from another academy. Among the 6 teams, only 2 had martial Dao masters at the peak of 7th stage. If Yixing really had the strength of a martial Dao master at the peak of 7th stage, it would not be too much to ask for 3 silver star fruits. The distribution of silver star fruits depended on one's strength. The 6 teams had different strengths, so the distribution could not be balanced. The 2 teams with martial Dao masters at the peak of 7th stage would definitely have an advantage in the distribution. If Yixing also had this strength, he would naturally have an advantage in the distribution. Yixing nodded. Okay, I'll take a blow from you. All the martial Dao masters' eyes were focused on Yixing. They did not expect Yixing to really agree to Chu Jingnan's request. Even among the two martial Dao masters at the peak of 7th stage, Chu Jingnan's strength was stronger. Therefore, he was the strongest among all the martial Dao masters present. On the other hand, Yixing was only a martial Dao master at the peak of 6th stage. There was a huge gap between him and a martial Dao master at the peak of 6th stage. It was already very difficult to cross this gap and defeat a martial Dao master at the early stage of 7th stage. If he could take a blow from Chu Jingnan, it would be even more unbelievable. At the scene, only Wu Yuan and Ma Bo had an excited smile on their faces. Yixing had defeated Xiong Qisheng, who was at the peak of the 7th stage, when he was only at the late stage of the 6th stage. Chu Jingnan's cultivation was only comparable to Xiong Qisheng's, but Yixing's cultivation had consolidated to the peak of 6th stage. Moreover, he had also perfected the silver body technique, an upper-class body refining technique, and his strength had improved greatly. With the perfected silver body technique, he could defeat any martial Dao master at the peak of 7th stage even if he used his physical body to oppress his opponent. Overlapping wave palm. Chu Jingnan shouted in a clean and nimble manner. He slapped his palm toward Yixing. Chapter 112. Chu Jingnan's attainments in the stacking wave palm were very high and were not inferior to Xiong Qisheng's. His palm contained at least 7 layers of internal force. One layer after another, it was like waves. When all the power erupted, the power was extremely terrifying. All the martial Dao masters present were fearful of Chu Jingnan's palm. Any one of them would have to retreat in the face of Chu Jingnan's palm and would not dare to face it head-on. Even Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were surprised. The momentum of Chu Jingnan's attack was even stronger than that of Xiong Qisheng's. Only Yixing looked normal. A faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he pushed his palm forward. Yes, it was a push, not a slap. It was as if there was a stone tablet in front of him and Yixing reached out to push it down. Low-grade martial arts technique, great tablet hand. In the eyes of others, this palm seemed ordinary and there was nothing special about it. However, in Chu Jingnan's eyes, it was a magical technique. He saw Yixing's palm grow larger in an instant. It was as if heaven and earth were pressing down on him, shattering his momentum in an instant. Bang! In the next moment, the two palms collided. The terrifying impact of power made an explosive sound. Dong 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 dong, Chu Jingnan's expression changed drastically. He felt a terrifying force pushing him and his body retreated uncontrollably for a total of 9 steps. There were 9 deep footprints on the ground. The deepest one was more than an inch deep in the ground. It was obvious how heavy the force was. Chu Jingnan was actually pushed back 9 steps by Yixing. This shocked all the martial Dao masters. What shocked them even more was that Yixing did not retreat half a step, as if his legs were rooted to the ground. His body was like a mountain and did not move at all. The outcome of the battle between the two palms was obvious. It was the first time that the martial Dao masters present had seen a LV6 martial Dao master at the peak of LV7 martial Dao master retreating with one palm. They were stunned and could not help but soften their eyes in disbelief. Since Wu Yuan and Ma Bo had witnessed Yixing defeating Xiong Qisheng with their own eyes, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Yixing had expended a lot of energy to defeat Xiong Qisheng, but now, he was able to force Chu Jingnan to retreat 9 steps with a single palm strike. It was clear that his strength had increased by a large margin. Chu Jingnan steadied himself after taking 9 steps back. He looked shocked and said, "Are you really at the 6th level of the martial path?" Chu Jingnan had heard that there was a cultivation technique that could hide one's cultivation level among the auxiliary martial arts. This kind of cultivation technique was very rare. Chu Jingnan suspected that Yixing had hidden his cultivation level. Otherwise, how could he have been defeated by a LV6 martial artist when he was at the peak of LV7? Yixing nodded. "I'm still 1 step away from the 7th level. This is the time when I need the silver star fruit." Chu Jingnan's expression changed from shock to admiration. He said, What I admire the most in my life are martial arts geniuses who can challenge people at a higher level. In the past, the person I admired the most was my cousin Chu Jingyue. She was able to defeat someone at the peak of LV7 Martial Dao Master when she was at the early stage of LV7 Martial Dao Master. Now, I admire you the most. I'm Chu Jingnan from the East Lake Academy. May I know your name? Yixing from the Purple Mountain Academy. Yixing reported his name and smiled. Now, am I qualified to get 3 silver star fruits? Chu Jingnan said, yes, absolutely. I believe that my friends from other academies have no objections. After that, Chu Jingnan glanced at the Martial Dao Masters. They all shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. Chu Jingnan was the most powerful among them. Even Chu Jingnan was pushed back by Yixing's palm strike. Who would dare to say anything? The most powerful team now was Yixing's team. It was not unreasonable for Yixing to want 3 silver star fruits. Given Yixing's strength, he could shoot these people from a distance and take all the silver star fruits for himself. However, Yixing obviously could not do such a thing. He did not even think about it. A gentleman loved money, but he had a way of obtaining it. Yixing also had his own way of obtaining the silver star fruits. Before obtaining the silver star fruits, he had to get rid of the 100-ringed snake. Given Yixing's strength, his efforts were enough to obtain 3 silver star fruits in return. Yixing glanced at the 100-ringed snake, which was coiled under the silver star fruit tree and staring coldly at everyone. He said, the silver star fruits should be ripe soon. Let's get rid of it first. Chu Jingnan frowned and said, this beast is not easy to deal with. It is now entangled under the silver star fruit tree and is fully focused on defense. If we take the initiative to attack it, it will be very difficult to kill it. Moreover, it is easy to destroy the silver star fruits on the tree in the process of fighting. It is really difficult to deal with. The Martial Dao Masters had already thought of various ways to lure the 100-ringed snake out. They attacked with sword auras, saber auras, and arrows. However, without exception, all the attacks were blocked by the 100-ringed snake's huge tail. The saber auras and sword auras could not hurt its tough scales. The arrows could not hit its body. There was almost no way to deal with it. Yixing said confidently, let me try. I don't believe that it won't come out. While speaking, Yixing took out the dragon tendon bow and took out a black arrow. He said, if it coils under the tree and doesn't move, I will directly shoot it to death. If it comes out to attack me, everyone will swarm up and besiege it to death. Don't give it a chance to go back and destroy the silver star fruits. Although they had used this method before and the arrows were blocked by the 100-ringed snake's huge tail, everyone was still very confident in Yixing's strength. If the arrow shot was fast enough and powerful enough, it could pose a great threat to the 100-ringed snake. They did not believe that the 100-ringed snake would not come out. Otherwise, it would be used as a target and shot to death. Let's retreat a little further and try to keep it as far away from the silver star fruit tree as possible. Yixing said as he turned and walked into the distance. Yixing walked to the edge of the valley. He was nearly 400 steps away from the silver star fruit tree before he stopped. As for the others, they stopped 300 steps away from the silver star fruit tree. If the 100-ringed snake attacked Yixing, they would surround and kill it here. They would not allow the 100-ringed snake to approach Yixing, nor would they allow it to return. Hiss, the 100-ringed snake coldly stared at Yixing. It knew that these people were going to attack it again. And Yixing, who was armed with a bow and arrow, was its number one threat. Get ready, I'm going to shoot. Yixing shouted. Whoosh, in the next moment, the black arrow left the bowstring, emitting a loud sound. The arrow was like a stream of light and its trajectory was like a spiral. A trace of fear appeared in the 100-ringed snake's cold eyes. This arrow was different from the arrow attacks it had faced before. It made it feel threatened. Paw, with a long hiss, the 100-ringed snake's giant tail lashed out. It was like a whip striking the air. In an instant, it swept towards the incoming scarlet arrow. The black arrow was fused with the power of the wind. Its trajectory was mysterious. The 100-ringed snake's giant tail lashed out at empty air. The arrow bypassed the giant tail and instantly shot into the 100-ringed snake's body. The 100-ringed snake's hard scales were unable to block the arrow's penetration. Nearly half of the black arrow instantly sank into its body. The intense pain caused the 100-ringed snake's giant body to tremble. Whoosh! At this time, the second black arrow had already been shot out. The 100-ringed snake was furious. With a long hiss, it unfurled its body and rushed towards Yixing. If it did not fight back, it would become a target for Yixing to shoot it to death. The 100-ringed snake was unable to block this arrow. The trajectory of the arrow was too difficult to judge. Another arrow sank nearly half of its body into the 100-ringed snake's body. The 100-ringed snake let out a long hiss. Its giant body twisted on the ground. Its speed was extremely fast. It was as if it was riding the wind. In the blink of an eye, it was dozens of meters away. However, no matter how fast it was not faster than Yixing's bow and arrow. When the 100-ringed snake was 100 steps away from the silver star tree, Yixing immediately released 3 arrows and used his ultimate killing move. An arrow shot out. The 100-ringed snake's head was nimble and easy to dodge. If it hit its body, it would not cause a fatal threat to the 100-ringed snake. If 3 arrows were released at the same time, it would be difficult for the 100-ringed snake to avoid hitting its vital points. Once the vital points were hit, the 100-ringed snake might be shot to death by Yixing. One arrow was hit by the 100-ringed snake's chi arrow. Another arrow was dodged by the 100-ringed snake's body. However, there was still one arrow that suddenly changed direction after being released. It instantly shot into the 100-ringed snake 7 inches from the back. Most of it sank into its body. Being attacked in its vital points, the 100-ringed snake's body immediately trembled. It was severely injured. The 100-ringed snake hissed angrily. Its body was huge and its skin was thick. Even if its vital points were attacked, it would be difficult to kill it immediately. It continued to rush towards Yixing. At this time, the martial Dao masters next to him swarmed forward. Sword light, saber light, and spear light were released at the same time. All of them greeted the 100-ringed snake. If the 100-ringed snake was not injured, even if there were about 20 martial Dao masters joining forces, it would be difficult to deal with it for a while. However, it was now seriously injured. How could it withstand the siege of so many martial Dao masters? In addition, Yixing was still shooting arrows from a distance. It was impossible for the 100-ringed snake to guard against and hide. Soon, it turned into a corpse, lying straight on the ground. This reminded Yixing of fighting a boss in the game. With both melee and long-range attacks, the boss would be besieged until it couldn't find its way north. Despite having powerful strength, it would be besieged to death. This 100-ringed snake was similar. Your archery skills are so powerful that you can even injure the 100-ringed snake. After the 100-ringed snake died, Chu Jingnan looked at Yixing and said in a shocked voice. Yixing was only a 6th-level martial artist, but the arrow he shot could injure the 100-ringed snake, which was equivalent to an 8th-level grandmaster. This was really surprising. Yixing smiled faintly. Actually, archery is my forte. Everyone was speechless. According to Yixing's words, his own strength seemed to be his shortcoming. If his shortcoming could allow him to challenge someone of a higher level, how could he let others live? Okay, now we just have to wait for the silver star fruit to ripen and then distribute the fruits, Yixing said with a smile, diverting everyone's embarrassment. Sure enough, everyone was happy when they heard this. There would be no more obstacles for them to obtain the silver star fruit. No, it was a little too naive to think that there would be no obstacles. About an hour later, seeing that the silver star fruit was about to ripen, another team arrived. This team had a total of 4 people. 2 were at the peak of 7th level, 2 were at the 8th level, and one of them was at the peak of 8th level. Compared to the other teams, this team was undoubtedly terrifyingly powerful. All of you, get lost. We will take all 18 silver star fruits. As soon as this team arrived at the valley, the peak 8th level Grandmaster glanced coldly at everyone and said disdainfully. The gap between the monthly votes is getting wider and wider. I'm feeling a little down and my writing efficiency is a little low. Sorry, I'll try my best to overcome it. Maintain a good attitude and persevere in outbursts. Looking for monthly votes. Chapter 113. Arrogant. This 8th level Grandmaster's demeanor and tone were extremely arrogant. The faces of the martial Dao masters were instantly filled with anger. Yixing also narrowed his eyes. They had worked together to get rid of the 100-ring snake under the silver star fruit tree. It was time to harvest the fruit, but this person wanted them to get lost and monopolize the silver star fruit. Who could tolerate this? So what if he was an 8th level Grandmaster? This was not a matter of cultivation at all, but of morality. For example, Yixing also had the strength to drive other martial Dao masters away, but he did not do so. However, this 8th level Grandmaster did so. Chu Jingnan said angrily, "Why? We came here first and we killed the 100-ring snake. Do you want to monopolize the fruit just because you have a higher cultivation?" The peak level 8 martial scholar chuckled and said, "Why should I? Because we are students of Ziyang Academy. Get lost." Yixing did not know where Ziyang Academy was and had never heard of it. He did not think that it was a big deal to be a student of Ziyang Academy. However, the expressions of Chu Jingnan and the others changed when they heard this. Obviously, Ziyang Academy was not ordinary. Although Chu Jingnan and the others were still angry, their momentum suddenly weakened a lot. Yixing said, "So what if you are students of Ziyang Academy? Can you be shameless and snatch other people's treasures?" Chu Jingnan and the others were shocked by Yixing's words. Chu Jingnan hurriedly whispered, "Brother Yi, don't you know Ziyang Academy? It is one of the 3 strongest academies in Luoxing Kingdom. The teachers in the academy are all martial sages and the students are geniuses. We can't afford to offend them." Chu Jingnan's reminder was too late. Yixing's words made the 4 students of Ziyang Academy angry. They swept their cold gazes at Yixing. The 8th level Grandmaster said, "How dare an ant of the 6th level of the martial Dao realm speak to our Ziyang Academy? Where did an ant like you come from? Are you tired of living?" Yixing wanted to say that it was none of his business, but Chu Jingnan had already said, "This is brother Yixing from Zishan Academy. He probably hasn't heard of Ziyang Academy. How should I address you, friend? Don't be angry, don't be angry." As he spoke, Chu Jingnan rubbed his hands and continued, "Look, there are so many of us. We arrived here first and put in so much effort to kill this 100-ring snake. We should get something in return after putting in so much effort. There are 18 silver star fruits on this tree. Ziyang College can have half of them and the other 9 will be divided among the 7 colleges. What do you think? Get lost." The pinnacle 8th level martial scholar glared at him and bellowed, "You can either scram or stay here to die." As he spoke, he chuckled and pointed his index finger at Yixing and the others, saying, "Are you very unconvinced? I'm Zhenxiang Temple from Ziyang Academy. If you're not convinced, feel free to beat me." The Temple of Zhenxiang's expression was arrogant, and the only thing missing was the words, "Heavenly King," written on his face. Looking at the savagery revealed in his smile, if there really was someone who dared to oppose him, he would definitely kill and take that person's life. "Alright, senior brother Zhenxiang Temple, don't scare these poor souls." Another 8th level Grandmaster from Ziyang Academy spoke and waved his hand at Yixing and the others, saying, "You can go now. Be more careful in the future." Chu Jingnan was reluctant to part with the silver star fruits and was still a little hesitant. Most of the martial Dao masters shook their heads and sighed before turning to leave. Sigh. Let's go, let's go. Let's just pretend that we didn't meet and come here for nothing." Seeing that most of the people had retreated, Chu Jingnan also knew that it was difficult for him to act alone. He said to Yixing, "Sigh. Forget it, let's not fight with them. Yixing, let's go." "Wait." Zhenxiang Temple reached out and stopped them. He stared fiercely at Yixing and said, "You can all leave safely, but he can't. Just now, he insulted Ziyang Academy. He has to take a slap in the face before he can leave. Another 8th level Grandmaster said, Senior Brother Jinxiang Temple is right. You should slap yourself. Who told you to spout nonsense? Yi Xing sneered in his heart. This Jinxiang Temple was simply courting death. However, a peak 8th level Grandmaster was right in front of him. Yi Xing didn't dare to underestimate him. He only sneered in his heart and didn't show it on his face. After all, Yi Xing couldn't compete with an 8th level Grandmaster if he didn't use a bow and arrow. At such a close distance, a bow and arrow were useless. Yi Xing had a dangerous smile on his face and said, I spoke carelessly just now. I'm really sorry. Senior Brother Zhen, I'm willing to give you a gift. Please don't be angry. Jinxiang Temple naturally wouldn't refuse a gift from someone. He said, what is it? If it can satisfy me, I won't slap you. Yi Xing said, this thing is very fast. I can't take it out when I'm close enough. I have to walk further away. It was very fast. What was it that couldn't be taken out when he was close enough? Jinxiang Temple was interested when he heard this. He said, go ahead and take it out. But don't think about running away. With your cultivation, I can catch up to you in 3 steps. I won't run. Yi Xing said and turned to walk towards the open area at the entrance of the valley. He used the flying swan technique. 1 step was more than 10 feet, and 3 steps were more than 100 meters away. Chu Jingnan was also very puzzled. What gift did Yi Xing want to give? Seeing Yi Xing walk further and further away, those who were quick-witted suddenly thought of a possibility. Their hearts skipped a beat and their faces changed. Seeing Yi Xing walk 100 meters away, Jinxiang Temple shouted, enough. How much further do you want to go? If you go any further, I won't be able to see it clearly when you take it out. Yi Xing took another step, then turned around and said with a smile, I really want to die. My gift is fast and sharp. It's quiet like a stick, but it's moving like a beam of light. It can even take a person's life. Guess what it is? As he spoke, Yi Xing took down the dragon tendon bow. At the same time, he took out 3 black edge arrows. Seeing this, Chu Jingnan and the others hurriedly retreated to the sides. They had seen Yi Xing's archery skills before. Jinxiang Temple's reaction wasn't fast. It wasn't until Yi Xing took out the bow and knocked an arrow that he realized that Yi Xing wanted to give him an arrow. No. 1 bow and 3 arrows. He was giving him 3 arrows. Jinxiang Temple was furious. A 6th stage martial Dao ant was actually pointing an arrow at him. He immediately roared, You're courting death. Due to the anger in his heart, Jinxiang Temple had forgotten that Yi Xing hadn't shouted Jinxiang Temple's name just now, but that he really wanted to die. While Jinxiang Temple was furious, the other 3 students of the Ziyang Academy were also furious. They hadn't expected that Yi Xing's gift would be like this. They felt like they had been played like monkeys. Jinxiang Temple roared and leaped up like a great rock, pouncing towards Yi Xing. Even though he could use his inner strength to leave his body, he was more than 100 meters away from Yi Xing. He had to be at least 30 meters away from Yi Xing for his inner strength to cause effective damage to Yi Xing. Seeing Jinxiang Temple leap several meters into the air, Yi Xing chuckled inwardly. Jinxiang Temple was obviously treating him like an ant and didn't pay any attention to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have leaped into the air under the threat of the arrow. He was practically a target. If you really want to die, I'll give you the arrow. Whether or not you can receive it will depend on your ability. Whoosh! 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 As Yi Xing spoke, the arrow had already left the bowstring and pierced through the air. After the 3 black arrows left the bowstring, their trajectories immediately twisted. They went in different directions, but they had the same speed as cold light and a terrifying force that could be judged from the sound of them piercing through the air. Jinxiang Temple immediately felt a fatal threat the moment Yi Xing's arrow left the bowstring. His body seemed to have been locked onto by the twisted arrow. This caused Jinxiang Temple's expression to change greatly. He had never taken Yixing, a sixth-rank martial artist, seriously. He had always treated Yixing as an ant. He never expected Yixing to be able to pose a fatal threat to him. Unfortunately, by the time he understood, he was already on the brink of death. It was already too late. He couldn't grasp the trajectories of the 3 arrows at all, and couldn't determine from which angle they would attack from. The only thing he could do was to defend from all sides. Whoosh! Zhenxiang Temple's sword was unsheathed. A cold light flashed and formed a sword screen around him, enveloping him. The sword light was like a screen, and the sword chi overlapped one another. This was a defensive sword technique. Zhenxiang Temple was able to reach the peak of 8th rank Grandmaster before the age of 20. He was also a genius and was very strong. Ding! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out almost at the same time. This meant that his sword had collided with the 3 arrows. However, the collision didn't necessarily mean that he had defended. Only one of the black arrows was split into 2 and fell to the ground. Although the trajectories of the other 2 arrows were slightly affected, they still hit his body. A sharp pain came from his chest and back at the same time. Fortunately, because the trajectories were slightly off, they didn't hit any vital parts. These 2 arrows wouldn't take his life. However, the injuries from these 2 arrows were enough to take his life. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yixing had shot another arrow. At the same time, Yixing's voice rang out. This arrow is the real gift for you. Yixing drew the dragon tendon bow into a full moon and shot this arrow. It flew straight and was incomparably fast. In a flash, it was already in front of Zhenxiang Temple. Zhenxiang Temple finally looked terrified. He roared, "Don't!" At the same time, he swung the sword in his hand, wanting to split the arrow apart. However, the arrow wound on his body slowed his movements by a fraction. His arrow struck empty air, and a bloody hole instantly appeared in his throat. An arrow through the throat. Zhenxiang Temple's eyes were filled with disbelief. His corpse fell to the ground. His body struggled for a while before it stopped moving. He was already dead. You actually dared to kill senior brother Zhenxiang Temple. How dare you? Another 8th level Grandmaster from Ziyang's school pointed at Yixing and shouted fiercely. The other 2 7th level Grandmasters were also red in the face and neck. They looked at Yixing angrily, but there was fear in their angry eyes. Chu Jingnan and the others were also dumbfounded from afar. They never expected Yixing to be able to kill Zhenxiang Temple. He actually dared to shoot Zhenxiang Temple. Yixing looked coldly at the other 8th level Grandmaster from Ziyang's school and said, "You also want a gift?" The 8th level Grandmaster was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. Yixing shouted, "If you don't want it, scram." Chapter 114. Just you wait, Ziyang College won't let you off. The level 8 martial scholar said fiercely. He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly left. The corpse of Zhenxiang Temple was carried away by 2 level 7 students of Ziyang College. Chu Jingnan and the others only came up after the students of Ziyang College had left. Chu Jingnan said, "Brother Yixing, you're in trouble." "Big trouble." The rest of the people nodded in agreement. Yixing looked calm and said, "I'm a student of Zishan College. What can they do to me? Do they dare to go to Zishan College and ask for me?" Chu Jingnan said, "Zishan College is different from ordinary colleges. In ordinary colleges, only the vice principal and above are martial saints. In Ziyang College, even the teachers are martial saints. But in Zishan College, even the vice principal is not a martial saint. The only martial saint in Zishan College is Zishan Ho. I heard that he's a cripple and doesn't care about anything. Who can stop him?" Yixing smiled and said, "Zishan County is Zishan Ho's territory after all. He's a marquis who was conferred the title by the monarch. Even if the teachers of Ziyang College are martial saints, they can't be compared to Zishan Ho. How can Zishan Ho allow others to capture people in Zishan College? Life and death are fated, but the spirit of a martial artist lives forever in one's heart. Yixing didn't care about Jinxiang Temple. He changed the topic and said, in Zishan County, I've never heard of anything bad about Zishan Ho. Brother Chu, why do you say that Zishan Ho is a cripple? Chu Jingnan touched his head and said, actually, I don't know. I only heard that Zishan Ho's legs are paralyzed. How can rumors be true? Yixing smiled indifferently. Although he hadn't seen Zishan Ho, he had a good impression of him. Before he entered the Blue Cloud Mountains, he was chased by the masked men on blue winged eagles. It was very likely that Zishan Ho had saved him. If it really was Zishan Ho, then Zishan Ho was not only a martial saint, but also a martial saint with godly archery skills. Yixing did not believe that Zishan Ho was a cripple. At this moment, a strong fragrance wafted over. When the fragrance entered his nose, it shook his spirit. It was as if his soul had been sublimated. A medicinal herb that could achieve such an effect was definitely not ordinary. Everyone's eyes lit up. The silver star fruit had matured. Let's go. We can pick the fruits now. Ha! Yixing was in a good mood and laughed loudly. The ripening of the silver star fruit meant that his cultivation was about to break through LV7 and become a martial Dao master. He remembered that when he had just arrived at the Star Continent, he had heard the maid Xiaoqing talk about martial arts. According to Xiaoqing, a martial arts master was already an extremely superior figure. And now, he was about to become a martial Dao master. Of course, he was happy. Chu Jingnan and the others were also very happy, but they did not feel carefree. Instead, they felt a little embarrassed. Chu Jingnan said, Yixing, originally, all the silver star fruits would have been snatched by the students of Ziyang College. We would not have gotten a single one. Now that you have killed Temple Zhenxiang and offended Zishan College, you naturally have to bear the consequences of killing Temple Zhenxiang. These silver star fruits should all belong to you. However, we also need the silver star fruits. How about this? The 6 colleges will each get 1 and the remaining 12 will all belong to you. Is that okay? Thinking that these silver star fruits were obtained by Yixing at the risk of Ziyang College's revenge, Chu Jingnan and the others felt very embarrassed to take even one. However, they had come to Green Cloud Mountains for the Savage Beast Ridge for the silver star fruits. They really wanted them. Although Yixing had killed Temple Zhenxiang, he did not think that all the silver star fruits should belong to him. This was basically no different from Temple Zhenxiang. He was just borrowing Temple Zhenxiang's hand to get the silver star fruits. Yixing would not do such a thing. Of course, Chu Jingnan was right. He had taken a great risk by killing Temple Zhenxiang. Naturally, he had to obtain more benefits. This was also a matter of course. Yixing thought for a while and said, there are so many of you. How about this? I will take 6. As for the remaining 12, each of your teams will get 2. As for the distribution among your teams, it's up to you. 2 is better than 1. Chu Jingnan and the others were overjoyed. They never expected Yixing to be so open-minded. He was the complete opposite of Temple Zhenxiang. Temple Zhenxiang only thought about himself and never cared about the lives of others. However, Yixing never only thought about himself. Most of the time, he thought about others. Brother Yixing, thank you so much. Chu Jingnan was pleasantly surprised. He said, I, Chu Jingnan, rarely admire someone so much. But I admire you. First, I admire your strength. Second, I admire your character. Either way, it's rare and admirable. To be honest, if I were you, I would definitely not be willing to give away so many silver star fruits. The others also expressed their gratitude. Yixing shrugged. As he plucked the silver star fruits, he said, although the silver star fruit is good, it can only be used to improve one's cultivation once. I used it to break through to the 7th level, but I can't use it to break through to the 8th level in the future. What's the use of having more? It's fate that we met in the Mount Qingyun. Why should I be so stingy? Very soon, each team had a representative who plucked 2 silver star fruits. With the silver star fruits in hand, there was no need for the teams to stay together. They went their separate ways. Brother Yixing, if you come to the East Lake County in the future, feel free to come to the East Lake Academy and look for me, Chu Jingnan. Chu Jingnan said to Yixing as he left. When he was far away, he turned back and shouted, "Perhaps, you don't have to go to the East Lake Academy to look for me. We'll have a chance to meet again. Cultivate well. Maybe we can become disciples of the Falling Star sect together." Falling Star sect? Yixing asked Wu Yuan and Ma Bo, "Why is the Falling Star sect so similar to the Falling Star country? Is there any relationship between them?" The two looked at Yixing, speechless. Wu Yuan said, "The Falling Star country was founded by the Falling Star sect. It's the strongest force in the Falling Star country. It's a big level higher than all the other academies. I heard that there are many martial sages in the Falling Star country." Ma Bo nodded. They didn't know much about but they were much better than Yixing. Yixing nodded and said, "I understand. Just like the Zishan Academy gathers all the geniuses in the Zishan Prefecture and selects geniuses from all the cities, the Falling Star sect gathers all the geniuses in the Falling Star country and selects geniuses from all the cities. If you perform well in the academy, you should have a chance to become a disciple of the Falling Star sect." Yixing's eyes lit up. His goal was to become a martial sage. However, the Zishan Academy didn't even have a teacher who was a martial sage, and the students weren't even 9th level grandmasters. He knew that it was impossible for him to become a martial sage in the Zishan Academy. Now, he finally understood that the Falling Star sect was his home. There were many martial sages in the Falling Star sect. Only there could he become a martial sage, achieve his goal, and become a peerless expert. Wu Yuan said, "That's right. The Falling Star sect selects disciples in the same year as the academy. It happens once every 3 years. However, it's much more difficult to become a disciple of the Falling Star sect than a student of the academy." Yixing asked, "In the same year? Then the Falling Star sect should be recruiting disciples soon. More than half a year has passed this year." Wu Yuan said, "I don't know the exact time, but I heard that the Zishan Academy is lagging behind the other academies. Very few students can enter the Falling Star sect. Only a few students can enter each time. Only the students of the Advanced Genius class have a chance." After learning about the Yixing's heart was no longer in the Zishan Academy. Now, what he wanted to do the most was to cultivate and raise his cultivation. Then, when the Falling Star sect recruited disciples, he would be able to stand out from the other geniuses and be selected by the Falling Star sect. Only then would he have a chance of becoming a martial sage within a year. Yixing waved his hand, "Let's go. We'll leave this place first." Yixing remembered seeing a cave 2 days ago. As they did not kill any ferocious beasts or find any medicinal herbs on the way, the 3 of them arrived at the cave in the evening. Wu Yuan and Ma Bo were in charge of guarding the entrance of the cave. Yixing entered the cave and sat down cross-legged. He calmed his mind and took out a silverstar fruit. After consuming it, he began to refine and absorb it to break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. The medicinal power of the silverstar fruit was more than 10 times stronger than all the medicinal herbs Yixing had consumed in the past. Not long after it entered his stomach, Yixing felt a surge of astral energy crazily absorbing it. Just by feeling this surge of astral energy, Yixing knew that 1 silverstar fruit was enough for him to break through to the 7th stage of the martial path. As the silverstar fruit was refined, the internal strength in Yixing's body surged more and more. It was as if his body was about to explode. At the same time, the 6 rings of stars in his dantian became incomparably resplendent. The 7th ring was faintly formed. When 80 to 90% of the silverstar fruit's medicinal power was absorbed, the 7th ring finally appeared clearly. Yixing's cultivation had broken through. He had taken an extremely important step on the martial path. 7 rings, 7th stage of the martial path. Yixing had officially become a martial Dao master. Yixing felt the internal strength in his body surge to the extreme. It was as if it was about to explode. The moment his cultivation broke through, the surging internal strength finally appeared. Yixing felt all the pores in his body open at this moment. Terrifying internal strength shot out in all directions from his countless pores. It rushed out in all directions, causing the surrounding air to tremble and waves of air to surge. External release of internal strength. This was external release of internal strength. Just now, the internal strength had spread out in all directions, so the power produced wasn't strong. Now, Yixing controlled the internal strength and poured it all into his palm. He slammed his palm against the cave wall in front of him. The cave wall was 3 meters away from Yixing. However, as Yixing slammed his palm, a surge of internal strength left his body and instantly slammed into the cave wall. A clear handprint instantly appeared on the cave wall. It was about an inch deep. If a 6th-stage martial artist received Yixing's palm from 3 meters away, they would definitely be severely injured. Chapter 115. Yixing was so immersed in the joy of breaking through to the martial master level that he did not notice that the void above his head had changed after his breakthrough. Yixing was in the depths of the cave. Originally, the top of the cave was a few meters above him, but now it had turned into a dark void. In this dark void, there was a vague outline of a star. This star seemed to have merged with the dark void, making it difficult to see its specific shape, only its incomparable size. Who in all directions, the endless void contained star Yuan Qi. At this moment, the star Yuan Qi was attracted by an inexplicable force and gathered in Yixing's body. Although the star Yuan Qi moved very slowly, when the star Yuan Qi rushed into Yixing's body, Yixing instantly felt it. A trace of star Yuan Qi entered Yixing's body and turned into a surge of star energy, which was directly absorbed by Yixing. This speed could be called amazing. It was more than 100 times faster than Yixing's top-grade cultivation method, Qingyuan art. Yixing's cultivation suddenly rose rapidly, and the 7th star ring gradually lit up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yixing was instantly shocked. After breaking through to the 7th stage of the martial path, the difficulty of cultivation would increase by a large level. How difficult was it to improve one's cultivation? But now, his cultivation was soaring like a rocket. The surging star energy was more than 10 times stronger than the star accumulating pill. Yixing could feel that from all directions, there seemed to be something constantly drilling into his body. The surging star energy in his body was coming from this. Yixing released his senses and immediately sensed the dark void above his head, as well as the shadow of the huge star Yuan Qi. He was shocked. This was his astrology. When he first sensed the star Yuan Qi, he had sensed it once. After that, he had not sensed anything. Only when he cultivated could he absorb the star energy. Right now, he was no longer a martial arts idiot. He had a very high level of martial arts knowledge. He knew that before a cultivator became a martial sage, they only had one chance to sense the astrology, which was the manifestation of the astrology. Outsiders could also see it. However, he had just broken through to the 7th stage of the martial path and he was able to sense the manifestation of the celestial body. Moreover, this time, it seemed to have other effects that allowed his cultivation to increase rapidly. Yixing opened his eyes and scanned the area in front of him. He discovered that what entered his body were strands of unknown air currents hidden in the void. They seemed to contain an incomparably vast amount of stellar energy. However, compared to the stellar energy he absorbed during cultivation, the quality of this energy seemed to be a grade higher. What he did not know was that this was astral Yuan Qi. Only after becoming a martial sage could one absorb it. Ordinary cultivators were unable to sense or absorb astral Yuan Qi. They could only slowly absorb the weak astral Yuan Qi from the void. A strand of astral Yuan Qi contained more astral Yuan Qi than 100 strands of astral Yuan Qi. From this, it could be seen that Yixing was able to absorb astral Yuan Qi at the 7th stage of the martial path. His cultivation speed was extremely fast. Naturally, it was like a rocket that soared into the sky. At this moment, Wu Yuan and Ma Bo, who were standing at the entrance of the cave, were shocked. Both of them felt as though there was a suction force, like a magnet attracting a piece of iron, was pulling at the inner martial strength and celestial ring astral force in their bodies, causing them to feel as though their inner martial strength and celestial ring astral force were about to leave their bodies. The two of them hurriedly circulated their cultivation methods to prevent the astral yuan qi and inner strength from flowing out of their bodies. However, they could not stop the shock in their hearts. What was going on? This terrifying feeling lasted for a full hour before the two of them felt that they had returned to normal. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with lingering fear. From each other's eyes, the two of them could sense that what had happened just now was related to Yixing. At this moment, in the depths of the cave, Yixing had already stood up. His eyes were filled with joy. In just a short hour, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th stage of the early stage of the 7th stage of the martial path. If he had cultivated normally, he might not have been able to achieve this in half a month. This meant that the improvement in his cultivation in this hour was more than half a month of normal cultivation. From this, it could be seen that his cultivation speed in this hour was indeed like sitting on a rocket. If he could maintain this speed, he would be able to reach the peak of the 7th stage in less than a day. Unfortunately, there was a time limit to the astral manifestation and it was not under Yixing's control. When the astral manifestation ended, the super-fast cultivation speed also stopped. Yixing was not a greedy person. In just an hour, his cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of the 7th stage of the martial path. He was already very satisfied and happy. Moreover, with the breakthrough in his cultivation, he felt that he had taken a big step forward in integrating the various martial arts in his super brain. It seemed that he did not need to reach the 8th stage of the martial path to completely integrate all the martial arts. At that time, his level of martial arts knowledge would be comparable to that of a martial saint. Naturally, he would be able to cultivate martial arts with half the effort and his strength would increase greatly. Zishan Academy. When Yixing's cultivation broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path, Wei Qingxian was also sprinting towards the 7th stage of the martial path. Wei Qingxian was valued by Zishan Ho. She enjoyed special treatment and endless resources. Her aptitude was also good, so naturally, her cultivation speed was very fast. Without the Silverstar fruit, Wei Qingxian used a high-grade star accumulation pill to stabilize her cultivation to the peak of the 6th stage. Naturally, she broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path. The breakthrough process was very simple. Everything happened naturally. The 7th star ring appeared in her dantian. The surging inner strength in her body surged out of her body and she stepped into the 7th stage of the martial path. I've finally become a martial master. I wonder if Yixing is faster or if I'm faster. Wei Qingxian thought happily in her heart. Before she could think about it, Wei Qingshuan's head buzzed, causing her to fall into a deep sleep and fall into a coma. It's here again. This was Wei Qingshuan's last thought before she fainted. Wei Qingxian sensed the stars at the age of 10 and started cultivating. A few years ago, her performance was relatively ordinary. At the age of 14, she broke through to the 4th stage of the martial path and became a true martial artist. When she broke through to the 4th stage of the martial path, Wei Qingxian fainted once. She felt that she had a dream. There were some blurry scenes in the dream that she couldn't remember when she woke up. However, after that, her cultivation became much easier. Soon, she stepped into the 5th stage of the martial path and became a rising star of the Azure Sky City. She and Yixing were known as the Twin Prides. Now, when she broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path, this situation happened again. Wei Qingxian fainted, but her consciousness was still a little bit clear. Some blurry scenes flashed in her mind. There seemed to be a person in the scene looking at her. However, it was very blurry and she couldn't see clearly. She felt that the person was very familiar. Soon, the person moved. He stood high in the sky and used all kinds of terrifying martial arts. Wei Qingxian seemed to understand something, but she still couldn't see clearly. In the end, all the scenes disappeared and turned into a light that merged into her mind. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Qingxian woke up. That dream again? Wei Qingxian was shocked. She immediately stood up and checked her body. There was no abnormality. The only change was that her cultivation was very stable. She remembered that she had just stepped into the 7th stage of the martial path, but now her cultivation was in the middle stage of the 7th stage. This was exactly the same as when she fainted when she broke through to the 4th stage of the martial path. When she woke up, her cultivation was in the middle stage of the 4th stage of the martial path. Moreover, after a little more than a month, her cultivation broke through to the 5th stage of the martial path. While this surprised her, she also felt a surge of joy. If this was the case, she wasn't far from the 8th stage of the martial path. She was only 14.5 years old now. It seemed that she had a high chance of becoming a martial saint around the age of 17 like the red-clothed girl and Zishan Ho. Hee, this time Yi Xing shouldn't be able to beat me. However, Yi Xing's martial arts attainments are very high and his strength is very strong. Even if his cultivation is not as good as mine, his battle strength may not be inferior to mine. It seems that I have to strengthen my martial arts cultivation. Wei Qingxian thought. She and Yi Xing had both risen in Celestial Azure City and had a close relationship. However, the two of them also had a secret competition on the martial path. Who is that familiar figure in the dream? Why do I always dream of him? Moreover, the martial arts he used were so strong, as if they could turn the heavens and the earth upside down. I'm afraid that even a martial saint wouldn't have that kind of power. Wei Qingshuan's mind spun. She was filled with curiosity towards everything in the dream. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't think of any clues. She couldn't see the person in the dream or the martial arts clearly. However, the martial arts comprehension she obtained was preserved. She felt that her martial arts attainments had increased by a lot. As long as she put it into practice, there would be great progress. On the same day, Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian both stepped into the 7th stage of the martial path and became martial masters. Similarly, when the two of them broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path, something abnormal happened. However, that abnormal thing only lasted for a short period of time. After that, the days passed as usual. Half a month later, Yi Xing, Wu Yuan, and Ma Bo returned to the Zishan Academy. After half a month of experience, Yi Xing's cultivation had already reached the middle of the 7th stage of the martial path. The integration of many martial arts in his mind was also close to perfection. His martial arts attainments had made great progress compared to when he was at the 6th stage of the martial path. The reason why Yi Xing returned was because the assessment of the advanced class was approaching. He now wholeheartedly wanted to enter the Falling Star sect. However, entering the Falling Star sect was only possible if one performed well in the academy. No matter how outstanding Yi Xing's performance in the lower class was, he was still a student of the lower class. If the Falling Star sect were to choose a disciple, they wouldn't be able to pick him in a short period of time. Therefore, he needed to prove to others that even among the students of the advanced class, he, Yi Xing, was ranked at the top. He might even be number 1. He wanted to become the most outstanding student of the Zishan Academy. When the Falling Star sect were to choose a disciple, they would naturally choose him. What was considered the most outstanding student? Naturally, it was to participate in the advanced class assessment and compete with the students of the advanced class to determine who was better. Only by comparison could one determine who was better. I didn't complete the 4th chapter yesterday, but I will deliver the 4th chapter today. There isn't much time left for double monthly votes, please get one more. Chapter 116. Yi Xing's return with a cultivation of the 7th stage of the martial path shook the entire Indigo Mountain Institute. Even though Yi Xing's strength was heaven-defying, defeating Xiong Qisheng, who was at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial path, shocking everyone, it couldn't hide the fact that he was a 2-star Destiny Realm cultivator. Therefore, everyone believed that Yi Xing's cultivation would be his shortcoming in the future. It wasn't easy to break through from the 6th stage of the martial path to the 7th stage, but no one expected that Yi Xing would become a martial Dao master in just 2 months. This news shocked everyone and naturally caused a sensation in the entire Indigo Mountain Institute. Yi Xing has indeed broken through. I don't know if his cultivation has reached the middle of the 7th stage, but in such a short period of time, it's impossible for him to reach the peak of the 7th stage. He should still be a little weaker than me, hee. Wei Qingxian thought happily when she heard that Yi Xing had become a martial Dao master. After she fainted, her cultivation had a period of rapid growth. In the past half a month, her cultivation had increased rapidly and had reached the peak of the 7th stage. Compared to other warriors, this kind of cultivation speed was simply shocking. However, her heavenly fate was indeed very high. Moreover, the academy had provided her with sufficient cultivation resources. Coupled with her miraculous dream, such progress was actually very normal. Yi Xing didn't point out that his cultivation had reached the middle of the 7th stage. In response to everyone's surprise, he explained, I obtained some high-grade herbs in the Azure Cloud Mountain range and obtained the Silver Star fruit. That's how I broke through to the 7th stage of the martial path. This sentence naturally spread along with the news that Yi Xing had become a martial Dao master. Everyone suddenly realized that Yi Xing had obtained a great opportunity. The high-grade herbs were very precious, especially the Silver Star fruit, which was almost impossible to find. They attributed Yi Xing's ability to become a martial Dao master to luck, and the shock in their hearts lessened by a lot. The first thing Yi Xing did when he returned to the Purple Mountain Academy was to apply to participate in the advanced class competition. Yi Xing had already defeated Xiong Qixing 2 months ago, proving that he was qualified to compete with the students of the advanced class. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th stage of the martial path, he was naturally more qualified. However, this was the first time in the history of the Purple Mountain Institute that a new student could participate in the advanced class competition. The institute's teachers did not directly approve of Yi Xing's participation just because he had the ability, but instead reported it to the 3 vice principals. Yi Xing was already in the limelight in the Purple Mountain Institute. The 3 vice deans didn't want him to be in the limelight anymore and wanted to reject Yi Xing's application. However, Zi Shanho, who had never cared about the matters of the academy, received the news and issued an order, let Yi Xing participate in the advanced class competition. This time, I, Ho, will personally oversee the competition. The 3 vice principals looked at each other in dismay. Zi Shanho actually wanted to personally oversee the competition this time, and Zi Shanho had never interfered with the previous 3 advanced class competitions. Although they didn't understand, they didn't dare to disobey Zi Shanho's orders. Yi Xing was also included in the advanced class competitions list. On this day, the Purple Mountain Institute was incomparably lively. It was the day of the advanced class competition, and it was even grander than the new student competition. This was because every advanced class competition was related to the Falling Star sect's selection of disciples. Today, the students of the Purple Mountain Institute were especially excited because Zi Shanho would personally oversee the competition this time. Zi Shanho was a legend in the Purple Mountain County, the only martial saint. The students had only heard of his name, but had never seen him in person. However, when Zi Shanho appeared, the gazes of the majority of the students were filled with astonishment and disappointment. Zi Shanho was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed by someone. He looked extraordinary, but his whole person didn't have the slightest bit of an expert's aura. He was just like an ordinary person. On the other hand, the youth who was pushing Zi Shanho's wheelchair shocked the majority of the students. This was only an 18 or 19-year-old youth. He looked about the same as the advanced class students, but his aura was incomparably powerful, surpassing any 9th stage martial path teacher in the institute. Perhaps, only the 3 vice principals' aura could compare. Who is this person? Zi Shanho actually has such a powerful junior, and he's a 9th stage martial master? Some students exclaimed in a low voice. The majority of the students didn't recognize Wang Feng. However, some students from the county city knew and whispered, this is the county city's Wang clan's genius junior, Wang Feng, the nephew of Vice Principal Wang. He was accepted by Zi Shanho as a direct disciple at a young age, and later became his adopted son. I heard that he is Martial Saint Tianming, destined to become a martial saint in the future. When this news spread, whether it was the advanced class students or the new students, there was a burst of cold gasps. Martial Saint Tianming's peerless genius? Zi Shanho's direct disciple, and even his adopted son? Compared to Wang Feng, the Purple Mountain Academy's gifted class students, ordinary class students, old students, and new students all paled in comparison. Yixing was also shocked. However, he wasn't shocked by Wang Feng, but rather by Zishanho. It was as Chu Jingnan had said, that Zishanho was a cripple. If his legs weren't crippled, why would he be in a wheelchair and be pushed around by others? If he was particular about style, he should be carried around by others. There was no style in sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed around by others. Therefore, it could only be Zishanho's legs that had a problem. This made Yixing feel strange. He had always thought that when he left the Purple Mountain Academy and encountered danger on the way to the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, it was Zishanho who saved him. However, now it seemed that a cripple who even needed to be pushed around by others, how could he save someone in the wild? If it wasn't Zishanho, then who was the one who shot the arrow? Students, in this assessment, only the top 10 will be rewarded, and only the top 10 will have the opportunity to participate in the Falling Star Sex Disciple selection. Work hard and strive to get a good ranking. Although this assessment only rewards the top 10, the rewards will be doubled. After Zishanho spoke in front of all the students, he was pushed by Wang Feng to the VIP building. When the advanced class students heard this, some were happy, while some were sad. In the past, the rewards were the same as the new students' assessment. The top 40 would be rewarded, but this time, only the top 10 would be rewarded. Naturally, a large number of students would lose the opportunity to obtain the rewards. As for the 8th stage martial path students who had hopes of getting into the top 10, they were all very excited. The rewards for the top 10 were very generous, and if it was doubled, it would be even more exciting. The assessment soon began. The process was similar to the new students' assessment, but there was a slight difference. After entering the second stage, there would be elimination matches until the first place was decided. Yixing, as a new student, joined the assessment list. Naturally, he was ranked last and was assigned to the 20th group. When the assessment began, the 20th group's matches were without a doubt the most spectators. A new student participating in the advanced class assessment was something that had never happened before in the Purple Mountain Academy. All the new students felt incomparable glory. Yixing's group naturally attracted the most attention of the new students. The standard of the Purple Mountain Academy's students was not high. The Advanced Genius class had a total of 13 8th-stage martial artists, while the ordinary class had none. Most of the geniuses were 7th-stage martial artists, while the ordinary class had 6th-stage martial artists. In the 20th group, the highest cultivation was a peak 7th-stage martial artist, 3 7th-stage martial artists, and 15 6th-stage martial artists. Yixing's cultivation was in the middle of the 7th stage, and his martial arts attainments far exceeded theirs. Naturally, he swept through the 20 group. Even the peak 7th stage martial artist could not stop Yixing's sweeping path and was defeated in one move. Yixing easily took the first place in the 20th group and advanced to the second stage of the elimination matches. There was no doubt that Yixing's performance was extremely eye-catching, but he could not be considered the leader. Wei Qingxian also swept all the way in Group 17, and no one was her match. Wei Qingxian was originally a new student, but was specially recruited into the Advanced Genius class. The new students also had a strong sense of identity with her. Moreover, a young girl was always more attractive than a man. Yixing's audience was mostly snatched away by Wei Qingxian. No wonder Wei Qingxian was specially recruited into the Advanced Genius class. Her cultivation speed is too fast, not one bit slower than Yixing. Her strength is also so strong. Of course, she is the only 9-star Destiny student in the academy. How can she not be a genius? The new students were all shocked. The competition didn't last long and ended in less than 4 hours. The top 40 students were determined. The 13 level 8 grandmasters naturally advanced. Other than them, there were also peak level 7 grandmasters and peak level 7 grandmasters. Including Yixing, there was no one whose cultivation was lower than middle level 7 grandmasters. After the elimination matches, the academy had to redivide the square and rest for a period of time. Just as the elimination matches were about to begin, 3 giant blue winged eagles with wingspan of more than 10 zhang flew towards the Purple Mountain Academy, directly entering the academy's airspace. Not being a member of the academy, directly entering from the sky was an extremely disrespectful act towards the Purple Mountain Academy. On the back of each blue-winged eagle, there was a martial artist, an old man in his 60s, and 2 middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. Their auras were monstrous, as deep as the sea. Seeing that there were many people in the academy square, the 3 of them controlled the blue-winged eagles and directly swooped down. At the same time, the 3 of them released their cultivation, and a terrifying aura suppressed in all directions. Many students could not help but tremble under the pressure of the 3's aura. It was the aura of a martial saint. In the Purple Mountain Academy, from the teachers to the students, no one was not shocked. It was rare to see a martial saint, but these 3 were all martial saints. Who dares to intrude into my Purple Mountain Academy? Zi Shanho is here, don't be presumptuous. Wang Haiqing's voice came from the highest floor of the VIP building. As the first vice principal of the academy, he naturally stood out. The 3 martial saints looked at each other. The old man nodded slightly and jumped down from the blue-winged eagle. The 3 of them cupped their fists towards the VIP building to show their respect. Although they were all martial saints, Zi Shanho was the lord of the Fallen Star country, which was also the lord of the Fallen Star sect. Naturally, his status was higher than theirs.